Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 51, A Couple. Dina and Robin have decided to join the clown pirates temporarily until they reach the safe place that Buggy promised them. Captain, who cricket? I'll explain it later, we need to leave now before Marine or Cypher Paul agents come. Buggy. All right. Cricket. The clown pirates leave the island and sail away to the sea. When they get far from the island, Buggy introduces Robin and Dina to everyone except Mantis, who cook in the kitchen because it's almost lunch. Ooh, so this is Nico Robin, the girl who has a higher bounty than you. Hehe, you should be ashamed, Captain, you lose to this little girl. Cricket. Hey, at least I have a bounty, unlike you. Buggy. That's Cricket is at loss for words and slumped down, dejected. But will it be okay for them to join us exploring West Blue? It will be really dangerous. Jude. Don't worry, we can protect ourselves at least, as long as the enemy isn't someone like your captain. Dina. You know Captain's strength. Jude. Yes, Robin tried her ability on him before, but he doesn't move even a little. Robin has defeated some rather strong men in the past with that technique, and everyone was affected. Even when some people weren't defeated by that, they'll at least move. He, on the other hand, doesn't even move, so he is very strong. Dina. Can you try that technique on me? Cricket. Wyd, you want to try it? Robin. Is still shy. To see how far the difference of mine and Captain's power. Cricket. Robin looks at Dina and Dina looks at Buggy, then Buggy looks at Cricket, and Cricket looks at Jude. What? Jude is looking around, confused, and making the others laugh. Sure, let him try. Buggy. Dina nod to Robin, so Robin uses the same technique on Cricket. Many small hands appear on Cricket's body, then the small hands bend his body back. Cricket. Cricket bends to his back like a prawn, and he falls to the floor. He doesn't break his back though and only gets bent. Ouch. 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 This is more painful than I thought. Cricket. You're not flexible enough to endure that level of back bending. Buggy. Smirk. Robin stops her technique, and Cricket tries to fix his posture. Now he knows that he has a big gap with Buggy in physical strength. He is a lot bigger than Buggy, but Buggy is still stronger than him. Damn, Captain, you need to tell me how you train your body to get that strong in your age. Cricket. I've told you my training menu, and I've even shown it to you. You're just too lazy to train that much and prefer to drink your booze or flirt with Mantis. Buggy. What do you mean flirting with Mantis? Cricket. Get a little flustered. Don't think that I don't know it. You're often went together with her to the islands that we've visited. Then at night, you two will climb the crow nest and have Buggy can't finish his words because Cricket cover his mouth. Captain, this is such a good day, isn't it? Ha ha ha, you also look awesome, so why don't we train together later? Ha ha ha. Cricket. Stop Buggy from saying another word. Dina smirk at Cricket, Jude is blushing and covers her face with her hands, while Robin does not understand it. She is still 8y.0, folks. Food's ready guys, hurry up and eat it. Mantis. Call from the kitchen. Oh, the food's ready, let's eat everyone, you must be really hungry now. Cricket. Said while pulling Buggy to the kitchen. Buggy just let himself get dragged to the kitchen to save energy. The others follow them to the kitchen and they all eat their food. There's a little awkwardness before they eat, but it is solved quickly when they taste Mantis cooking. After lunch, Buggy tells Cricket to move out of his room, so Dina and Robin can sleep there. Cricket will sleep in an empty storage room, they just need to put the bed, and it will become a bedroom. Captain San, maybe you need to buy a new bed for that room. Something that has more durability and won't make any noise when used. Dina. Smile mischievously. You're right, and we will need some thick cloth to make the room soundproof. Buggy. Cricket gets really embarrassed and can't say anything. Jude is blushing hard, while Robin just drinks her juice. As for Mantis, she is still clueless and doesn't know what they're talking about. What are you guys talking about? Why'd his new room need soundproof? Mantis. Hi, it's because there will be lots of noises come from that room, so we need to reduce those. Dina. Noises. Mantis. Yes, noises. Although it will mostly be someone else's noises though, the noises of pleasure. Dina. Hey. Mantis. Mantis still doesn't get it, but just a second later she understands it. She turns her head to Cricket who plop his head on the table, defeated. Then she looks at the other's reaction and her gaze finally falls on Buggy who grins mischievously. See Captain, why you Mantis point at Buggy with shaken hand. What? It's not my fault, I was just about to take a pee that night, and I saw someone sneaking out from her room and climb the crow nest. It happened numerous times after that, making me need to hold my pee and even use bottles when I'm at my limit. So you should thank me for not disturbing you. Buggy. Mantis get redder and redder with steam coming out from her head. Well, you two are adults, so there's no problem. It's just that you need to mind the place more. Buggy. Mantis plop on the floor defeated too like Cricket. The others get out of the room and leave Cricket and Mantis there. Jude runs off to the front deck, she wants to train and clear her mind. Buggy takes Dina and Robin to tour around the ship so they'll know the rooms. Meanwhile, Cricket and Mantis are sitting face to face, but they don't say anything for a while. Their faces are dead and their eyes are dull. Did you know that he know it? Mantis said with a dead voice. No, he just said it some minutes ago. Cricket. Sigh, it will be awkward with them now. Mantis. I think we need to be open with them and tell the truth. Captain must have said it because he's disappointed that we didn't even tell him anything. It's not like we do something wrong, he just wants us to be honest with the crew. Cricket. Sigh, I think you're right. Let's tell them at dinner. Mantis. Cricket and Mantis agree, then they stand up and do what they need to do. Mantis wash the kitchenware, while Cricket moves his stuff to the new room. Then at dinner, they finally speak to everyone. Well, we'll be honest and announce this to you all. Cricket. Cricket and I are dating. We started after the North Pole exploration. Sorry for not saying anything, especially you, Captain. Mantis. Clap 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 congratulation. Everyone. ENL.M. I'm not really bothered by it. I just want you guys to be more open with your relationship, so you'll be more comfortable in your activities. Buggy. Buggy's reason for making the new couple publicizes their relationship is so that the others can help them if something happens. A relationship isn't a straight way, so there will be some troubles in the future. If no one knows about it, they won't be able to help the couple. Furthermore, they're in the same crew, so the effect will be more dangerous. And as pirates, a little problem with their feeling can cost them their life. Anyway, this is worth a celebration, so let's have a party. Buggy. Yeah. Everyone. Everyone then has a party for the new couple. This is a good day for every one of them. Chapter 52, Toon Island. Hey Captain, it seems your decision to make them announce their relationship is wrong, said Jude. Yeah, it seems to be a fatal mistake. I should have just stayed silent, replies Buggy. Buggy and Jude are watching Cricket and Mantis flirting while eating on the front deck. Those two have behaved like that since they announced their relationship. Flirting everywhere and every time without restraint. Now Buggy starts to regret what he did to make them open with their relationship. He can only watch others being lovey-dovey while he can't. He hasn't seen Belmere for weeks now, and these two really make him jealous. "Captain, maybe we can be like that too," said Jude with eyes full of hope. "Sigh, don't bring this up again, Jude. I've made my point clear, right?" Buggy sigh. "I know, but I really don't want to give up," Jude said firmly. "Do as you please, but it won't work." Buggy goes to the rear deck to train. He has reached a good level in his devil fruit mastery. He feels like he'll achieve something soon, so he keeps training hard every day. The clown pirates have sailed on the sea for 10 days now. They deliberately sail longer on the sea to avoid detection. Buggy knows that some people would know that Robin is with them, so he needs to be careful. They also have created trouble with a rear admiral, so it's better to hide from the light for a moment. Buggy also takes this chance to make his crew gets closer with Dina and Robin. Some hours after he started training, Mantis call him. She says their supplies will run out in 2 days, so they need to refill them. Buggy decides to find an island now and finish their hiding. The tension with Marine should have lowered a bit too. They go to the nearest island from their position. The island is Toon Island, a place with many musicians. Buggy even has a hunch that this island is Brook's homeland. But he's not that sure too. When he thinks about Brook, Buggy gets an idea to recruit Brook. He knows Brook's location and he will pass that area after he builds his ship on Water 7. Buggy likes Brook's character and always enjoys what that skeleton does in Straw Hat Pirates. But even if he like Brook as a member of Straw Hat, he can't let Brook suffer 20 more years of loneliness. "Guess I'll recruit him. Luffy can find another musician for his crew." Buggy decided to recruit Brook in the future. The clown pirates reach Toon Island at night. So they decide to rest on the ship and go to the town tomorrow. The next day, they go to the town and explore it. Jude stays on the ship to guard it now while the others are exploring. Cricket and Mantis buy supplies, while Dina and Robin buy their necessities. Buggy goes to a broker like usual to buy information. He has bought the information, and Buggy read the papers. The Cypher Paul and Marine have made some moves in the last few days like his prediction. Then he finds a piece of interesting information. His crew got some new bounties. Well, only him and Cricket, not everyone. Buggy the Clown, 63 million. Mont Blanc Chestnut Cricket, 19 million. They haven't got in touch with the world because they didn't buy any news from News Coup to avoid detection. So these two new bounties really surprise him, although it is still in his prediction. Their bounties aren't much, but that's for Grand Line standard. For West Blue, those bounties are high enough. The Marines here must have used their standard to raise Buggy's bounty and give Cricket's bounty. Well, the bounty on Blue Seas doesn't matter for Buggy. The real game start on Grand Line, Blues are just openings. So Buggy will prepare his crew before the real game start. He read the information again, and luckily the news about Robin and Dina being on their ship hasn't spread. It means they can take it easy for some time. Hopefully, they can hide it until they leave West Blue, but that sounds too much. Buggy leave after asking for copies of the bounty posters. The others might not hear it yet, so he'll tell them. It will make them happy, especially Cricket. Before he returns, Buggy decides to explore the town. He hears music coming from almost every building. Almost everyone here knows and can play musical instruments or sing. Buggy walks around and hardly finds any unique product that he likes. All those unique products are musical instruments, and he can't play music at all. After exploring this town, I don't feel happy but depressed instead. These people sound like they're just flexing their musical ability. It sounds like they insult me for not being able to play music. Buggy has a depressed expression. Buggy ends his exploration in the town and returns to his ship. The others have returned before him. They want to greet him but stop when they see him in a bad mood. Buggy goes to his room and slump on the bed. Mantis just cooks Buggy's favorite food to lift his mood again. His favorite food is strawberry ice cream. Buggy eat it after it's ready, and his mood lifted again. So, why were you in the bad mood before? Mantis asks Buggy. Everyone in the town can play music, but I can't, replied Buggy. That's it. Mantis asks after a moment of silence. What do you mean that's it? I've trained to sing in the past, but I was just really bad. Then I tried to play guitar, but it was still bad even after 3 years of training. Buggy tells them the sad story of his past life. He becomes depressed again remembering that. Luckily the ice cream is plenty, so he can eat more to lift his mood. Music aside, I'll never think that your favorite food is ice cream. Furthermore, a strawberry flavor, said Dina. What's wrong with ice cream and strawberry? They're good. The coldness, softness, sweetness, and sourness make it tastes really good. I lived in a tropical country with a hot daily temperature, so ice cream really tastes good for me. Buggy has glitter on his eyes while explaining the taste. Hi, you're so cute, said Dina. Oi, I'm a man, so don't call me cute. Call me awesome. Ha 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 ha. Buggy laughed loudly, his mood has returned. After his mood return, Buggy shows the bounty posters to them. Surprisingly, none of them have heard about this at all. They're too focused on exploration and buying supplies before. The clown pirates have a party after that to celebrate their new bounties. 63 and 19, make them have a total bounty of 82 million. It's really good for a small crew like them who have just operated on blues so far. The next day, they leave Toon Island and go to their next destination. They will move rather fast now so they can leave West Blue faster. They can't hide and protect Robin and Dina if they take too long on their West Blue exploration. Their next destination is Kano country. The country that is run by a pirate crew, Hapo Navy. Their leader is Don Shinjao, someone with a bounty of more than 500 million. Buggy decides to go there first to avoid trouble at the end. Hapo Navy is the strongest group on West Blue now. They are a potential danger for his crew, so Buggy won't leave them behind. He doesn't want to explore West Blue with anxiousness. So by visiting Kano country, he will know the exact situation with Hapo Navy. He will know if they're hostile or not. He'll also know if they have the potential to attack his crew. Buggy looked at the horizon and said, I hope there won't be any trouble. But if there's something, then I'll destroy them. Even Don Shinjao won't be able to stop me. Chapter 53, Kano Country. Clown pirates arrive in Kano Country after 2 days. They don't need to dock their ship on the hidden coast. They can just use the normal port here. Well, not really normal, but a special port for pirates. There are many pirate ships on the coast. It is because the country itself is governed by a pirate crew. So pirates and criminals can roam freely here. The Marine and WG can't meddle in this, because Kano country is affiliated with WG. Only when the pirates leave the island, will the Marine and WG chase them. Buggy looks at the port town and gets reminded of something. This town looks like an ancient Chinese kind of town. Wait. It's more like those towns from Wuxia novel or Manga no, Manhua? Or Manhwa. Whatever. No matter what it is called, the town looks like a Chinatown. Buggy can even see tall mountains like what is described in those Wuxia novels. Will there be cultivators who fly on their swords here? Buggy thinks of useless stuff while they get closer to the island. This is not a Wuxia novel, so there won't be cultivators. A fact that Buggy ignores for his amusement. They dock at the port and unsurprisingly the authority asks them to pay the parking fee. They pay it to avoid trouble so they can explore the island freely. The clowns leave the ship to explore the country. Only Dina and Robin stay on the ship to hide. Kano is a big country, so there must be spies everywhere. Buggy now goes to the broker with Jude. She said she want to learn how to gather information. Buggy teaches her basic level information gathering skills. They go to a bar and buy information. Jude watches as Buggy buys the information. Then after they buy the information, Buggy takes Jude to the black market. He teaches her the signs and how to enter the black market. Jude is awed by the black market's system and sold items. But she is also scared when she sees unusual items. Black market is beyond her understanding. This place is called black market because of this. They sell illegal or unusual stuff. So don't hope to see nice things in here, says Buggy to Jude. I understand, replies Jude. They leave after Buggy explains some important things about the black market to Jude. They explore the town on the surface and Jude sees a big difference. The normal market seemed very nice after I saw the black market. But the normal market doesn't have many items that are only sold on the black market. Jude ponders about the difference. Black market sold illegal items, while normal market sold legal items. They also have different customers so their atmosphere is different. You'll get used to it after you try it sometimes. Leave it to me, Captain. In the future, you won't need to go to the black market again. I will do it for you, says Jude. Yeah, I leave it to you. Buggy and Jude walk around the town again. They're still in the port town now. There is another place that they haven't checked, the capital. Kano country is quite big and they have some towns on the island. The clown pirates want to explore every town in the country. It will take a few days, but that's not a problem. They explore the towns for 3 days. But they need to stay longer after Buggy wants to explore the mountains and forest. The crew just let him do what he wants because they can't stop him. Buggy goes to the mountains and climbs them one by one to the peaks. 99 mountain with various altitudes. This is a good exercise to gain strength and agility. Hee, I'll climb all these mountains to their peaks. Then I'll soar to heaven, says Buggy on a peak while spreading his hands. That's what a wuxia protagonist and characters always said, right? Soaring to the heaven or something on that line. Buggy ponders if he is correct. It has been 2 years, so he forget a few things from the earth. Buggy continues his attempt to climb the mountains. He always climbs them from the bottom to the peak. The mountains are small but tall. So their sides are made of cliffs. He climbs the cliffs by just using his hands and feet. Then he will climb down by hand and feet instead of jumping. He is not strong enough to jump from the mountain top. Climbing the mountains take a longer time than he predicted. But Buggy's crew aren't troubled by it. They know their captain likes this kind of thing, so they won't stop him. Well, they can't stop him even if they try, after all. The crew will send food and drinks to Buggy every day after he calls through Denden Mushi. He needs a lot of energy to climb the mountains. So Mantis cooks the food with high nutrition value. After 5 days, he has climbed 25 mountains. Buggy climb 5 mountains every day. So with 99 mountains, he will finish in 20 days. I've got the tricks to climb faster, but that's not my aim. I will still climb 5 mountains a day, but I will raise the difficulty. On the 6th day, Buggy climbs the mountain with a boulder tied to his waist. It is very difficult, but he still can do it. He grins and keeps climbing with the weight tied on him. His attempt piqued the interest of other people, even the Happo Navy. Many people have tried to climb all the mountains, and only a few have succeeded. But the crazy ones like Buggy who add more weight when he climbs are even rarer. Seeing their captain work really hard, the other clowns also train harder now. While Buggy climbs the mountain, his crew also train on their own. They don't want to slack off while their captain is working hard. Yahaho, a brat that is crazy enough to add weight on his mountain climbing. Do you know who he is? Don Shinjao says after hearing his subordinate's report. Yes, he is Buggy the Clown, a pirate with a bounty of 63 million. He is the captain of his own crew, the Clown Pirates. Their vice-captain also has 19 million on his head. They are rookie pirates that have just sailed for a few weeks. Furthermore, they came from North Blue. Shinjeo's subordinate explains about Buggy. They've just sailed for a few weeks, but already have such bounties. They've even crossed from North Blue to West Blue. Interesting, very interesting. Take me to see that kid. Shinjeo orders his subordinates. Yes. Don Shinjeo and his subordinates then go to Buggy's location. When they arrive, Buggy has climbed down the mountain. He almost reaches the bottom and he senses a strong presence there. He looks down and sees Don Shinjeo at the bottom. When Buggy reaches the bottom, Shinjeo comes up to him. Brat, why did you do all of this? I understand why you want to climb the peaks, but why did you add weight? Shinjeo asks Buggy. It's not difficult enough. Just climbing the mountains isn't difficult enough for me. Buggy's answer surprised Shinjeo a little. It's not difficult enough? Do you know just how many people failed to climb the mountains in the past? Asks Shinjeo. I don't know and I don't care. What I know is that I can do it and the normal way isn't enough for me. To be strong, I need to surpass my limit. That's why I added weight to reach and surpass my limit, says Buggy while smiling. Shinjeo widens his eyes a little because he feels something coming out from Buggy. He looks around and no one else senses it like him. Even Buggy doesn't feel anything nor realizes it. It is still dormant, but it's certainly there, thinks Shinjeo. Shinjeo grins and says, then how if we make a deal? Chapter 54, Mountain Climbing. Shinjeo suddenly wants to offer a deal to Buggy. What deal? Asks Buggy. How many mountains that you climb in a day? Shinjeo asks back. So far I only climb 5 per day. It's the 7th day now, and I've climbed 34. I need to climb 1 more today. Buggy answers Shinjeo's question. How about the weight? It's 100 kilograms now, yesterday I use 80 kilograms. 20 kilograms a day, hey? Alright, this is the deal. I want you to add 20 kg for every mountain and you still need to climb 5 mountains a day. If you can do it, then I'll give you the Hashokan manual. Shinjeo's offer surprised his subordinates and Buggy. Shinjeo-sama? This is Shinjeo's subordinate wants to talk, but Shinjeo cut him off. I know what I'm doing, says Shinjeo. What if I can't? Asks Buggy. Then you will be my subordinate, says Shinjeo while grinning. Buggy thinks about it and looks at Shinjeo. Then Buggy sees his crewmates come and want to ask them. But suddenly he sees Shinjeo's men surround his crewmates slowly. This old man, he will use my crewmates to force me to accept the challenge. Tisk, this is the worst. Now I can only accept it. Fine, I'll do it. But we will start tomorrow because I've climbed 4 today. Buggy tries to bargain. He will climb more mountains today if Shinjeo agrees. Alright, we can start tomorrow. But you need to stop climbing today, so you'll have 65 mountains left. It's the perfect number for 5 mountains a day, right? You will climb for 13 days from tomorrow. Shinjeo grins, he knows Buggy's plan. Buggy clicks his tongue and can only accept it. Shinjeo's group then leaves the area, so there's only the clown pirates now. They ask what happened just now, so Buggy explains it to them. They get surprised and feel guilty about Buggy. If they don't come, Buggy won't need to accept the challenge. No, they'll still threaten me using you. This is their country, so they can do what they want here. Buggy calms his crew. So, what should we do now? Asks Cricket. I'll do the challenge, that's the only way. We can't run away now, because they must have prepared for that. So I want you guys to train hard and be ready for any situation. As for this challenge, just believe in me. This is not something that I can't do, says Buggy. Buggy then gives them some instructions if some situations arise. They understand the instructions and think those are the best solutions now. Then they discuss more plans that they might need. After the discussion, Buggy eat and rest. He needs to save his energy for tomorrow. He will defeat Chinjao and embarrass that senile old man. Even without his drill, he is still so arrogant. But I will return that to you and you will feel very shamed after 13 days. I will also take that Hashokan from you. Buggy swear in his heart. Buggy knows that Chinjao must have heard of him after he climbed more than 30 mountains. That guy will also know that he is a fresh rookie with a high bounty. It's rare to find a rookie like Buggy on Blues. That's why Chinjao is targeting Buggy to join Happo Navy. This is Happo Navy's home ground, so Buggy can't do as he please here. Happo Navy is supported by Kano country's royal family, so they can do as they please. The royal family will be more than happy to get a strong crew under them. 20 kg per mountain with the base weight of 100 kilograms. That means the last climbing will be 1.400 kilograms, 1.4 tons. That's very heavy for the current me. My best weightlifting is 1000 kilograms, and that's just for one lifting. Buggy ponder about the weight. Buggy thinks more about it and he finds a trick that might help him. He will still use his own power, but if he's pinched, he'll just use his trick. Buggy plans some more things before he goes to sleep. The next day, many people come to watch Buggy. They heard the news from the Chinjao family. Those guys want to make this into some kind of event. They even start to bet on Buggy's success or failure. They open betting for every mountain that Buggy climb. Buggy tells his crewmates to bet on his success every time. They agree and bet 1 million, for the first round. Yahaho, your crewmates really believe that you will succeed, says Chinjao who has just come. Of course, a crew needs to have full belief in their captain, Cricket answers instead of Buggy. If you have full belief in him, then you need to bet all your wealth, says Chinjao while smirking. If we bet with all our wealth, then you won't be able to pay everything. Besides, this is still the first round, and the bets are still low. Mantis smirked too at Chinjao. Whatever then. Now, let's start this challenge, says Chinjao. Chinjao's men come with weight for Buggy. This is a 120 kilograms weight because this is the first mountain. Some men help Buggy to tie the weight on his body to make sure it doesn't fall. Then Buggy start to climb the mountain with the 120 kilograms weight. Many people bet on Buggy's failure, except Buggy's crew and Chinjao family. Chinjao still believes Buggy can take this challenge because it's just 20 kilograms more from yesterday. Buggy climbs the rocky cliff with quite an ease, although it's harder than yesterday with heavier weight. But it's still doable, and Buggy can finish it with quite an ease. Then Buggy climb the next 3 mountains with 140 kilograms, 160 kilograms, and 180 weights. It is harder than before, but Buggy can climb it with some effort too. Increasing the weight after just climbing one mountain is very hard. Buggy can even climb with a 200 kilograms weight in the last mountain. He needs higher effort for it and climb slower, but it's still doable for Buggy. He doesn't need to use any trick on his climbing today. Buggy really feels his growth in this one day. So maybe this challenge isn't that bad for him. His crew and Chinjao family also get some profit from the bet. So it's good for all of them. After he finished the climbing, Buggy eat a lot of food that Mantis cook. He needs to replenish all the energy that he spent today. He never felt so tired like this since he arrived in this world 2 years ago. Hehe, this is not so bad. I surpassed my limit many times in just one day. With mine and my crew's freedom at stake, I can exert more hidden power that I couldn't access before, says Buggy while looking at his hands that have bruises from his climbing. It's good that you can grow strong, but this is still the first day. Normally, it will be impossible to grow strong really fast. But you're quite abnormal, so we can put that aside, says Mantis. Oi, what do you mean by that? Buggy slapped the air. What's your weight record, Captain? Asks Mantis, ignoring Buggy's question. 1 ton, answers Buggy. So it will be very difficult around 1 ton. Maybe it will start at 900 kilograms. Do you have any plan for that? Asks Mantis. Yeah, don't worry. Also, I have another plan that needs your help, especially Dina and Robin. You guys return to the ship and tell them my plan, says Buggy. Dina and Robin aren't here, they need to hide in the ship. So Buggy whispers his plan to Cricket, Mantis, and Jude. They all get surprised, but then they giggle sinisterly. Just what kind of plan that Buggy made? Chapter 55, Just Keep Climbing. Buggy continues to climb the mountains with added weight. Now he climbs with 220 kilograms weight tied to him. The weight is heavier than yesterday, but Buggy can climb faster now. It's because he has rested and has more energy than when he climbed with 200 kilograms weight yesterday. First climbing is always easier than last climbing because he hasn't got tired. But there is another problem with heavier weight. It gets harder to find a place to hold when he climbs. He needs to find strong holding that won't break with all the weights from his 60 kilograms body plus 220 kilograms added weight. Buggy keeps climbing and finally reaches the peak in a little more than an hour. The way down is easier for him and he reaches the bottom in half an hour. The total time for the first mountain is almost 2 hours. Then he goes for the next mountain with 240 kilograms. It's harder than before, but Buggy can finish it in 2.5 an hour. Then he climbs the third, fourth, and fifth mountain successfully with a slower time. He finishes when the sky has become dark, around 7 p.m. He even needs a flashlight to climb the last mountain so that he can see the cliff. It's harder, but he can pull it off without any accident. After he finishes the climb, Buggy gathers with his crew to eat. Mantis has cooked a lot today for Buggy. He will need a lot of food to fill his empty energy. Captain, this is still the second day and it's already taking this long for you to finish. Will this be all right? Asks Jude to Buggy. Don't worry, I deliberately make my time slower today. I try to find the best pace to climb, that's why my time is slow this time. Tomorrow, I will finish it before the sky turn dark, answers Buggy. They continue to eat, then they return to their ship and sleep. They wake up in the morning, and Buggy eats a lot again for breakfast. Today will be the third day of the challenge. Buggy goes to the site and orders his crew to just train on their own. They don't need to worry about him because he will not fail. They just need to come at lunch and after he finishes climbing. Buggy arrives at the first mountain that has more people surrounding it this time. He sees the Hapo Navy group and another group beside them. Buggy knows this new group from the information that he gathered, Nihon Navy. Nihon Navy is another navy fleet of Kano country. They're said to be as strong as Hapo Navy, or at least around that level. Buggy even remembers that Shinjao wants to join forces with Nihon Navy by arranging a marriage between Sai and Uholazaya. What are these guys doing here, thinks Buggy while preparing himself to climb. So this is the guy who will climb all the mountains with added weight, says an old man from the Nihon Navy group. Buggy knows who this old man is. He is the current admiral of Nihon Navy, Jijilazaya. He is the father of Shishalizaya, and grandfather of Uholazaya. He is older than Shinjao, but he still looks strong. Jijilazaya is looking at Buggy and tries to gauge his strength. Buggy ignores the old man and starts to tie the weight on his body. He tries to lift it and check its weight to make sure the Hapo Navy doesn't tamper with the weight. Are you sure you can climb all these mountains, kid? Asks Jijilazaya. Yeah, I will climb all your mountains even with added weight. Buggy says with confident eyes and doesn't even sound polite. Jijilazaya is taken aback by Buggy's confidence. There aren't many people who have that kind of confidence. Jijilazaya knows it's not Buggy's arrogance, but pure confidence to finish this challenge. Buggy then starts to climb at a faster pace than yesterday. The group of people below is looking at Buggy as he climbs up. Jijilazaya also looks at him, then talks to Shinjao. Shinjao, are you sure you want to bet our Hashokan in this challenge? Asks Jajilazaya. Why'd you ask like that? Chinjao asks back. I have a feeling that he will succeed to finish this challenge. Those eyes, I've only seen a few people who have those eyes. I'm sure you've seen it too in the past, says Jajilazaya. That's why we need to get him on our side. We need to get him while he is still just a seedling. That way, we can nurture him for our advantage, says Chinjao. You don't understand. Someone like him won't ever listen to us. But at least we can get him on our side. Chinjao is still persistent to get Buggy on their side. Jajilazaya just sighs and leaves with his group. He knows Chinjao wants to strengthen Happo Navy now. After Chinjao lost his drill, Happo Navy's strength has decreased significantly. That's why Chinjao wants to strengthen it again by recruiting Buggy. Buggy is a promising rookie pirate, after all. Buggy doesn't know what happened below and just focuses on climbing. He can climb easier than yesterday even though the added weight is heavier. But he has got the feeling and can climb easier now. He climb with 320 kilograms for the first mountain and finish in 1,5 hours. He climbs the next 4 mountains at a similar time with the last one in 2 hours. So his total time today is around 10 hours. He starts at 7 am and finishes at 5 pm. Of course, it surprised everyone because he can climb faster with heavier weight. But it doesn't matter because he still needs a long time to finish. Besides, this is still the 3rd day, there are still 10 days to go. Buggy climbs again the next day and of course, it is more difficult than before. But he still gets the pace and climbs quite fast. He finished climbing all 5 mountains in 11 hours, just 1 hour longer than yesterday. Then at the next day, Buggy finished in around 11 hours again. Chinjao now feels a little worried about Buggy's pace. At this pace, Buggy might finish the challenge easily. So he prepares something. Chinjao calls his men and orders them to tamper Buggy's added weight. They just need to add a little weight on the weight. They'll add 1 kilogram first, then 2 kilograms, then 3 or 4 kg for each mountain. Increase the weight slowly so he won't realize it. There are 8 days to go, so the accumulated weight will be heavy enough on the last day. We will make sure that he failed, orders Chinjao. Yes. Chinjao's men leave to do their tasks. Chinjao feels a little regret now. He doesn't regret the tampering, but he regrets that he doesn't tamper with the weight sooner. If he knows Buggy will make it to the 5th day, he will tamper it from the 1st day. Chinjao thought that Buggy won't even pass the 3rd day and at most 4th day. But this is already the 5th day, and Buggy's pace is very good. I will make sure that my Happo Navy gets stronger. Curse you, Garp, for taking my drill from me. I will hold this grudge even to your descendants, says Chinjao while clenching his fist in anger. Chapter 56, Tampered Weights. This is the 6th day of Buggy's mountain climbing with added weight. He goes to the location and checks the weight. He feels that nothing is wrong with the weight, so he ties it to his body. If Buggy has a system like normal Otherworlder, his system will detect that his weight has been tampered with. It has been added with another 1 kilogram weight. So the weight is 621 kilograms, a slight addition that Buggy missed to realize. He starts to climb the mountain, and his pace is the same as yesterday. He doesn't show any difference in his climbing even with a 21 kilograms weight addition. Buggy's growth is very fast that it scares even Chinjao. How can this kid keep climbing with such ease like this every day? He used all his power to climb up, but it's like he always has the energy to climb again and again. This is not just a weightlifting, you know, thinks Chinjao warily. Climbing a mountain cliff with weight is different from just weightlifting. It is a lot more difficult because their holding places are very small. A single mistake can make Buggy fall from high altitude. But even though it's different, it is still connected. Buggy can lift a dead weight of 1000 kilograms and lift 500 kilograms for some repetition. The 500 kilograms is more important because it's his threshold. He can lift 500 kilograms repeatedly, so it can help him climb using up to 500 kilograms weight with more ease. The difficulty will raise after that 500 kilograms. But he can lift to 1000 kilograms, so that might be his limit. Above 1000 kilograms is a new territory that he never reach. He never lifts more than 1 ton, so he knows it will be very difficult. It's been a long time since he worked this hard to surpass his physical limit. Buggy climbed the first mountain without any problem. It's just that his time is slower than yesterday. It takes him 2.5 hours to finish the first mountain. He needs half an hour more than yesterday. Buggy doesn't think much and continues on the second mountain. The Happo Navy has added 2 kilograms more on this weight. So now the weight is 643 kilograms, 3 kilograms heavier than the agreement. Buggy doesn't realize it again, because the 2 kilograms is very low compared to the 640 kilograms. He ties the weight on his body, and he starts climbing again. Now he finishes it in 2.5 hours again. The next 3 mountains also have some additional weights that make them heavier than the agreements. The third weight becomes 666 kilograms, the fourth weight becomes 688 kilograms, and the fifth weight becomes 711 kilograms. Buggy doesn't realize it at all because the added weight increases slowly. However, he can finish climbing that day even if he needed 13 hours. He starts at 7 a.m. and finishes at 8 p.m. "Captain, your time has slowed down again," says Jude while eating together with the crew in their ship. "Yeah, it became more difficult since I used 600 kilograms weight. It will just get harder from now on and my time will increase too," says Buggy while eating his roasted meat. "Will this be all right? Do you have any plan?" asks Dina. "Well, the only thing that I can think of is to start earlier. I will start to climb at 4 a.m. The first climbing is always the easiest climb of the day. So I can climb easier even if the sun hasn't risen. It's better to do the first climb in dark rather than the last climb," says Buggy. "If you think that's the best, then we will follow you. Just make sure to tell us if you feel that it will be impossible. We will think of a way to run away from here. So you don't need to force yourself to finish this," says Cricket to Buggy. "Ha, don't worry, I will finish this challenge," says Buggy while grinning. Buggy then goes to his room after he finishes his meal. He needs to rest soon to save energy for tomorrow. His crewmates are still in the dining room and discuss their backup plan. "Captain won't quit from this challenge, because our safety is at stake here. But at least, we need to have a backup plan if something happens," says Mantis. "The best thing, well, the only thing that we can do if something happens is running away from here," says Cricket. "I know, but we need to plan how we will run away. This is the enemy's home ground and they have a lot of troops. So we need to plan our escape carefully," says Mantis. "Well, the escape plan is needed even if the captain wins the challenge. Happo Navy won't just accept their loss and will try to get us," says Dina while drinking her coffee. "You're right. Even Captain has told us about this and gave us a plan," says Jude while remembering Buggy's plan. "Then, we just need to use that plan. His escape plan is really good and the success rate is high. We just need to increase the scale and plan the details," says Dina. "You're right, that plan is really good," says Mantis. "Alright then, Dina and Robin, I want you guys to use more of that item to increase the scale. Jude, I want you to find the best route for escape. We won't be able to stay on West Blue too long after this, so we will find the fastest way to South Blue like what Captain said. Mantis, I want you to just focus on cooking high-nutrient food for Captain. He will need a lot of energy every day for his mountain climbing. Meanwhile, I will keep an eye on Captain when he climbs. If something happens, I will contact you guys immediately. However, you guys still need to train and prepare for any situation," Cricket instructs the others. They all nod and understand it. They immediately do what they need to do while the sky is dark. Dina and Robin leave the ship and move stealthily to avoid detection from Happo Navy's spies. Mantis is preparing Buggy's food for tomorrow. Jude is trying to find the best route for escaping from Happo Navy. Cricket is training on the deck while guarding the ship. The next morning, Buggy wake up at 3 a.m. Mantis has prepared breakfast for him, so he eats it. Then he does some warm-up before he goes to the first mountain with Cricket. Buggy feels something is different with his crew, but it is not something bad, so he ignores it. Maybe they train hard when I sleep. Well, that's a good thing, thinks Buggy. Around the first mountain, many people have gathered. It's just 4 a.m., but the crowd has been formed there. The number of people also increased a lot now. Maybe it's because Buggy has started to struggle with his climbing. Cricket, bet higher from now on. With these many people, we can get a lot more money, Buggy instructs Cricket. You're right, these people seem to want to see you fail. So they will bet on it, says Cricket while looking around. Yeah, but I will not fail. So they will need to lose their excitement and money, says Buggy while grinning. Buggy then goes to take the weight that has been prepared. His first weight is 720 kilograms, or at least that's the agreement. But in reality, his first weight is 733 kilograms. Buggy doesn't realize the 12 kilograms because yesterday he used 711 kilograms from 700 kilograms agreement weight. So the cheating weight is just 2 kilograms now. Buggy wears his head flashlight and gets into position. Let's do this. Chapter 57, 99 Mountains. Buggy climbs the next mountains without any serious problem except time. The increased weights have slowed him down significantly since the 6th day with more than 600 kilograms. His climbing time keeps getting slower, so he climbs earlier each day. Then when the added weight reached 1000 kilograms, the game changed. It becomes very hard to even lift the weight. But Buggy needs to climb with the weight. It is still doable because Buggy still can lift 1000 kilograms weight. But the problem is the holding place when he climbs. He can't even start to climb because the rock that Buggy used as a holding broke. The rock can't hold the 1000 kilograms weight that obviously has been tampered with. The weight should be 1000 kilograms, but it weighs 1080 kilograms now. Buggy doesn't realize it because the weight got tampered with slowly. Now Buggy is trying to find a way to climb. He walks around to find a good spot with strong rocks to climb. He doesn't find any, but he gets an idea. If I can't find it, I will make it, thinks Buggy while grinning. Buggy takes his twin kopis swords and holds them in reverse. He covers them with haki and stabs them to the rock cliff and climbs it. As for his feet, Buggy also covers them with haki and he kicks his toes to the rock and makes holes for a foothold. Buggy can climb easier now with strong places to hold. Even with a heavier weight, he can climb easier than before because he has solid holding places. With strong holding, Buggy can exert more power on each step. Buggy's pace increases and it surprises the audience. They thought he won't be able to climb this one, but he can climb faster instead. Chinjao also gets surprised, but for another reason. That brat, he can use haki. Chinjao widened his eyes. It's very unusual for a pirate in blues to know haki. But Buggy doesn't just know it, he can use it. His haki mastery is also quite high because he has learned it for almost 2 years. He also often uses it in battle, so his haki is quite strong. Now Chinjao really wants to recruit Buggy. To be able to use haki at his age means that Buggy has high potential. But not everyone can know and learn haki. Did he come from Grand Line, or have a teacher from there? Doesn't matter, I will still get him to be my underling. Such youth with great potential shouldn't be wasted. I'll strengthen my group and get my revenge on Garp, thinks Chinjao. Everyone watched as Buggy climbed the last mountain of this day. This is the 9th day, 4 days more to finish this challenge. But with this new method to climb, Buggy is sure that he can climb easier. I should have thought of this since the beginning. But the normal method is very good training for me. I can feel my rapid growth these days because of the climbing difficulty. It's not so bad, I guess, thinks Buggy. Buggy finishes the last mountain in 2 hours. It is quite fast, considering he finished the 4th mountain in 3 hours. His time has started to return to normal. The next day, Buggy can climb with his normal time again. He finishes his climbing in around 11 hours like usual. This makes the audience surprised because the weights that Buggy uses are more than 1,120 kilograms. But he can climb faster than when he used 900 plus kg weight. Some people thought that Buggy uses less weight. But when they know that Happo Navy is the one who prepares the weight, they can't complain. Happo Navy is a respectable force here, and people have great belief in them. So they won't doubt it again when Happo Navy was the one who prepared the weight. The day after that, Buggy can also climb without a hitch. He start with 1,220 kilograms, based on the agreement. But of course, it has been tampered with and become 1,350 kilograms by now. It is 130 kilograms more than the agreement. It should be the weight for tomorrow, but it has become today's first weight. Even so, Buggy can climb with it and finish the first mountain. He can finish the next mountain with 1,375 kilograms, which has 135 kilograms addition from the agreement. Buggy can climb all 5 mountains today even with all those additional weights. It's just that his time result is really slow today. He finished climbing in 18 hours because the cheat weights are getting heavier. In the 5th mountain, the cheat weight has reached 200 kilograms more. So from the 1,300 kilograms agreement weight, it became 1,500 kilograms. It's even 100 kilograms heavier than the last weight in agreement, which is 1,400 kilograms. It's not only because of the weight. Buggy also has a little problem today. On the 4th mountain, he fall when he climbed 1/4 of the mountain. But he's fine and can climb again until he finished. However, all those cheating has made Buggy grow faster. Instead of making Buggy fail, Shinjao's plan has made Buggy grow rapidly. He has helped Buggy with all those cheatings. Shinjao clench his fists and grit his teeth seeing Buggy succeed on the 12th day. So tomorrow is the last day. Looking at today's result, the possibility for Buggy's success is high. I need to do something else. I've bet Hashoken manual to him. With many people as witnesses, I can only give it to him or the citizens will not trust me again. If he can win tomorrow, then I will need to do something else. Shinjao plans something for the last day. The next day, Buggy come to the first mountain alone at 1:30 am. He has ordered his crew to prepare everything and get ready to leave. Even if he wins the challenge, he will need to leave Kano country immediately. Buggy knows Shinjao won't let him go that easily. Shinjao will save his face in front of the citizens by giving him Hashoken manual. But after he leaves this island, Shinjao will try to get him forcefully. Hashoken is this country's secret martial art. So they won't give it to outsiders that easily. But they can't get back on their word and will give it to Buggy if he wins. However, after Buggy gets the manual, they can take it back forcefully. Buggy prepares himself to climb the first mountain. He ties the rope on his body, but this rope feels different. It's very rough and it hurts his hands when he holds it. Buggy look at the Happo Navy guys who act dumb with this. Buggy just smirks seeing their bad acting. He ignores them and ties the rope on his body, then climbs the first mountain of the day. This is the 95th mountain, with 4 more to go. Buggy climb using his swords that he stabbed on the cliff again. For his feet, Buggy has a new pair of shoes that have sharp pointy tips like blades made of steel. Cricket has made this for Buggy to make his climb easier. Buggy covers his swords and sharp shoes with haki. He also uses haki to cover his skin that gets in contact with the rope. It will prevent wounds and injuries caused by the rough rope. As for the weight, it is 220 kilograms heavier than the agreement. It should be 1,320, but it became 1,540 kilograms. Shinjao has become bold enough to add that many weights for the last day. But Buggy still climbs with it without any protest. Buggy finishes the first mountain in 3 hours. Then he finished the second mountain in 3,5 hours. The third mountain in 4 hours, the fourth mountain in 4,5 hours, and finally, the last mountain in 5 hours. His total climbing time for the last day is 20 hours. He also needs 2 hours that day to rest, eat, drink, relax his muscles, etc. So his total time is 22 hours, very close to midnight because he starts at 1:30 am and finishes at 11:30 pm. The last weight that Buggy used on the 99th mountain is 1,700 kilograms, 300 kilograms heavier than the deal. But Buggy still can finish it, so now his crew won't be Happo Navy's subordinate. Buggy lay on the ground while panting hard now. Pant pant, finally, it's finished. Chapter 58, Escaping Kano Country. Shinjao approaches Buggy, who lay on the ground after climbing the last mountain. Yahaho, I never thought that you would succeed to climb all 99 mountains. Shinjao laughs even though he is really mad right now because he lose. But he needs to save his image in front of so many people. My hard work has been paid off, I guess, says Buggy while smirking. Shinjao clicks his tongue inwardly, but he still keeps his friendly expression. Then, as we have agreed before this challenge started, I will give you this Hashoken manual. Shinjao gives Buggy the Hashoken manual. It is quite thick and Buggy checks it fast to see if it's real. He's surprised to see that it's real and complete. He thought Shinjao will give him an incomplete or fake manual. Yahaho, I won't give you incomplete or even fake manual. I am true to my words, says Shinjao with a friendly expression. Buggy looks at the citizens around them and smirk. If there are no people here, he will just beat me while I'm weak and won't give a shit about the deal. These people have really saved me this time. Then, I will return to my ship and rest now. I feel very tired after hours of climbing up and down the mountains, says Buggy while standing up. Yahaho, you're right, you need to rest. Rest is also important to grow strong, says Shinjao with his fake smile. Buggy grins and takes his winning prize from his bet first before going back to his ship. Buggy and his crew have betting for his win since the beginning. Now they already get a lot of money from their bet. This challenge is really not bad. When Buggy leaves, the smile on Shinjao's face is gone. He orders his men to prepare their ships and troops. They will wait for the clown pirates to leave the island and attack them on the sea. Buggy arrives on his ship after some minutes of walking. His crew has waited for him and prepared everything. They are ready to sail anytime and leave this island. Buggy threw the money bag to the floor and asked, "Everything's ready?" "Aye. We can sail anytime," answers Cricket. "Good, let's sail now." Buggy orders them. They all answer, "Aye aye." "Mantis, I'm hungry," says Buggy. "I know you will say that, Mantis." Mantis goes to the kitchen to prepare some food that she has cooked. The others are preparing the ship to sail, while Buggy just lays on the floor to rest. They unfurl the sail and pull the anchor, then sail immediately. Some spies from Happo Navy who stay on the port are surprised to see the clown pirates leave this fast. It is on their prediction, but it is still too fast. They contact their comrades about it and return to their base. The clowns sail as fast as they can following Jude's instruction. Jude has a special ability that can help her to navigate better. She can predict the wind and water currents movement and speed. This is something that she trained since she's very young. So it's not a gift, it's an ability that she got through hard work. Her father was the one who taught this to her since she's 4 years. With Jude's instruction, they can sail very fast. Jude also has planned their escape route, so they just need to follow it. Now they just need to look for enemy ships that will chase them. While his crewmates are busy with the ship, Buggy is eating in the dining room. He eats a lot of food to replenish all the energy that he spent today. This is the most tiring day because he lifted the heaviest weights that he ever lift. Webnovo. Captain, why'd you let them cheat with the weight? I know you've realized this, asks Mantis while cooking more food. Because I could lift those weights. If I couldn't lift them, then I will complain to them. Besides, they're helping me to grow stronger this fast. So it's not that bad, right? Says Buggy while smirking. Buggy has realized the cheating since he lifted what was supposed to be 1000 kilograms weight. The added weight has become a lot heavier at that time, so he realized it. There was 80 kilograms more weight at that time, so he realized it. But Buggy decided to stay silent about that. It's because he could feel his growth became faster since this challenge started. Even some cheating doesn't stop him and helps him grow faster instead. So he used it for his advantage too. The clown pirates have only sailed for 10 minutes when some ships can be seen chasing them. Cricket uses a scope to look at those ships. He see their symbol and confirmed that they're Hapo Navy. Cricket informs his crewmates and they all go to the rear deck. Buggy also comes out from the kitchen while carrying some big pieces of meat. He looks at the pursuing ship while eating. Jude, find the best way to escape from them. Cricket, take the helm, and follow Jude's instruction. Dina and Robin, prepare the cannons and ammunition. Mantis, bring my food here. I will stay on the rear and guard the ship, Buggy instructs everyone. Aye aye. Everyone answers Buggy's instruction and starts to do their task. Buggy stays on the rear deck while looking at the pursuing Hapo Navy ships. He looks at the biggest ship and sees the one at the front deck, Chinjao. Buggy can see Chinjao's big body from his spot and keep an eye on the old man. Buggy knows they're not Chinjao's opponents yet. So they need to avoid direct combat with Hapo Navy. He is not a coward, but he is not that stupid too. His crew is still weak, and he is very tired. So the best way to do now is to leave. Buggy keeps eating his food while looking at Hapo Navy's ships that getting closer slowly. Even with Jude's great navigational ship, they can't outrun the Hapo Navy. Hapo Navy has better ships with better technology, that's obvious. Their navigators are experienced too and have gone to Grand Line. So their navigational skills are top-notch. The clown's ship, Little Hunter, can't move faster than this. Little Hunter was just a ship that Buggy stole from a pirate crew that he hunted in the past. That's also why he named it Little Hunter, because he was just a little bounty hunter at that time. The Hapo Navy keeps getting closer and Little Hunter almost reaches their firing rate. So Buggy gets on the railing while gulping down his drink. He looks at the 5 incoming ships and Chinjao. Don Chinjao, don't you feel ashamed by this? Someone with a bounty of more than 500 million chases a crew with less than 100 million worth of bounty using 5 ships. Have you became that weak after Garp turned your head into a potato? Asks Buggy while smirking. Don Chinjao fumed in anger hearing Buggy's words. How dare a small-time pirate like you insult me? You're just a brat that hasn't even grow his hair below. Ha! But this brat has won against you in your own game, says Buggy. That was just a game. If you want to prove your power, then show it through battle. Pirates need to be strong in battle, not just game, says Chinjao while clenching his fists. That's not just a game, that's training. So I will show you what I got from that training, says Buggy while unsheathing his white sword, Pollux. Thanks to your game, I've understood my swords even more now, says Buggy while holding his Pollux. Since he climb with more than 1000 kilograms weight, Buggy keep using his swords. When he used his swords, he flow his haki to them. His usage of haki doesn't just strengthen his haki, but he also gets something with the swords. Through that haki flow and his continuous usage of the twin swords, Buggy has created a connection with them. He can feel the swords like they're his limbs, they're parts of his body. Then because of that connection, now Buggy knows how to utilize their devil fruit power. This is something that he has tried to find out since he found them. Buggy points his sword at Chinjao and says, "With this newly founded power, I will destroy your pride." Chapter 59, Strong Attacks. The Happo Navy ships are getting closer to clown pirates. Buggy stays on the rear to defend the ship while the others control the ship to escape. "It's futile, you can't get away from me," says Chinjao. "Oh yeah? But I think we can," says Buggy. Buggy holds Pollux with his right hand and uses Haki on it. Then he gets into a stance with Pollux positioned on his left. Pollux then starts to glow with white light and Buggy keeps it raised for a minute to charge his attack energy. "Take this. Press release, slash." Buggy says his technique name. Buggy swing Pollux from his left to his right horizontally with full power. A big white flying slash attack comes out from Buggy's swing. It moves very fast toward Happo Navy ships. Chinjao orders the other ships to back off or they'll get hit by Buggy's attack. Then Chinjao moved forward to block the flying slash attack. Chinjao covers his whole body with Haki and waits for the slash attack. The slash attack reaches his ship, but it's moving toward the lower hull because the little hunter's height is a lot lower than Chinjao's ship. So Chinjao can only jump down to defend against the flying slash attack. He jump at the right time and receive the slash attack with his body. Then he grabs it while getting pushed back by the slash attack and land on his ship's keel. Chinjao land on his feet while holding the flying slash attack. But now he can feel the power of Buggy's attack. It is very strong and starts to push him and his ship back. How can that brat have this much power? Isn't he tired after climbing 5 mountains with those weights, thinks Chinjao. Buggy's flying slash attack is created using Pollux's devil fruit power. Its power is press, so Buggy accumulated strong pressing power and release it at once. For the energy, Pollux feeds on his Haki to activate the devil fruit power. The same thing also applied with Castor. However, to use it, he needs a strong bond with his swords. That's why he's glad at Chinjao's challenge to climb those mountains. In the last few days, he created a strong bond with his swords. So now he can use their power. Chinjao's ship is getting pushed back, so Buggy orders his crew to sail faster. Buggy also wants to do something while Chinjao's hands are full. Buggy gets into a stance again like before and charges his attack. Then Buggy slashes his sword at Happo Navy ships and creates another flying slash attack. Press release, slash. The Happo Navy and Chinjao widen their eyes at the incoming attack. This attack is a little higher than the previous one. It is higher than the deck, so it will hit the masts and cut them. Chinjao exerts all his power and redirects the attack that he blocks down to the sea. He succeeds and the first attack goes down to the sea. Chinjao also used the momentum from his redirection to move up and block the second attack. Chinjao jump and almost reach the second attack. He tries to punch the attack to the sky, but it moves past his punch narrowly. So now the slash attack flies toward the ship's mast. "Shit!" shout Chinjao. Buggy's flying slash attack moves toward the mast and no one other than Chinjao can block it. The attack hit the mast and cut it. Then it moves toward the other masts and cuts them too. Buggy then sent 4 more attacks toward the other 4 ships. The other 4 ships receive the same fate as their main ship. Their masts get cut and they won't be able to sail again. The clown pirates use this chance to run away. Buggy knows he can't defeat Don Chinjao with his current strength, so it's better to leave. Besides, just creating those 6 attacks has made him very tired and he run out of Haki now. The clown pirates sail away fast and Don Chinjao can only look at them angrily. He feels very humiliated, like when Garp destroyed his drill. "Curse you, Buggy the clown! I won't forgive you and I will get my revenge on you just like Garp," says Chinjao while clenching his fists. Don Chinjao now put Buggy on his top hate list. Buggy is just second after Garp because he is a lot weaker than Garp now. But the humiliation that Buggy gave to him is the same as Garp. The clown pirates have escaped and moved to South Blue. They haven't finished exploring West Blue, but they know they can't stay here any longer with Happo Navy chasing them. Don Chinjao receives a scolding from the Kano country's king. Not only he gave the Hashokan manual to outsiders, but he also lost in a battle against a small pirate crew. It put shame on Kano country. Listen, this incident shouldn't be known by the world. So I want everyone here to close their mouth and don't spread it, even to your family. Orders the king. Yes, everyone replies. Among the people in the room, there's one of Chinjao's nephews, Lei. Unlike the others, Lei sees this as an opportunity. If he can get the manual back and capture the clown pirates, he can be the next Happo Navy's admiral or don. He is weaker than Chinjao, so he can't hope to get the admiral title with his power. So he will get it through merit, and capturing a crew that has humiliated the current admiral will give him a lot of merit points. Lei orders his men to search for the clown pirates' location without anyone's knowing. He will move on his own and come back with the captured clown pirates. Lei's men move fast and find the clown pirates' location. They're transiting on Rhode Island, which is located on the route to the Red Line crossing port. They are filling their supplies in Rhode Island. Lei knows his uncle will find out about this soon, so he needs to move fast. Lei immediately chases the clown pirates together with his men. With his ship, he can reach Rhode Island in 6 hours at full speed. But in 6 hours, Buggy and Co will finish their business on that island. So Lei will chase them to the Red Line port and get them before they reach the port. He won't be able to do anything if the clown pirates have reached the port after all. The port is an important place and no one can make a mess there. Messing with the port means messing with the whole underworld. Even WG won't dare to make a mess in that place. EAV.C. Meanwhile, the clown pirates are sailing to Red Line crossing port. They will go to South Blue through that port like how Buggy crossed from East Blue to North Blue. They sail rather fast because they know that Happo Navy will know that they've stopped on Rhode Island just now. They were forced to stop on Rhode Island previously because Buggy ate almost all of their supplies. He is very hungry after spending his energy climbing all those mountains. He also spent a lot of energy on his hacky and big attacks last night. Captain, a Happo Navy ship is coming to US, Cricket shouts from the crow nest. Is it Don Chinjao? Asks Buggy. No, it's his nephew, Lei, answers Cricket. Buggy grins and says, "Ha, they underestimate us. Prepare for battle. We will sink them." Chapter 60, Enemies Pursuit. The clown pirates get ready for a battle against Lei's group. They prepare their cannons and also their weapons. Buggy orders Dina and Robin to hide inside, or their whereabouts will be exposed. "Why don't you cut their masts again, Captain?" asks Jude. "If we keep running away from them, they will think that we are just cowards. It will also be a warning to them that we will fight back and won't just running away," says Buggy. "Did you have some information about that Lei?" asks Mantis. "Yeah, I know a little about him," says Buggy. "Lei is a high-rank officer in Happo Navy and Chinjao's nephew. He is a strong candidate to be the next Don. But Chinjao is still strong, so he won't pass down the Don title soon. Besides, Chinjao will most likely pass the title to his own descendant. Lei is quite strong too, although not at Chinjao's level. It is proved by his bounty, which is 95 million belly. Even in Grand Line, that bounty is quite high. As a Happo Navy officer, Lei must have learned Hashokan, and most likely can use Haki. He also has some strong men like his right-hand man who have 30 million and his helmsman who have 15 million. So the clowns need to get very serious in this battle." Buggy orders Cricket to fight Lei's right-hand man, Hanji. Mantis will take care of the helmsman, Yoko. Jude will take care of the normal troops using her devil fruit power that can cover a wide area. As for Lei, Buggy will take care of him. Soon, Lei's ship is getting closer to them. The clown pirates are waiting on the deck and ready for battle. Lei also stands to look at them while smirking arrogantly. You don't want to run away again? Asks Lei haughtily. Why should we run from some people that we can defeat? Buggy smirks at Lei. Lei's smile disappears when he hears Buggy. It is clear that Buggy has insulted him and thinks that he is weaker. Lei orders his men to move their ship closer to Little Hunter. They will fight directly instead of shooting their cannons on each other's ship. Buggy is more than happy to hear this because he doesn't need to waste his ship's ammunition. Buggy lets them get closer, then when they get very close, the clowns jump to the enemy's ship. There's no way they will fight on Little Hunter and break it. The 4 clown pirates are facing Lei's unit that has 43 men including Lei. They look at each other and take out their weapons. No one moved because their leaders haven't given command. I will make you feel the consequences for looking down at me, says Lei with a low voice. Isn't it you who underestimating us? I never underestimate you, I'm just looking down on you. After all, you're a lot weaker than your uncle. You will never become the Don, Buggy smirks. Lei fumes in anger because Buggy knows his ambition to become a Don. Well, it's not hard for Buggy to guess it because Lei came here just with his unit. It's like he wants to prove that he is better than Shinjao. So it's clear that he wants to get the Don title. Men, attack! Lei orders his men. Attack! Buggy also orders his crew. Lei's men rush to the clown pirates together. Only Lei, Hanzi, and Yoko stay behind to watch first. They have many troops, so they can let their troops tire out the enemies. The clowns don't have that privilege, so they attack together. Buggy rushes first and attacks the enemies with his twin swords. Cricket uses his flintlocks to shoot at the enemies. Mantis uses her steel bat to fight, and Jude uses her ash power. Buggy and Co fight with the normal troops and defeat them easily. These people are on the level of normal pirates, so it's not hard to defeat them. The only difference with normal pirates is just the quality of their weapons, which are quite high. Even so, Buggy and Co can reduce their number from 40 to 20 in a short time. Their weapons might be good, but their skills are still very low. They're just bottom feeders that only have numbers as an advantage, after all. Lei watches his men get defeated easily, so he sends Hanji and Yoko to attack too. Hanji and Yoko try to attack Buggy. Hanji uses a long staff, while Yoko uses a straight double-blade sword. They jump together at Buggy and attack him from above. But Cricket and Mantis block them while they're mid-air. Mantis blocks Yoko's sword with her bat, while Cricket grabs Hanji's staff with his hand. Our captain doesn't have time to fight with small fries like you, says Cricket while smirking. Mont Blanc Chestnut Cricket, you have 19 million bounty on your head. Quite impressive for a rookie, says Hanji with a serious expression. Of course. It's better than you, a veteran who only has 30 million on your head. You should be ashamed, Cricket smirks at Hanji while sending a punch. Hanji doesn't say anything else and jumps away to avoid Cricket's punch. Yoko and Mantis doesn't have any talk and just gets away from there. Buggy looks at them and nod, now Lei is alone behind. Jude, I leave these cockroaches to you, says Buggy to Jude. Yes, Captain. Leave them to me, answers Jude. Buggy nods and moves to Lei while slashing down some enemies. Now there are only 13 from 40 men that Jude needs to defeat. She can use them as his guinea pigs to try her devil fruit techniques. Buggy is facing Lei now. They look at each other with a strong gaze and try to judge each other's strength. They don't make any move and just assessing each other. I must admit, you're quite impressive to embarrass Uncle Shinjao 2 times, says Lei. 2 times? Asks Buggy while raising an eyebrow. The mountain climbing and the mast's destruction. Giving Hashoken to outsiders is a violation of Kano country's law. But he has promised, so he needs to fulfill it even if the king will scold him. However, for my uncle, the price of Hashoken is nothing compared to the humiliation that you gave him when you cut his ship's masts. Now he is putting you on his top hated people list. You're placed right below Garp, so you should feel honored, says Lei while smirking. He has hated people list? Is he a kid? Buggy sweat drop at this news. Well, he is a bit childish sometimes, but it doesn't matter now. After I defeat you, I will get a lot of merit points and will be closer to that Dawn title. So you should be honored to get defeated by this future Dawn, says Lei while still smirking. Future Dawn, hey? That won't happen unless you can defeat me, Buggy smirks while holding his twin swords. He's ready to fight. That's easy, Lei also smirks and gets into a fighting stance with bare fists. Buggy covers his swords with haki, and Lei also covers his fists with haki. There's a silence between them for a moment. Then suddenly they jump to each other and clash. Chapter 61, Clowns vs Happo Unit. A clash between Clown Pirates and Lei's Happo Navy unit has broken. Jude fight with Lei's 13 normal troops, Mantis fight with Yoko, Cricket fight with Hanji, while Buggy fight with Lei. Buggy uses his swords like usual, while Lei just uses his fists. They've covered their swords and fists with haki and rush to each other. Buggy swings his pollux on his right hand, and Lei sends a right-hand punch. Clang, their attack clash and create a sound like metal hitting metal because of their armament haki. Lei uses his Hashoken and Buggy just uses his right sword. But Buggy exerts equal power to cancel the effect of Hashoken's vibration. Buggy has more raw power than Lei, but Lei's Hashoken gives his attack more power too, make it equal with Buggy's attack. It's thanks to the mountain climbing that Buggy has more power now. So he doesn't lose his ground against Lei. They clash again, and Buggy realizes something. His haki is harder than mine. Buggy can feel that Lei's haki is harder than his. It must be because Lei has more experience to fight people who can use haki too. Fighting with someone who has a stronger haki can make their haki stronger too. Rebve.co. That's why now Buggy is very excited. If Lei has a stronger haki, then this battle can help Buggy strengthen his haki. Now Buggy also needs to know if Lei has strong observation haki or not. Buggy and Lei then start to clash with small attacks. They don't dodge or evade any attack, but they keep countering each other's attack with their attack. Buggy and Lei just use their basic techniques to fight. They attack with high speed and strong power. Both of them haven't moved at all from their initial spot when they start to clash. Buggy just keeps swinging his swords and Lei just keeps punching with his Hashoken punches. Buggy knows Lei wants to prove that he is stronger than Buggy. So Buggy gladly takes his challenge head-on to improve his haki. On the other spot, Cricket also clashes with Hanji. He often dodges because Hanji uses a metal staff. Cricket can't block the staff with his body or his flintlock. He hasn't been able to use armament hardening, although he can use basic colorless armament now. His flintlocks were also not designed to be used as close combat tools. Cricket dodges a horizontal attack from Hanji, then he punches back. Hanji blocks his punch with the middle section of his staff, then swings the upper side down to Cricket's head. Cricket ducked to evade the staff, but then Hanji swing his staff back to hit Cricket. Cricket doesn't have time to dodge again, so he got hit and roll on the floor. Damn it, if only I can use armament, then I will be able to defend that attack, says Cricket while rubbing his right cheek that got hit. Cricket suddenly rolls to the side to evade Hanji's vertical strike. Cricket stands up and fights again with Hanji. He is in the defensive position and mostly evades while attacking back sometimes. Just like Cricket, who has a hard time with his opponent, Mantis is having a hard time too. Yoko is physically stronger than her and she keeps getting pushed. His skill is not that good, but his power makes up for that lack of skill. Mantis uses her agility to dodge and strike back. But her weapon isn't suitable for fast attacks, so she can't attack fast enough. Luckily she uses a metal bat, so she can block the sword attack and avoid getting cut. I can't move fast enough with this metal bat, it's too heavy. I need a lighter metal bat, or maybe I need to change my weapon. Damn, I really need to choose my weapon carefully, says Mantis while blocking Yoko's attack. Mantis was not a weapon user, but she chose to use a metal bat so suddenly after the crew arrived on West Blue. The enemies that they've fought often have weapons and mostly sharp weapons like swords. So she thought she need to have a weapon too if she want to fight those sharp weapon users. She can't block a sword with her hands except she can use armament haki like Buggy. But she knows it's not easy to learn haki, so she chooses to use a weapon and her choice falls on this metal bat. She didn't choose it carefully and just like it. So now she feels the effect of her reckless choosing. But she can't discard this metal bat now or she will get cut. While Cricket and Mantis have a hard time, Jude has an easy time. She uses her Ash Devil Fruit power to attack her opponents. She spread her ash and make it blunt or sharp to attack. She'll also strangle them using her ash. Her opponents can't attack her at all because their attacks will just pass through her ash body. These small fries can't use haki after all. Even Hanji and Yoko can't use it yet, not to mention these guys. Jude can defeat the 13 men easily and she looks at her friends. She sees Cricket and Mantis having a hard time, so she moves to Hello Mantis. But suddenly, a bullet pierces her body and explode. Boom! Jude's ash body gets scattered because of the explosion. Jude! Shouts Mantis panicky. She's fine, just focus on your fight, Mantis. Buggy warns Mantis. Just like what Buggy says, Jude is fine. The ash that scattered on the floor gather again. Then the ash turns into Jude who seems fine even after such an explosion. She looks up at the crow nest and sees a woman is looking at her while holding her rifle. A sniper. Why did Captain not mention her? Did Captain not sense her before? Ponders Jude. Jude is right, Buggy didn't sense the sniper before. He just sensed her when she's about to shoot at Jude. It's not that Buggy's observation haki is weak, the sniper has a power that allows her to hide her presence. Jude, that woman can hide her presence. Most likely a devil fruit ability, so be careful with that. Says Buggy while still fighting head-on with Lei. Ha, nice observation. Lin, she is a Logia. You can't defeat her without haki, so just keep her busy. I will defeat her after defeating this red nose, Lei instructs the sniper while smirking at Buggy. Lei send a punch with full power at Buggy after he said that. Buggy thrust Pollux that glow a little at Lei's punch. They clash and get into a stalemate for a moment. But then Lei gets pushed back and roll on the floor. Lei balanced himself and looks at Buggy with wide eyes. Don't talk too big. You will look weak when you lose later, says Buggy while smirking back. Bastard. Lei gets angry at Buggy. Chapter 62, Buggy vs Lei. The battle between Clown Pirates and Lei's Hapo Navy unit continues. Cricket, Mantis, and Jude are having a hard time fighting their opponents. They have a different problem that they need to solve. As for Buggy, he doesn't have a hard time, but not an easy one too. So far, he is equal with Lei and even push Lei back just now. But it doesn't mean he can defeat Lei easily. Just now, Buggy used Pollux's pressure power to push Lei back. It doesn't give him any satisfaction to use Pollux's power, but at least he can make Lei pay for his arrogance. You talk like you can defeat me when you can't even force me to move from my spot. You sure like to talk bullshit, says Buggy while grinning. Lei gets up and looks at Buggy angrily. He said he will defeat Buggy, but he get pushed by Buggy instead. Buggy really embarrasses him by doing that, and Lei is someone with high self-esteem. So he doesn't take it lightly. Bastard! How dare a lowly pirate as you embarrass me, says Lei angrily. Lei's aura suddenly changes and his body starts to transform. Orange and black fur start to appear on his skin. His teeth and nails become longer and sharper. He also grows bigger and stands on 4 limbs. Lei transforms into a big tiger. Zoan? I thought Hashokan practitioners won't eat a devil fruit and just use their martial art, says Buggy unfazed by the sudden transformation. There's no such rule. Only fools rely on one weapon without having any other options. I can do what I want to become stronger, says Lei. Is that your reason to hide your low mastery of Hashokan? Buggy mock Lei while grinning. Buggy succeeds to make Lei angry at him and jump to attack Buggy. Lei opens his mouth and shows his fangs. He tries to bite Buggy, so Buggy uses his swords to block the jaws. Lei covers his jaws with haki to not get cut by Buggy's swords. Then he swings his front legs at Buggy and uses claws to attack imbued with Hashokan. Buggy just grins and lets the claws scratch him. Lei get excited when his claws ripped Buggy's body. But then he gets shocked when he sees Buggy is fine. Lei looks at Buggy's body that gets cut into some parts, but he is fine. Lei jumps back and asks Buggy, "You're a devil fruit user too. What do you think?" Buggy asks back while grinning. Buggy never showed his devil fruit power in Kano country. So no one in Happo Navy knows that he is a devil fruit user. That's why Lei is very surprised now. Wait. But I used haki just now and even imbued my claw attack with Hashokan. Why don't you get affected? Asks Lei confusedly. Why should I tell you about it? Buggy doesn't answer Lei's question. Buggy doesn't tell Lei that it's not because of his devil fruit, but observation haki. Buggy has trained his observation more than armament in the last 2 years. It's because there's no one strong enough so far that can force him to strengthen his armament. Buggy can't see a glimpse of the future, but he can predict the attack direction easily. He uses his prediction to split his body in time before he gets cut. Although it won't work if he fights with someone that can move faster than his reaction time. Your body gets cut and split into some parts but you're fine. It must be a paramecia, and it doesn't look like you can use that power outside your body. Ha, it's not a good fruit at all, says Lei while analyzing Buggy's devil fruit power. Whether it's good or not, you're not the one to decide. A devil fruit grows strong with its user. No devil fruit is weak, there's only weak user, says Buggy. That's what someone with weak devil fruit always said, says Lei while smirking. Lei transform again into his hybrid form now. He become a bipedal tiger with a big upper body like Lucci's hybrid form. If claws don't work on you, then I will just use punches again, says Lei. Lei jumps to Buggy again and punches with his hand that has become bigger. Buggy swings his sword too and clashes with the punch. But now Buggy gets pushed back a little because Lei's Zoan devil fruit gives him more raw power. Buggy just grins and jumps at Lei and swings his swords in an X shape from below because Lei is a lot taller than him now. Lei blocks the swords with his hands and opens his mouth to bite Buggy again. Buggy cut off his head and send a headbutt to Lei's jaw from below. Lei gets his mouth closed forcefully by Buggy's headbutt. Then suddenly Lei's stomach gets hit by Buggy's knee kick and flings back. Buggy has cut his right leg from thigh to ankle and used his knee to kick Lei's stomach. Lei flings back, crash to the wall and enter the ship's room. Buggy's kick has become more powerful after his climbing and the levitation ability makes him can make his attack faster and stronger. So he can make Lei fly easily even in hybrid form. You're looking down on my devil fruit too much, fucker. Says Buggy with a serious expression. You too, says Lei while coming out from the rebels. Zoan's durability is really high, so that attack doesn't affect him too much. Buggy and Lei rush at each other again and clash. They fight head-on again with their basic skills. But now they use more power and create a booming sound every time they clash. Buggy uses his swordsmanship and raw power to counter Lei's Hashokan. Even if Lei has more raw power now, Buggy still can handle it. He can even climb a mountain with 1,700 kilograms tied to him. So Lei's power isn't a trouble for him. While Buggy's battle with Lei gets more heated up, the other clown's battle also gets more heated up. Cricket has started to block Hanji's staff attacks with his hands. Buggy has told Cricket that haki can get stronger if used on a stronger opponent and if his spirit gets stronger too. Buggy also told Cricket that someone will grow stronger if he is cornered. Cricket thinks that the current situation is like what Buggy said to him. His opponent is stronger, and he starts to get cornered. This is the perfect situation for him to grow stronger. But he still needs to be careful, or he will get defeated and maybe die. So Cricket starts to block Hanji's staff while trying to use his haki. He has started to grasp the feeling to use basic colorless armament haki. Cricket keeps trying to cover his hands with armament and block Hanji's staff attacks. But he hasn't succeeded so far and got many bruises on his hands and body. Mantis also tries to use her fight to improve her skills. But she is focused on observation haki, not armament like Cricket. She keeps trying to read Yoko's moves and fight back accordingly. Mantis also starts to use her legs to kick Yoko. She mainly uses her metal bat to block Yoko's sword. She is in better shape than Cricket because she can block most of Yoko's attacks. She only gets some small cuts and is even able to hit Yoko a few times. On the other hand, Jude can't do anything about her opponent, Lin. Lin keeps shooting exploding projectiles at her and makes her can't move because she needs to reform her body every time. Her ash also still can't reach Lin, who stays high on the crow's nest. She can't do anything, but Jude also has the same thinking as Cricket and Mantis. The three of them look at Buggy, who fights against Lei without much trouble, and think, we need to grow stronger and not become weights for Captain. These guys will be our stepping stone. Chapter 63, Improvement. Buggy's crewmates now get more spirited after seeing Buggy's fight. Buggy is on equal ground with Lei, who has transformed into his hybrid form. On the other hand, they get overwhelmed by their enemies. I can't stay weak like this. Our enemies will keep getting stronger, thinks Cricket. If we don't get stronger, we will just become burdens for Captain, thinks Mantis. I need to get stronger so that Captain will start to look at me differently, thinks Jude. Jude has a hidden motive, but her intention is the same as the others. They all need to get stronger and get closer to Buggy's level so that they can help Buggy. After meeting Don Chinjao, they know that there are many people that Buggy can't defeat yet. They never saw their captain trying to run away because his opponent is too strong. They know that Buggy isn't afraid of Chinjao and will fight him if needed. The reason why Buggy chooses to run away is them. They are too weak and will just get killed if they fight with Don Chinjao. Sooner or later, they will need to fight with people at Chinjao's level. If they don't get stronger, they will die. The sea is cruel and unforgiving. Cricket, Mantis, and Jude get more spirited and fight more fiercely. They exert all their power and try to exert more, surpassing their limit. Cricket takes Hanji's staff attack head-on while attacking back. He ignores the pain that he feels when he gets hit. He keeps trying to use armament to protect his body while blocking the staff attacks. Cricket fight fiercely even with the injuries that he got. He fights like a madman and starts to push Hanji back. The power of desperation always pushes someone to surpass his limitation. This surprises Hanji, that suddenly feels the change in Cricket's eyes. What happened to this guy? How can he move like this with all those bruises? Mantis also starts to move more fiercely and swiftly. She starts to get bold on her attacks and her movements become more agile. She uses her bat to block while using her legs to attack. Her moves become nimbler and more effective. She uses small attacks that always hit and doesn't use big attacks that will get evaded. She also starts to push her opponent, Yoko, back. As for Jude, she is still trying to find a way to reach her opponent, who stays on the crow nest. She still can't control her devil fruit to reach such height. Her opponent, Lin, also seems to have unlimited projectiles. Lin keeps shooting at Jude with exploding projectiles that make Jude's ash body scattered. So Jude can't even move because she needs to reform her body every time. Those projectiles explode upon contact. So if they touch something before reaching me, they should explode there, and the explosion won't reach me. I need to make a shield, thinks Jude after analyzing the exploding projectiles. Jude gets shot again and her ash body is scattered again. But now she doesn't reform her body immediately. She controls the ash to become a wide thin shield first before reforming her body. Lin shoots again, but her projectile hits the ash shield. It explodes and destroys the shield, but Jude doesn't get hit at all. Jude gets elated and immediately reform her ash shield again. This can work, says Jude happily. Buggy can see his crewmates are improving in their battle. He smiles because this is the reason why he chooses to fight Lei's group. He can destroy Lei's ship's mast like what he did to Chinjao's ship, but he wants his crewmates to grow. Buggy is still clashing with Lei using his swordsmanship. He just uses basic skills and haki to improve his haki because Lei's armament haki is a bit stronger than him. But Buggy doesn't get any improvement at all so far. Is it because I use my swords and not using my hands directly? Ponders Buggy. Buggy wants to try it, so he jumps back to make a distance. Then he sheaths his swords on their scabbards and gets into a fist-fighting stance. What is this? Have you given up using your swords? Ha, do you think your hands are tougher than your swords? Asks Lei. I have my reason that you don't need to know, replies Buggy. You won't be able to stand on equal ground with me again now, says Lei while smirking. Lei jumps forward to attack Buggy with a punch that he has prepared. Buggy also gets into a stance and punches Lei with all his might. Boom! A booming sound is created from their clash. Lei smirks, but then it disappeared when Buggy doesn't move back at all. You can take my attack with bare hand? How? Asks Lei confusedly. Of course. Using swords or not, the power of my attacks comes from me. So there won't be any change. It's just that swords can cut things, unlike fists. You should know that much, idiot, says Buggy while smirking. TCH, Lei clicks his tongue. Buggy smiles like nothing happened, but he curses in his heart. Shit. My hand hurt. His haki is tougher and the Hashokan make it stronger. I can even feel the vibration in my legs now. Buggy can feel the impact of Lei's haki punch and Hashokan even better now. His hand feels hurt, but he needs to appear strong to make Lei lose his confidence a little. However, Buggy still has sufficient power to nullify Lei's attack. He has strong punches that can nullify Hashokan's power. The only problem is just his haki that isn't strong enough. Buggy and Lei start to exchange a barrage of punches without moving back at all. Buggy keeps trying to toughen his haki so it can reach and even surpass Lei's haki's toughness. They keep exchanging their punches with high speed and power. Booming sounds and vibration effects from Hashokan keep appearing between Buggy and Lei. Buggy grins excitedly because he never has this kind of fight. Maybe this is how a man's fight should be. Direct, no evasion, just pure strength to defeat the opponent. But Buggy's grin fades a little and he cries in his heart. Damn, my hands hurt. Buggy can feel his hands start to get hurt after countering Lei's punches many times. Even his body started to get hurt after receiving many vibration attacks. So Buggy needs to cut the vibration from reaching his body. Buggy cut his forearms in the middle of the fight. But he still moves his fists to counter Lei's punches. Lei gets surprised by this and becomes wary if Buggy will suddenly attack with his legs or head like before. But Buggy doesn't do it and just keeps punching with his detached fists. He concentrates on controlling his flying fists. Then his fists start to move faster and have more power. Buggy uses his detached parts levitation ability to add more speed and power to his punches. Lei starts to get pushed back a little now because of the speed and power. Lei also failed to block some punches and gets hit. But his Zoan durability really helps him in this case. Still, he can't keep getting hit, so he covers his whole body with haki. Buggy and Lei keep fighting until they move to the empty front deck. Creak. Suddenly Buggy and Lei hear a loud creaking sound from the main deck. They stop their fight and look at the source of that sound. They see the main mast break and fall to the side. Lei fumed and shouts, "Who dare to break my ship?" Lei wants to go to the main deck, but Buggy punches him from the side and stops him. Buggy grins and says, "Your opponent is me, Tiger Cat." Chapter 64, Hashokan. The main mast suddenly breaks and falls to the sea. It surprises everyone, so they all stop their battle and look at the broken mast. Buggy looks at the broken part and sees ash surrounding it. Buggy smiles because he knows that Jude is the one who caused it. She broke the mast slowly while defending herself from the exploding projectiles. The main mast break and fall to the sea. Lin the sniper can jump to the ship and save herself. She runs on the fallen mast and Jude wants to catch her with her ash. But Lin throws a smoke bomb to hide and then disappears. That is not a devil fruit ability. She is trained in stealth, says Buggy. Buggy can sense that Lin doesn't disappear instantly. She regulates her breath while run away to hide. Then her presence fades slowly. But now when Buggy knows about it, he still can sense her. Jude, I know where she is. Do you want me to help you? Asks Buggy. No, I will take care of this myself. Captain just need to focus on him, says Jude. Buggy nod and focus on Lei again. Lei put his hands on the floor and crouch a little. Then he covers his head with haki and jumps Buggy head first at Buggy. Budo, military head. Lei says his technique's name. Lei sends a headbutt at Buggy and Buggy gets ready to take it. Buggy gets into a stance and covers his right hand with haki. Then Buggy punch Lei's head and their clash create a booming sound. They get into a stalemate, but then Buggy got pushed and fling back. He crashes into the railing and almost breaks it. Buggy then jumps to the left to evade Lei's headbutt. Lei breaks the railing and rushes to headbutt Buggy again. Buggy evades again because Lei's headbutt is stronger than he thought. Lei uses his legs and hands to add more power to his headbutt. What's wrong? Aren't you going to take my attacks head on again? Asks Lei with a mocking tone. I should be the one who asks what's wrong with you? A tiger shouldn't be headbutting like a bull, says Buggy. FEBNL.com. What's wrong with that? Headbutt is one of the Hashokan martial art techniques. My uncle got famous for his headbutt. Of course, before his head got pummeled by Garp, says Lei while still chasing Buggy. For someone who wants to take the Don position from your uncle, you sure are looking up to him. I always look up to him, but this is a new era. So Hapo Navy needs to change too, says Lei. Ha, good thinking. Then, show me whether you can be a big figure in this era or not, says Buggy. Buggy takes a distance and gets into a lower stance. He covers both his hands with haki until his shoulder and gets ready to fight Lei. Then Buggy cock both his hands back and open his palms. Lei grins and rushes at Buggy with his headbutt again. Buggy slide his right foot back and thrust both his hands forward. He places the right hand on top, while the left hand below with the palm open. Counter wave. Buggy says his technique's name. Buggy thrust his hands forward and detach them. The hands fly at fast speed toward Lei's headbutt. Then Buggy's hands clash with Lei's headbutt. A booming sound created from their clash and vibration ripples also created. But these vibration ripples are strange because they're wavy, not just a perfect circle like how it should be. After a moment of stalemate, Lei gets flung back and crashes to the floor. Lei widens his eyes and then looks at Buggy who grins widely. You can use Hashokan already? Asks Lei with wide eyes. Am I? Asks Buggy while grinning. You won't be able to fool me. That's certainly a Hashokan even though it's not perfect yet, says Lei while gritting his teeth. That's right, Buggy just used an imperfect Hashokan to counter Lei's Hashokan headbutt. Buggy has read the manual since he left Kano country. He understand the principle and the fight with Lei gave him more understanding. So he tried to use it just now to counter Lei's headbutt. Buggy's attacks are strong. So when he adds vibration on them, they will be very strong and overpower Lei's headbutt. But it's also because Lei wasn't ready to receive that kind of attack. Lei grit his teeth because it took him a few months to learn the vibration. But it only takes hours for Buggy to be able to use Hashokan's vibration, albeit imperfect. Lei doesn't accept this and rushes at Buggy angrily. Lei sends a barrage of Hashokan punches at Buggy. Buggy, who has put his hands back, counter Lei's Hashokan punches with his own imperfect Hashokan punches. Their clash creates a booming sound and strange wavy ripples. Buggy's imperfect vibration is disturbing Lei's perfect vibration and weakened it. Lei keeps punching at Buggy angrily and exert more power. Buggy grins and also exerts more power while using Hashokan to understand it more. On the other side, Cricket is in very bad shape with many bruises after receiving Hanji's staff attacks. But he is grinning now because he had found something. Hanji swings his staff from above to hit Cricket's head and Cricket raises his left hand to block it. Hanji grin because Cricket will just worsen his injuries by receiving this attack. Clang! Hanji's grin disappears and he widens his eyes in surprise. He feels like hitting metal and the impact sound is also like metal clashing. Hanji looks at Cricket's hand and gets stunned. How is this possible? Asks Hanji with disbelief tone. Hanji sees Cricket's left hand is covered with a tint of metallic black color. It's still weak, but Cricket has been able to harden his armament haki. It's all thanks to you that I can finally harden my haki. That's why now you don't have any use again. Goodbye, Cricket grin. Cricket grabs the staff and pulls it so Hanji also gets pulled. Cricket then punches Hanji with his right hand that is covered with weak armament hardening. Cricket punch with full power and hits Hanji's face. Hanji has got many injuries too from Cricket's reckless attacks that he uses so he can learn haki. Cricket's punch fling Hanji back at fast speed and makes him crash to the fallen mast. Hanji spits some blood and has only opened his eyes again when Cricket appears in front of him. Cricket jumps to Hanji and punches Hanji from above at stomach. The punch's impact breaks the floor that has been damaged by the fallen mast and sends Hanji down to the ship's inner room. Hanji faints and Cricket pants while grinning before he also falls to the floor because of exhaustion. Cricket has won and become the first one to finish his battle. Similar to Cricket, Mantis also has been able to start using observation haki. After seeing Cricket's victory, she decides to finish her fight too. Mantis now fully concentrated on her opponent. She can start to feel Yoko's intent and predict his movement. It's still a faint feeling, but she knows it's her observation haki. Mantis then moves according to what she senses and dodge Yoko's vertical swing. She kicks Yoko's wrist and makes him lose grasp of his sword. Yoko gets surprised and Mantis uses this chance to swing her metal bat upwards. Her metal bat hit Yoko's jaw and fling his head up. Then Mantis kicks Yoko right on his solar plexus, makes him bend down. Her bat is still high in the air, so she swings it down right on Yoko's head and makes his head sunk to the floor. Then she stomps his head down and makes him sink further. Mantis doesn't stop and keeps stomping Yoko's head until she's satisfied even when he has fainted. As for Jude, she is troubled by Lin's stealth skill. Lin keeps moving around undetected by Jude and shoots her from many angles. But now Jude has found a way to find Lin. Jude spread her ash particles very thinly on the air. She keeps spreading it until she finally feels someone moving among her ash particles. She immediately controls her remaining ash particles to grab that person, and she succeeds to grab Lin. Jude smiles and quickly moves to defeat Lin. Lin might have another trick to escape again, after all. Jude tightens her ash that grabs Lin and suffocates Lin until she faints. Buggy sees his crewmates have finished their battle, so he decides to finish his battle too. Lei has become angrier after his crewmates get defeated. His moves become more reckless and Buggy finds many weaknesses. A fighter needs to be clear-eyed in his battle. What you're doing right now is not helping at all. Let's finish this here. I don't need an opponent that can't fight with their full power. You are not ready to be a big figure in this era, says Buggy. Buggy unsheath Pollux and charge it with haki energy. Pollux glows white, then he swings Pollux diagonally toward Lei. Press release, slash. A white slashing arc flies toward Lei at high speed. Lei crosses his hands and covers his whole body with haki. The white slashing arc hits Lei and he tries to stop it, but he can't. Pollux's pressure power has made the slashing attack become very fast and powerful. Lei gets pushed back and his haki can't defend the slash attack. He flung back to the second mast, crashed to it and break it. He gets a massive cut wound and faints immediately. Buggy sheath his sword and says, "Done." Chapter 65, Crossing Port. The clown pirates have defeated Lay's Hapo Navy unit. Buggy wants to orders his crewmates to loot Lay's ship. But they're exhausted, so he asks Dina and Robin to help him because they didn't fight. They rob Lay's ship fast before Hapo Navy reinforcement comes. They don't check what they find and just take anything that they think to have value. The clown pirates immediately leave the area after looting all valuables. Dina, Robin, take care of them. I will handle the ship, Buggy orders Dina and Robin to treat the others' injuries. Dina and Robin nod before taking some medkits to treat Cricket, Mantis, and Jude. Buggy takes the steer and follows the map to the crossing port. He's glad that he learned some navigational skills. A few hours after the clown pirates left, Chinjao's fleet find Lay's ship. Lay's crew has called them and asked for help. Chinjao's crew immediately saved and treat Lay's injured crew. Chinjao checks on Lay, who is getting treated by the doctor. Chinjao looks at the big wound on Lay's torso and the wounds on Lay's hands that almost cut them. Lay opens his eyes and looks at Chinjao. Uncle Chinjao, says Lay. What do you think of him? Asks Chinjao. He is different. He could defeat me easily if he use everything he has. It is proved by his last attack that he could use since the beginning. But he didn't do it and fight me with his basic skills and haki. I don't know what his intention was, says Lay weakly. He was using you as his training partner. If he just used his basic skills and haki, then he used you to train those. But most likely, he wants to train his crewmates. They're far weaker than him, so I guess he wants to prepare them for Grand Line. He is quite calculative and cautious, says Chinjao. Where are they right now? Asks Lay. Most likely on the crossing port. It's been a few hours after they left, after all, says Chinjao. Lay looks down and bites his lower lips. Am I really not good enough to be a big figure in this era? I don't know, that's for you to decide, says Chinjao while walking away. Chinjao doesn't say anything else because he knows that Lay feels very bad right now. He got defeated by Buggy, someone that he looked down on before. Furthermore, Buggy is 17Y.0, 11 years younger than Lay, who is 28Y.0 now. If Lay can't overcome this and give up, then he'll never become anyone. Chinjao never planned to pass his title to Lay. But Lay is still his nephew, so he wants Lay to move on and be stronger. That way, his Hapo Navy will be stronger too. Don, what should we do now? Asks Chinjao's subordinate. Those brats must have reached the crossing port. We can't do anything to them now, so let's return to Kano country. Keep an eye on their movements. We will get them in the future, says Chinjao. Understood. Chinjao's subordinate salutes and leave. Just wait for me, Buggy the Clown. I will destroy you, Garp, and your lineage, says Chinjao with an angry expression. Just like what Chinjao predict, the clown pirates have reached the crossing port on Red Line. They dock their ship there and Buggy takes care of the administration. Buggy orders Dina and Robin to take care of the others and doesn't allow them to get out of the ship. They can't leak their identities here, or many people will chase them on South Blue. You want to stay on your ship? We can allow that, but the risk is high and if something happens, we won't take any responsibility, says the receptionist girl. It's okay, says Buggy. The receptionist girl just nods because this is not unusual. She prints the documents and gives them to Buggy. Then he pays the fee before return to his ship. On his way to the ship, Buggy sees a commotion on the third dock. A marine ship is docked there, and many pirates become wary. Even though this place is a neutral area where the marine can't do anything, but they can come here to spy on the pirates who are here and report it to the other side. Then the South Blue Marine Base will chase them after leaving the crossing port. Buggy ignores the commotion and keeps walking to his ship. It doesn't matter even if the Marine will chase him in South Blue. He will destroy them all and goes to Grand Line with his crew. Buggy returns and tells his crew that they will cross the Red Line tomorrow. They will stay for one night in the port before crossing. They all nod and rest on the ship. Buggy doesn't allow them to leave the ship, especially Dina and Robin. The Marines are walking around the port to gain information, so Buggy doesn't want them to know that his crew is exhausted from a battle. Night comes, and they have dinner together. The Marines are still patrolling around on the port, like securities. But those Marines aren't doing anything except that. "It's strange," says Dina all of a sudden. "What is it?" asks Jude. The Marine usually won't be this obvious at gathering information and just send undercover agents for it. But now they walk around blatantly in their uniform. "It's really strange," says Dina. Maybe they search for a specific person," guessed Jude. "I'll try to find out about it. It might become dangerous if we don't know anything. We might get into trouble," says Buggy. Buggy then leaves the ship after dinner and goes to find information. He goes to a bar and buys a drink while eavesdropping on people's conversations. Just like what he thought, many of them talk about the Marine. Buggy hears their talk and finally finds what he searches for. The information that he gets is rather surprising too. Golden Lion Shiki has escaped from Impel Down. So it's the time already, thinks Buggy. Buggy knows Shiki will escape this year, but doesn't know the exact time. Furthermore, there's no news about it at all. The Marine and WG want to hide it from the masses. It will be a big sensation if people know that someone can escape from Impel Down. The Marine and WG want to locate Shiki's location. So they send their men to find Shiki in many places, including this port. It's not a problem for his crew, so Buggy gets relieved. He just needs Dina and Robin to hide and not exposing anything. The WG will even break the rules in this port just to catch Robin. So Robin's position shouldn't be known at all. Golden Lion, hey? What should I do to him? My presence might have changed a lot of things. So I can't use my knowledge of how the timeline will run. Well, if he comes after me, then I will fight him back and defeat him. He's nothing compared to Captain Roger, thinks Buggy. Buggy returns to his ship and enters it normally. He informs the others of what he found and they get relieved too. They're worried that it has a connection with Robin's position now. A few hours later, their crossing schedule finally come. They all stay in their ship when it's pulled up to cross the red line. It takes an hour for their ship to cross, faster than the port on East Blue. Buggy looks at the vast sea of South Blue and smiles. South Blue, here I come. Chapter 66, Raised Bounties. The clown pirates have arrived on South Blue. They immediately leave the port and go to explore South Blue. This will be the last sea that they'll explore before going to Grand Line. South Blue, what have you prepared for us? I can't wait, says Buggy while looking at the vast sea on the front railing and smiling widely. Where will we go, Captain? Asks Jude. Let's fulfill our promise to Dina and Robin first. Let's go to Hems Island, says Buggy. Jude nod and set the course to Hems Island. It's a small island near the calm belt and only has a small village on it. It will take a day for them to reach it from the crossing port. While sailing there, Buggy trained the Hashoken that he got from Chinjao. The battle with Lei also gave him more understanding of it. It's still imperfect, but he will keep improving it. Just imagining him using Hashoken from all his split body parts has made him excited. He can also try to modify it so that he can use it with his weapon. His crew will also get stronger by learning this martial art. Hashoken is a high-level martial art, so it will be very useful. Buggy's crewmates also started to recover. Jude and Mantis can do normal activities now even with some bandages. It's only Cricket who still can't do normal activities. His injuries are quite bad and he hasn't recovered a lot. Cricket really pushed himself in his battle. He is the first mate, just second in command after Buggy in this crew. He knows the crew will depend on him when Buggy's hands are full. So he need to be strong, that's why he pushed himself that much. And it has been paid off to him, he can use armament haki hardening now. It's still weak, but that can be trained to be stronger. The difficult part is to activate it for the first time. Cricket has activated his armament haki, while Mantis activated her observation haki. They've trained for a few weeks already now, so it's about time for them to activate their haki. Jude hasn't touched a glimpse of haki power at all. She has just trained for a few days when she got her devil fruit. So now she is focused on training her devil fruit and put aside her haki training. Buggy also trains Robin a little about devil fruit. She has also just eaten her fruit, so she doesn't have much experience with it. Buggy teaches her some important things that she needs to know. On their way to Hem's Island, they encounter a marine unit. Buggy gets ready to fight the unit alone because his crewmates aren't in good shape. But he gets dumbfounded when the marine unit leaves and runs away from them. What the heck? I have never seen a marine unit is running away from a pirate crew, says Buggy. Maybe they're in bad conditions too, so they avoid confrontation, says Jude. It's possible. Well, let them be, let's focus on our task, says Buggy. The clown pirates focus on their sailing to Hem's Island. They don't think much about the previous marine unit. But then they find out why that unit run away after Dina buy a newspaper from a news coup. Captain San, you guys get some new bounties. Come check them out. Dina calls the others. Buggy and Seo come to the main deck and check the new posters. There are 2 posters of Buggy and Cricket. Buggy the Clown, 100 million. Mont Blanc Chestnut Cricket, 35 million. Only Captain and Cricket? Where are mine and Jude's bounty posters? Asks Mantis. There's no other poster, only these 2, says Dina. But I defeat someone with a bounty too. So shouldn't I get one? Asks Mantis. Most likely the one who made our bounties raised is Kano country. We've embarrassed them 2 times, so they can't accept it. They asked the Marine to raise our bounties, but they couldn't reveal that we've defeated everyone in Lay's unit, says Buggy. So they just report you and Cricket-san to the Marine, right? Asks Dina. Yeah, we already have bounties, so it won't embarrass them too much. Maybe they also said that we just fought with Lei and Hanji, not the entire unit. They also won't reveal what we've done to Chinjao's fleet, says Buggy. A country affiliated with WG can make a request for someone's bounty to be raised. It's what happened to Sanji after Dressrosa, so it might be what happened to them now. Their battle with Lei's unit wasn't known by anyone except Clown Pirates, Happo Navy, and Kano country. So Marine won't raise their bounties without any report from Kano country. Tisk, 100 million before reaching Grand Line, this will be a hassle, says Buggy while clicking his tongue. Why? Aren't you happy with it? Asks Mantis. I am, but now the Marine HQ will be alerted and might send vice admirals to us. Even the admirals will notice us too. They might also notice who I was, especially Garp and Sengoku, says Buggy. You mean your identity as Roger Pirate's apprentice? Asks Jude. Yeah, that's why it will be a hassle. Dina, do you know Shank's current bounty? Asks Buggy. You mean red hair Shanks? He just got a new bounty last week when you climbed the mountains. His crew has sailed on Grand Line, and he has a bounty of 150 million, says Dina. So fast. Mantis gets surprised. He doesn't have any bounty when you got your first bounty, right, Captain? Asks Cricket. Yeah, he got his first bounty when we were on Elysia Kingdom, says Buggy. Shanks got his first bounty when the clowns were on Elysia Kingdom. He just got 30 million at that time while still on East Blue. Shanks and his crew went to Grand Line shortly after that, and now he has a bounty of 150 million. How can it be raised so fast? Asks Jude curiously. It's because he is on Grand Line. His opponents are strong, and Marine HQ would notice him soon. They would also realize that he was an apprentice in Roger Pirates like me. That's why his bounty raised fast, says Buggy. Then how about you? Will you get your bounty raised too after this? Asks Jude. I don't think so, bounty doesn't raise that easily. Even Shanks might have done something like defeating a strong marine officer or strong pirate crew to get that bounty. Unless we are on Grand Line, my bounty won't raise because the marine and pirates here are weak, says Buggy. You are right, his crew defeated a strong rear admiral, says Dina. Just a rear admiral? Captain has defeated one too before, says Jude. Grand Line's rear admirals are different. The rear admiral that I fought was just as strong as Grand Line's marine captain or even weaker. The standards in Grand Line are different, says Buggy. The crew now realized that Grand Line is more dangerous than they've thought. If just defeating a rear admiral could give Shanks a bounty of 150 million, then their opponents there will be a lot stronger. The problem is that some people on Marine HQ might recognize me and will try to kill me. But they still won't raise my bounty that easily. They might even hide the fact that I was an apprentice on Roger Pirates. That's why you all need to get ready for it, says Buggy. Buggy's crewmates now have a serious look and think about what they'll face in Grand Line and what they'll do. Buggy leaves his crewmates on their own and goes to the front deck. He looks in the direction of Grand Line and has a serious look. What will you do now, Shanks? Your crew isn't strong enough to hold the burden of your bounty and reputation. Will you wait, or will you keep going further? Show me your worth as someone who will be an emperor. Chapter 67, Hems Island. The clown pirates finally arrived on Hems Island the next day. This island is small and only has a small village on it. The clown pirates dock their ship on the small port and they go to the village. While walking from the port, they meet with some villagers. The villagers are very friendly, that which makes everyone except Buggy confused. They are pirates, so normal people should be afraid of them. Captain, don't they know that we are pirates? Asks Jude. They know. They've seen our flag, after all, says Buggy. Then, why aren't they feel afraid of us? Asks Jude. Buggy suddenly stops and says, because they don't need to, right? Buggy grins while looking at a man who stands in front of them. The man wears a black cloak and blocks the clown pirates' way. The clown pirates stop and stand behind Buggy while looking at the man. What's a pirate crew doing here? Asks the man. Why don't you find out? Asks Buggy while unsheathing both his swords. The man also takes a pair of battle axes from his sleeves. Then Buggy and the man rush to each other and coat their weapons with haki. Buggy swings his swords from above, while the man swings his axes from the sides. Their weapons clash and it creates a booming sound. They get into a stalemate for a moment, but then Buggy gets flung away at fast speed and he crashes to a boulder and destroys it. Buggy's crewmates get alerted and they all get ready to fight the man. They never saw Buggy got overpowered and defeated this easily before. They know they need to fight together now if they want to have a winning chance. Cough cough, stop it, you guys. You won't stand a chance against him at all. Even if we work together, we still won't have a chance, says Buggy while walking back to his crew. Buggy doesn't have many injuries and only feels back pain. Some blood also trickles from his mouth, but it's not from a big injury. He has covered his body with haki to reduce the damage. As I thought, I'm still far from your league, says Buggy while sheathing his swords. But your improvement in these 2 years is amazing. Captain will be proud of you, Buggy, says the man. I hope so. Long time no see, Gaban-san, says Buggy. The man opens his cloak's hood and shows his face. He is none other than Skopper Gaban, a former member of Roger Pirates. His appearance doesn't change much as this is only 3 years since the crew's disbandment. Buggy's crewmates are very surprised to see Gaban. After all, he is one of the legendary figures in Roger Pirates alongside Roger, Rayleigh, and Odin. Captain San, the one that you mean will be able to help us, is him? Asks Dina. Yeah, you won't be able to find a better helper than him, says Buggy. Well, That's obvious. Maybe only the Dark King that can replace him, says Cricket. Buggy just smiles and looks at Gaban. As I thought, you're still here since we part ways. It has been 2 years since Captain's execution. Why haven't you returned to your homeland yet? Are you that afraid of Marine? You've become cheekier, Buggy. Sigh, I just want to enjoy some easy time here, without any disturbance. If I return now, the Marine will sniff my location and send many men to come after me. I'm not worried about myself, but the people around me, says Gaban. Hey, I'm just joking, no need to be that serious, says Buggy. Gaban then invites them to his home on this island. It's just a small house made of wood on the outskirts of this village. They enter it and Gaban gives them a drink. So, why do you come here? Asks Gaban. Do I need to have a reason to come here? Asks Buggy while raising an eyebrow. If Shanks is the one who says it, maybe I'll believe it. But it's hard to believe you about this, says Gaban. Buggy gets displeased and his crewmates are giggling at him. Gaban is the one who understands Buggy's nature the most in Roger Pirates. Even though that's the old Buggy, but the current him actually has a lot of similarities with the old Buggy. Fine, I'll get straight into business. Can you take care of these two? Asks Buggy while pointing at Dina and Robin. A mother and daughter? Asks Gaban while looking at Dina and Robin. Buggy then explains Robin and Dina's situation. Gaban listens to it and understands why Buggy takes them to him. Gaban doesn't know a lot about the outside world except the newspapers. So he doesn't know the real situation of O'Hara. Buster Call, hey? The world government really took an extreme measure. Do you think this incident has a connection with our crew's achievement? Asks Gaban. I think so. After you guys found Laugh Tale and discover the world's real history, the WG seems to be more careful about this. They want to hide the history very badly, after all, says Buggy. Can I ask something? Asks Robin to Gaban. What is it, little girl? Asks Gaban. The history that you've found, can you tell it to me? Asks Robin with a hopeful expression. Gaban looks at Robin seriously and says, no. But Robin wants to say something, but Gaban cut her words. If you want to know about it, then go find it yourself. Did you learn all those knowledge to discover history, right? If I tell you everything here, then won't your hard work so far become useless? You need to be patient. What you will discover on your own might be different from what we discovered in the past. Besides, we were not trying to find the real history, so our finding might not be true. But if you insist, then I will tell you all of it now, says Gaban. Robin looks down in disappointment. Gaban's words are similar to what Buggy said to her in the past. She thinks for a while and decides to not hear it. She will go on her own journey and find the answer by herself. Dina smiles and rubs Robin's head. Your mother will be proud of you, Robin. She also went on her own journey to find what she seeks. Buggy smiled and then something flashed in his mind. He grins and pulls Gaban to the corner and whispers something to Gaban. Hey Gaban-san, you're still single aren't you? Asks Buggy. Hey? Why are you asking something like that? Asks Gaban confusedly. Hee, then it's your chance. Dina is still single too. She and Robin will be with you for some years, so you will have a lot of time to get her heart, says Buggy while grinning. Oi Buggy, I haven't agreed to this, says Gaban. Buggy doesn't listen to Gaban's answer and returns to his crewmates. Gaban calls Buggy but he ignores it and just walks away. It makes Gaban sigh and scratches his head. This kid is still selfish as usual. Well, it's not a bad thing I guess. It might relieve my boredom while I keep a low profile. I mean the part where I need to protect them, not the one about catching her heart. Yeah, it's certainly not that, says Gaban to himself while being flustered. Then, it's finally decided that Gaban will protect Dina and Robin for a few years until Robin is ready to leave on her own. Chapter 68, Torino Kingdom. After Gaban agreed to protect Dina and Robin, the clown pirates decide to leave. Their route might have been discovered by the marine and this island might get found. It will endanger Dina, Robin, and the villagers because, with Gaban here, the marine will send strong officers like Garp, Sengoku, or other admiral-level officers. Gaban-san, I hope you will have some kids when we meet again, says Buggy while waving from his ship. Shut up, you mongrel! Gaban yells at Buggy with a red face while throwing one of his axe at Buggy. The axe hit Buggy and split his body before flying away to the sea. Luckily it's just a common axe, not Gaban's high-grade axe that he used when he's still active. So it's not a problem if the axe is gone. Buggy laughs and waves again at Gaban, Dina, and Robin. They sail away from the island to resume their journey. They will explore South Blue before they go to the Grand Line. Where will we go, Captain? Asks Jude. Let's try to get a doctor first. We'll go to the Torino Kingdom, says Buggy. The clown pirates now sail to the Torino Kingdom. It's the kingdom where Chopper learns for 2 years in time skip. That kingdom looks very undeveloped, but it's actually quite advanced, especially in medical terms. That's why Buggy wants to find a doctor from that place. Chopper can learn a lot in 2 years of training, so their medical knowledge must be very high. Buggy doesn't care about their plump and short appearance. In his crew, the normal ones are only the girls. He and Cricket are strange enough, so another strange-looking member isn't a problem. It takes 3 days for them to reach Torino Kingdom. When they see the island, they are amazed by the very tall tree that has some giant bird nests on it. They've seen some unique islands, but something like this will still amaze them. They come ashore and dock on an empty coast. Then Buggy, Mantis, and Jude go down to explore the island. Cricket stays on the ship to guard it. He's also still injured so he can't explore the island. The trio moves together to find the inhabitants of this island. They walk through the forest while looking around at the vegetation here. They find some native plants in the forest but ignore them. Some plants might be dangerous, so they don't want to touch them. While walking in the forest, they hear a loud cry from the sky. They look up and see a giant bird with blue feathers and a red beak. The giant bird is the native bird of this island and is considered its ruler. Buggy and Co just look at the bird that flies away to its nest. Then they resume their exploration to find the human natives. It's hard to find the village in this thick forest. It takes them 2 hours before they finally find the village. Buggy and Co see the human natives of this island. All of them are fat and short. Their clothes also look very primitive as they're made of leaves and straws. Captain, are you sure that they have high medical knowledge? Asks Mantis with a doubting tone. Don't underestimate them. They might be smarter than any one of us here, says Buggy. Mantis still doubts it, but she doesn't say anything else. Buggy then calls the natives. Excuse me, people of Torino Kingdom. The natives look in Buggy's direction with a curious gaze. Then a man comes forward and asks, who are you? We're pirates, but don't worry, we won't attack you or do bad things. We just want to explore the island, says Buggy while raising his hands. You want to explore the island? Okay, says the man. He allows it that easily. Asks Jude. Well, they are confident in protecting themselves, after all. Look at their spears, those are not normal spears but bazookas, says Buggy while pointing at the spears. Jude and Mantis get surprised and look at the spears carefully. Now they realize that those spears are not real spears. They're amazed by these natives' advanced technology now. Buggy then approaches the native man and asks, my name is Buggy, and they're my crewmates Mantis and Jude. What's your name? I'm Enhiba, the current leader of our tribe. This is my son, Shanba, and my wife Maba. This is... Enhiba introduces his tribesmen one by one, make Buggy sweat drop at him, but doesn't stop him. After Enhiba finishes the introduction, Buggy asks him, Enhiba, we want to explore the island, but we are worried about some dangerous plants or something like that. Can you help us with that? That's an easy matter, says Enhiba. Enhiba then asks someone to take a book for dangerous plants. After the book arrived, Enhiba open it and show the dangerous plants to Buggy and Seo. Buggy and Mantis just look at it, while Jude notes it on her book. After they look at all the dangerous plants, Buggy and Seo leave to explore the island. The natives tell them to be careful with the giant birds and they nod. They walk to the forest again in a different direction from where they came. I thought you want to recruit a doctor, says Mantis. We need to take it slowly. They haven't fully believed us, so we can't just ask something like that. Even you and Jude need time to trust me and join my crew, right? Asks Buggy. You're right, says Mantis. Ah, Captain, there's a poisonous mushroom in front of you, says Jude. Buggy stops and looks down to find the mushroom that Jude meant. Then he sees a red mushroom with some white dots like the mushrooms in games. Buggy then takes the mushroom and place it in a special container. It might have a use in the future, so he keeps it. Besides, he wants to raise his poison resistance, so he will need some poisons for that. Why do you want to raise your poison resistance? Asks Mantis. Because our enemies might use poisons in the future. Remember the Axe Gang leader that I fought on your island? He also used poison that gave me quite the trouble. In the future, our enemies might use deadly poisons, so we need to have some immunity for it, says Buggy. I guess you're right. But I think to build up poison resistance isn't that easy, right? Asks Mantis. Yeah, we need to be careful and always prepare the antidote. That's why we need a doctor to help us. Well, even without that, we still need a doctor. Our health is important, says Buggy. Buggy and Seo continue their exploration and find some poisonous plants and useful herbs that Enhiba has asked them to take if they find them. These herbs are useful to make medicines. While they walk around the forest, Buggy suddenly senses something. He senses someone or something is watching them from far away. He doesn't sense any malicious intent from this watcher, but it is more like a curiosity. Buggy thinks, is it one of the natives here? Why don't they come out and just talk to us? But this guy is quite strong for a South Blue residence. Let's wait and see what this guy wants from us. Buggy ignores the watcher and continues his exploration. Chapter 69, Manhwa. Buggy, Mantis, and Jude continue their exploration with someone following them stealthily. Mantis realized this too, but Buggy tell her to let it be. They walk around the island for a full day and arrived in the village again. They got many herbs and poisonous plants on their way. Buggy even caught some animals for them to eat in the village. The villagers are very happy with the herbs and meat. They let Buggy and Seo rest while they will cook the meat. But Mantis doesn't agree and decides to help them cook. She can also learn the natives cooking this way. While they cook, Buggy returns to his ship to call Cricket. The island seems to be safe, so there won't be any problem even if they leave their ship at the coast. Buggy walks to his ship, and he still senses the one who stalked them all day. He grins and just keeps walking at a slow pace. The one who stalks him is looking at Buggy. Buggy takes a turn to the left and gets blocked by a tree. But suddenly Buggy disappears and it surprises the stalker. The stalker tries to find Buggy, but he is nowhere to be found. Looking for me? Buggy suddenly appears behind the stalker who squats on a tree branch. The stalker gets surprised and jumps away to the ground and looks back. The stalker gets now can be seen because of the moonlight. Buggy also jumps down to look at the stalker. The stalker is a fat bald boy around Buggy's age. He is a native of this island, but he doesn't have thick lips and his eyes look like they're closed. Other than those, he looks just like the other natives. Buggy looks at the boy and he looks a little familiar. Then he remember it, the boy is similar to Isami Aldini from Shokuchiki no Suma. It's just that the boy has tanned skin, unlike Isami. So this is the one who stalked us for hours, hey? Says Buggy while smirking. Wait. I don't have bad intentions, I'm just curious about you guys because you came from the outside world. I have never seen anyone except my people, after all, says the boy. He's curious about the outside world? Hehe, this is my chance to get a doctor for my ship, thinks Buggy. Are you really that curious about the world outside of your island? Asks Buggy. Yeah. The adults said that the outside world is dangerous, so I shouldn't leave the island. But it's just made me more curious about the world out there. I've seen many things from newspapers, and it made me even more curious, says the boy. Buggy smiles and says, then I'll tell you some stories that I have about the world. Really? Asks the boy excitedly. Of course, let's talk while we go to my ship. By the way, I'm Buggy, what's your name? Asks Buggy. Manba, my name is Manba. I'm 18, and I'm Enhiba's nephew, says Manba. They walk to Little Hunter while talking to each other. Manba tells Buggy that his parents have died from an illness. Now it reminds Buggy that the natives need some materials from the giant tree for their special medicine. But it is guarded by the giant birds. I'll help them before I leave this island. That way they will allow me to take Manba as my doctor. Wait. He's a doctor, right? Hey Manba, are you a doctor? Asks Buggy. I can't say that I'm a doctor, because everyone in our village has high medical knowledge. But I can say that I have more knowledge about medic than everyone in the village. I have read every book in our library, even the ones about technology. I always like to know many things, after all, says Manba proudly. Then you can't say you're a doctor because everyone here is a doctor? Asks Buggy. You're right, says Manba. Sigh, so you're basically a doctor, says Buggy while sighing. Buggy then starts to talk about his journey on 3 seas. Of course, he just mentions the interesting parts. They talk until they arrive on the coast. Buggy then calls Cricket and tells him to go to the village together with them. Wait. You look injured, so let me check you up before we go to the village, says Manba. You're a doctor? That's good then. Manta's treatment isn't so good. Even the bandages are messy, says Cricket. Hey, at least you are being taken care of, so don't complain or I will tell this to Mantis, says Buggy. Don't. She will kill me if you tell her that, says Cricket panicky. Manba then starts to treat Cricket with the ship's medicines and aid kits. Manba gives Cricket fast treatment and will do it more thoroughly in the village that has more medicines. After Manba's treatment, Cricket already feels a lot better than before. Now he can move more freely even though he's still hurt. Manba's medical skill is really high and it makes Buggy really want to recruit him. They go to the village while Buggy and Cricket tell Manba their adventure stories. Manba gets very excited while hearing their stories. Seeing Manba's excitement makes Buggy grin. Hehe, he takes the bait. Now I need to make him want to have his own adventure, says Buggy while giggling. Cricket knows what Buggy thinks and he also thinks the same. He has seen Manba's skill himself, so he doesn't doubt it anymore. If they have a doctor on their ship, they will be safer when exploring new places or have big battles. Buggy and Cricket now become closer with Manba. They even start to joke around while walking to the village. Then they arrive in the village after some minutes of walking. Oh, Manba, where have you gone to all this day? Your aunt is searching everywhere, says Enhiba who sees them coming. Sorry, uncle. I walk around the forest and then went to the ship with Buggy, says Manba. You aren't troubling them, right? Asks Enhiba. No, he helped us instead by treating Cricket. But our medicines are not enough, so Manba said he'll treat Cricket here, says Buggy. Your friend is injured? Then you need to treat him fast. Manba, go treat him with better medicines," says Enhiba. "Yes, uncle," says Manba. Manba takes Cricket to a building to treat him. As for Buggy, he is pulled by Enhiba to the plaza because the dinner will starts. "He doesn't make any trouble, right?" asks Enhiba. "Not at all," says Buggy. "Sigh, that boy always wants to leave the island and see the world. It make me and her aunt worried because the outside world is dangerous. We've seen him as our son, so we don't want to keep him safe," says Enhiba. "You can't stop a boy like that, it will just make him rebel against you and he might leave without your knowing." "I know it because I was like that in the past," says Buggy while remembering his past as Bob on Earth. "Sigh, then what should I do?" asks Enhiba hopelessly. "Just let him go, but make sure that he will be safe. He will need to be strong and willing to get hurt or face danger. He also needs strong companions that can protect him when he is down," says Buggy. Manba is very strong actually. He is almost as strong as me, which makes him the second strongest in the village. Maybe it's because his father is very strong too. But what about strong companions?" asks Enhiba. Aren't we here now?" says Buggy while smirking. Buggy then tells Enhiba about his intentions to recruit Manba as his ship's doctor. Enhiba is still not sure, even though Buggy has shown his bounty. He had lost his sister, which is Manba's mother, so he doesn't want to lose Manba too. "I will discuss this with my wife first," says Enhiba. "All right, I will also talk with Manba about this," says Buggy. Buggy and Enhiba stop their talk and join the others at the dinner table. They start their dinner after a few minutes. Then with the clown pirates there, the dinner turns into a big party and they all sing and dance happily. Chapter 70, Peace with Birds. The next day after the dinner party, Buggy talks with Enhiba. "Do you want me to help you?" asks Buggy. "What help?" asks Enhiba back. "I know you have a problem with those giant birds and I can help you to solve it. Believe it or not, I can communicate with animals. I can't talk their language, but I can understand what they mean. So maybe I can help you to talk with them," says Buggy. The giant birds actually make a nest on the giant tree a year before Chopper gets sent there. But for the story's sake, I make them have nested there now. "What? But those birds are strong and dangerous. You can get yourself killed, you know," says Enhiba with a worried tone. "Don't worry, I can protect myself from them," says Buggy. Enhiba thinks about it for a moment before approving Buggy's proposal. Enhiba just asks Buggy to be careful and return if it gets dangerous. Buggy agrees and he goes to the giant tree. Buggy's crewmates want to join, but he forbids them and orders them to protect the village if something goes wrong. They agree and Buggy goes to the giant tree alone. Buggy climbs the tree easily, it's not as hard as when he climbs the mountains. He arrives in the first nest and the giant bird notices him. It screams at Buggy and its cries sound like Goa, but Buggy just stays there calmly until it stopped. "You're done? If you're done, then let's ta." Buggy's words are cut off by the bird's cry. The other giant birds hear the cries and they come to the nest. They surround Buggy and scream at him together. It pissed Buggy off because they don't let him say anything. "Shut up!" yells Buggy with a loud pissed voice. The birds suddenly shiver and shut their beaks. They all come down and perch on the nest while shivering. Buggy's scream has made them scared. They feel strong intimidation come from Buggy just now. Buggy doesn't realize this and just nods at the birds' cooperation. He is a little confused though, but he let it be and just thinks that the birds are willing to talk. They're quite intelligent, after all. "Good, now we will talk because you want to listen," says Buggy while taking a seat on the floor. The birds are still wary, but they get more relaxed when Buggy sits. Buggy then tells them about the natives' situation with the birds and what the natives need. The natives need to take plants that grow on the giant tree. But the birds keep disturbing them from going up the trees. "They won't disturb you or your nests at all. They just want to take some plants that grow on this tree. So why don't you just let them do it? Asks Buggy to the birds. The birds look at each other and then one bird that seems to be the leader cries to Buggy, "Goa! Goa! Taking your treasures?" They don't care about that, they just need the plants to make medicines. If there's someone who wants to take your treasures, it will be an outsider like me. That's why you need to live together with them and cooperate. You'll never know when bad people will come to really take your treasures, says Buggy. "Goa goa!" cries the bird leader. "What the heck? Now you accuse me of wanting your treasures? I don't need some bird's treasures. I know they're not shiny golds or gems, they're your eggs, right? I don't need your eggs, they'll just make my ship full," says Buggy with an annoyed tone because the birds accuse him. The birds scratch their heads with their wings and seem to laugh guiltily. Finally, they agree to let the natives take the medicinal plants as long as they don't touch the nests. "Good, now let's go to the village and talk to them," says Buggy. The birds nod and then Buggy jump on the bird leader's back. The leader and some male birds then fly to the village with Buggy on the leader's back. "It's easier than I thought. It seems my charisma is very high and makes them agree easily," thinks Buggy narcissistically. They arrive in the village and the villagers get wary. They raised their weapons and make the birds panic too. "Stop! Put down your weapons!" "It's okay," yells Buggy from the bird leader's back. Buggy's crewmates tell the natives to put down their weapons and they do it. The birds come down and land on the ground in front of the natives. Buggy jumps down from the bird's back and makes the natives relieved. "Buggy, does this mean that you succeed?" asks Enhiba. "Yeah, now you can harvest the medicinal plants on the tree. But the birds want you to not touch their nests and their stuff," says Buggy. "That's for sure. We just want the medicinal plants, not their things," says Enhiba. "You hear him, right? Now you can live together peacefully. But you can protect your nests from some naughty kids," says Buggy while smirking. "We're not naughty," shouts the native kids. Everyone laugh, even the birds. Their bad relationship has become better just with some talks from Buggy. Enhiba and the bird leader then nod together and have a handshake. After that, they have a party again to celebrate the peace between humans and birds. Now their life will be more peaceful and easier without constant battles. But in the middle of their party, a bird cry is heard from high on the tree. It sounds like an emergency signal and the birds below immediately look in the sea's direction. "What's wrong?" asks Buggy. "Goa! Goa!" says the bird leader. "A ship is coming here? Let's check it out," says Buggy. Buggy jumps on the bird leader's back, while his crewmates and some native warriors jump on the other bird's back. They fly to the sea to check the incoming ship. The ship's crew might be hostile, so it can be dangerous. They arrive on the coast and see a ship far in the sea. It's a pirate cruise galleon ship with a flag of the spider-like skull. Then on top of the spider flag is another flag that Buggy knows very well. Whitebeard pirates, this crew must be their subordinate crew. "That flag, I've seen it somewhere before," says Buggy while trying to remember it. After thinking for a while, Buggy remember where he saw that spider flag. It's the Spider Maelstrom Pirates flag which was led by Squard. His crewmates were killed by Roger pirates in the past in a war. Squard, hey? He is the one who will stab Whitebeard in the Summit War. He is someone who holds a big grudge and strong hatred toward Captain Roger. So he must have come here to kill me. "Ha, interesting," says Buggy while smirking. Kill and get killed is normal in Pirates' world, so what Roger pirates did was normal. But of course, the survivor of the crew that got massacred will hate the ones who kill their crewmates. Squard's hatred is so deep that he can fall into Akainu's lie and tries to kill Whitebeard, someone that he sees as a father figure. So it's not strange for him to chase Buggy, who is Roger Pirate's apprentice. Squard had seen Buggy in the past, so he know who Buggy really is. After he got a bounty of 100 million, Buggy's face will spread all over the world and Squard must have seen it too. Buggy the Clown, Roger's apprentice, I come for your head. Prepare yourself! Shouts Squard to Buggy. Buggy smirks and says, come then little spider. Chapter 71, Buggy vs Squard. The ones who come to the Torino Kingdom are spider maelstrom pirates led by Squard. He came here for Buggy's head because of his hatred for Roger who massacred his crew in the past. Buggy grins and orders his crewmates and other natives to stay back. Then he asks the giant bird that he rides to get closer to Squard's ship. He wants to talk a little with Squard. So you came for my head, Squard? Asks Buggy. That's right, you were there 6 years ago when my crew was massacred by your crew. Coincidentally, I am in South Blue when your last bounty came out. So I came here for revenge because I couldn't do it on Roger myself. After this, I will go for your friend, Red Hair too, says Squard. Do you think we are easy targets, unlike the other members because we are the youngest? What a scaredy cat, says Buggy while smirking. What did you say? Says Squard with a low angry tone. Isn't it right? You're too scared to target the older member like Rayleigh-san or Gaban-san. So you came after me and Shanks who are the youngest. Also, your crewmates were killed because of your own fault. You were too arrogant to challenge Captain Roger and your crew paid the price, says Buggy. Shut up. It's Roger's fault, says Squard. No, it's not. If you really care about your crew, you will fight until you die. You being alive now means that you ran away from your death and let your crew sacrifice themselves. If you really care about them, you will keep fighting with them until you die. Am I wrong, Squard? Says Buggy with a serious tone. 6 years ago, Squard was just a rookie. He raised quite fast as a rookie and it made him very arrogant. At that time, Roger was one of the best pirates in the world. Roger is also a swordsman like Squard, so Squard went to challenge him just like how Ace challenged Whitebeard. However, Squard challenged Roger for a life and death battle. Then, of course, Squard lost and he will lose his life. But then his crewmates came to his aid and violate their vow of life and death battle. Roger honors his vow even if he is a pirate and so are his crewmates. So Roger orders his crew to kill all Squard's crew. But one of Squard's crewmates had succeeded to help Squard escape. A battle of swordsmen isn't something that can be disturbed casually, Squard, says Buggy. Squard is just silent and looked down. We are pirates, we are criminals. But even if we are scums of this world, we still have the honor and need to hold on to that. Shouldn't you blame yourself for your incompetence as a captain and your inability to protect your crew instead of blaming other people? Asks Buggy to Squard. Squard is silent for a moment before saying, I blamed myself, I always do it, and I will redeem it. That's why I will avenge my deceased friends by taking the life of those who are involved in that incident because I can't take Roger's life anymore. So be ready, Buggy the Clown. Buggy sighs because his strategy to shake Squard's heart has failed. Squard seems to come with full preparation, be it physically or mentally. Maybe Whitebeard has talked many things to him since he joined Whitebeard Pirates. But this is fine, at least now Buggy can understand a little about his current enemy. So how do you want to finish this? Asks Buggy. Arino.cm. Let's finish this one-on-one, says Squard. Sure, replies Buggy. Then they go to the island, on a coast that has wide clearing. Buggy and Squard stand in the middle with their crewmates surrounding them. They unsheath their swords and get ready for the duel. Squard has 2 swords on him. One sword is just a normal katana, while the other is an oversized katana that he used to stab Whitebeard. Now he uses the oversized one to fight Buggy. Cricket keeps his guard up while asking Jude, hey, do you know who this guy is? Yes, I've asked Captain just now. He is Maelstrom Spider Squard, a pirate with a bounty of 110 million belly. He is an infamous pirate in New World and also an ally of an emperor, Whitebeard, says Jude. A.N. Squard's bounty in the canon is 210 million, but that's 20 years from the current timeline. So I make his bounty 110 now. Whitebeard. Then, won't it be dangerous even if Captain wins? Whitebeard will come after us, says Mantis. Mantis, do you think Captain will care about that? We've been with him for 3 months now and he never fears anyone, says Cricket. I know, but he is a worrywart. He might not fear Whitebeard, but he will worry for our safety if we offend Whitebeard, says Mantis. I guess you're right, but Captain must have thought about it since he accepted this challenge, says Jude. I hope so, says Mantis. Jude is right, Buggy has thought about that problem and decided to ignore it. Whitebeard is not a petty person like Squard and won't do anything as long as Buggy doesn't go overboard. But even if Whitebeard comes to him, then he won't be afraid and fight that old man. Back to the duel, Buggy and Squard get into a stance. Then without any sign, they rush to each other and swing their sword. Squard swings from above, while Buggy swings from below. Clang! Their clash creates a loud metal hitting sound. It also creates a rather strong shockwave that spread in every direction. Buggy and Squard's crewmates now have the same thinking. That guy can match our captain, thinks the pirates. Squard also gets surprised to see Buggy can match him in their first clash. So your bounty isn't an exaggeration, says Squard. Do you think it's because I'm Roger Pirate's apprentice? Don't underestimate me, says Buggy while smirking. Buggy and Squard clash again using their swordsmanship. Buggy can move faster than Squard, but Squard can use his sword well to defend Buggy's attacks. Squard uses his sword's hilt to defend sometimes. Seeing Squard's slow movement, Buggy starts to move faster. His short swords are very good for fast attacks, so he uses it to the max. Buggy attacks relentlessly and force Squard to defend. Squard keeps defending Buggy's attack, but he doesn't move back at all. He tries to keep his ground and not get pushed by Buggy. Buggy grins in excitement, this is the first time he fought a good swordsman. A pirate from New World is really different, says Buggy while grinning. Don't put me on the same level as pirates in blues, says Squard. Buggy keeps attacking Squard and suddenly he coats his swords with haki. Then Buggy charges Pollux in his right hand and swings it at Squard. Buggy says his technique's name, Divine Departure. Haki, says Squard in surprise. Buggy's attack using Pollux's pressure power is very strong. It pushes Squard and flings him back until he crashes into trees and breaks them. Squard's crewmates get surprised and shout, Captain Squard. Captain Roger's technique is really good, says Buggy while smirking. Buggy just used Roger's technique, although it's just the name. It's Roger's technique that was used to defeat Odin in one strike. Buggy likes the name, so he copies it. He uses Pollux's power in exchange for advanced haki coding because he can't use it yet. If he can use advanced haki, his attack will be a lot stronger and he'll defeat Squard in one attack too. Buggy looks in Squard's direction and sees Squard walking back. Squard has covered his body with haki to protect him from the impact. Squard runs to Buggy and jumps, then he swings his big katana to Buggy. Squard coats his katana with haki and Buggy raises caster to block it. Their swords clash and Squard's katana wheeze and tremble. Squard feels Buggy's sword is very hard and made his katana wheezing. What a hard sword, says Squard while gritting his teeth. Of course, you won't find any sword as hard as my caster, says Buggy proudly. Buggy just used caster's hard fruit ability to make it very hard. Caster is very good for defense, while Pollux is very good for offense. Their abilities are top-notch and they won't lose to supreme-grade swords. Buggy strikes Squard with Pollux and makes Squard jump back a little. Then Buggy says, playtime is over, I'll get serious now. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 72, All Out War. Buggy and Squard keep clashing with their swordsmanship. Buggy moves faster and attack more than Squard. But Squard can defend and sometimes he attacks Buggy with big attacks. None of them get noticeable injury except Squard who flung and crashed to the trees before. But he is not injured badly because he protected his body with armament haki when he crashed. They keep clashing until suddenly Squard attacks with his normal-sized katana. He unsheaths his normal katana with his left hand and strikes Buggy with it. Buggy doesn't see it coming and gets his neck being cut by the katana. Squard smirks and so are his crewmates. The natives get surprised and they get alerted. They immediately raise their spears and get ready to attack, but Buggy's crewmates stop them. "Why are you stopping us? Your friend is being killed there, you should get ready to fight too," says Enhiba panicky. "Calm down, Captain is okay," says Cricket. "What do you mean he is okay? His head is being cut off," shouts Enhiba. "Just look at him carefully, no blood is coming out from his neck, right?" asks Cricket. The natives look at Buggy and there's no blood at all from his cut neck. Squard and his crew also realize this and they are the ones who get alerted now. "Tisk, devil fruit user," says Squard while clicking his tongue. "Oi, don't talk like that. Whitebeard is also a devil fruit user," says Buggy while his head is floating in the air. Just now, Squard didn't use his haki on his normal katana because he want to attack Buggy fast enough. But that made his sword attack useless on Buggy. Well, even if he used haki, it would still be useless. Buggy has trained his reflexes to be so fast that he can split his body reflexively when being attacked. That training is his attempt to awaken his devil fruit faster. It can also train his observation haki, so he hoped it will make his observation haki develop faster, and it works. His observation haki grew faster than his armament haki in the last 2 years. It's not perfect yet, but it keeps progressing. Buggy put his head back on his body and says, "You're very sneaky, Squard. Using an underhanded tactic in a duel. Humph, a duel of pirates is not sacral. We didn't choose to fight as swordsmen, so this is a pirate fight. Besides, your previous big attack isn't swordsmanship. So what I did wasn't wrong," says Squard. "Oops, I've been found out. But you're right, a duel of pirates doesn't have a rule. So I will use this now," says Buggy while grinning. Buggy split his wrists and spin his swords on his hands. Then he uses the spinning swords to attack Squard. Buggy's attack surprised Squard and he uses both of his katana to defend Buggy's attack. Buggy then rushes to Squard and sends a kick at Squard's stomach. The kick doesn't hit because Squard blocks it with his big katana. But that makes Caster on Buggy's left hand free and it spins towards Squard. Caster almost slashes Squard's head, but someone stops it. Buggy's attack is stopped by Squard's vice captain who uses a cutlass. He blocks the sword to save Squard, but it violates the duel. "Richard," says Squard in surprise. "Sorry, Captain. But I can't let you die even if it violates your duel again. You can get mad at me, but you need to live first," says Richard, the vice captain. Squard grits his teeth because the same thing as the past happens again. Squard looks at Buggy who is grinning, so he clicks his tongue. Buggy grins seeing what happens and says to his crewmates, "Attack. This is an all-out war now." "Yeah!" shouts the clown pirates while getting ready to fight. The natives also raise their weapons and get ready to join the battle. Spider Maelstrom pirates also draw their weapons to fight. Everyone is ready for an all-out war now. Richard takes Squard back and Buggy lets them leave. Squard looks at his crew with a bitter expression, but then he looks serious. What happened has happened, he needs to move on and think of the best for his crew. It has become like this, so we don't have any choice. "Let's go all out," says Squard to his crew. "Yeah!" yells Squard's crewmates. Both sides get ready for battle and a moment later, each captain gives their order, "Attack." Both sides move to attack each other with their weapons. Some of Squard's crewmates shoot their guns and the natives shoot their spear bazooka. The main members of both sides run forward to fight at close range. Buggy clash with Squard again, Cricket face Richard, Mantis face a man who wields a hammer, while Jude faces a girl who wields a staff. The natives are facing the other pirates using their spears and bazookas. Now both crews go all out and use all their power and abilities. Buggy also starts using his devil fruit along with his sword's devil fruits. He can be said to be a 3 devil fruits user now. Buggy uses his favorite attack, the spinning swords, to attack Squard. He activates Castor's and Pollux's devil fruits too. Castor's hardening ability makes Squard's swords wheeze, while Pollux's pressure makes Squard move back because of the pressure. Buggy also keeps attacking Squard with his elbows and kicks. It made Squard feels overwhelmed and he can only defend Buggy's attacks. Squard's crewmates want to help him, but the clowns and natives are not weak, so they can't help Squard. Squard's crew is strong, as they are New World pirates. But Buggy has trained his crew to be strong and now they're at Grand Line's level. The battle with Hapo Navy also made them stronger and they won't lose to Squard's crew. Squard's crew is also not very strong now, as even Squard only has 110 million bounty even when he has sailed in New World. It proves that his threat is really low and so is his power for New World standard. Even Luffy already has a bounty of 300 million before he reaches Sabayati. Sure, a bounty doesn't represent strength, but the threat to WG. Even so, weak pirates won't get high bounty that easily. Buggy keeps pushing Squard, but Squard is very resilient. Squard can defend Buggy's attack using his swords and armament haki. He uses his swords to defend Buggy's swords and he covers his body with haki to defend Buggy's elbows and kicks. Buggy then controls his swords to attack Squard from below. Squard defends with his swords, but it makes his swords fling up and so are his hands. Buggy uses this chance and detaches his arms. He throws his arms to Squard's arms and locks it up. Then Buggy controls both his swords to strike Squard's body. Swish slash. GAHK. Squard gets slashed and a deep X wound appears on his torso. Blood gushes out from Squard's wounds and he spits some blood. Buggy hasn't finished and he kicks Squard's body with a haki-covered foot. Buggy kick as hard as he can and it makes Squard fling away and crashes to the ground. Squard loses grip of his swords and he rolls on the ground. "Captain!" yells Squard's crewmates. Squard's wounds are deep, especially the one inflicted by Pollux. Buggy has used Pollux's ability and it makes a deep wound on Squard's body. Even Squard's haki can't defend it and he is done. Buggy jumps to Squard and revert his body to normal. Then Buggy raises Pollux to the sky and charges its power, ready to slash Squard's neck. Squard's crewmates yell at Buggy to stop and try to run at him, but Buggy's crewmates stop them. Jude spread her ash to grab them and stop their track. "Stop it! Aren't you afraid of Whitebeard's anger?" shouts Richard. He tries to stop Buggy. "If that old man comes after me, he will get the same fate." Buggy, don't fear anyone, even gods on Mary Gosa. If Whitebeard comes to avenge his fool son, then let him come. I will entertain him and tell him to educate his sons correctly, says Buggy with an overwhelming tone. Everyone's heart trembles hearing that and they are rooted in their place. What they hear from Buggy isn't arrogance, it's pride and pure belief. Buggy swings his sword down, but suddenly, a voice is heard from a Denden Mushi, "Gururera, you've became stronger, red-nosed brat." Buggy stops his sword right on Squard's neck. Looks at the Denden Mushi that is held by a chore boy from Squard's ship and says, "Whitebeard. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want." /Capt Mermain FR Novo. Chapter 73, Talk with Whitebeard. "Whitebeard," says Buggy after hearing the voice from Denden Mushi. "Red-nose brat, you and that red-hair brat have started to make your own name now. Roger must have been proud of you," says Whitebeard through the Denden Mushi. "Cut the crap, old man. What do you want?" asks Buggy. "Let my sons go and we'll end this here," says Whitebeard with a serious tone. "Why should I listen to you? You're not my dad, says Buggy unfazed. Guerrera, you've grown some balls over these years. Say it. What do you want? Asks Whitebeard. Buggy gets silent for a moment before replying, a favor, give me a favor that I can take any time, and I'll release him. A favor? Just say it now and I will give it, says Whitebeard. I don't need anything from you now, so I will keep it for the future when I need it. I promise it won't be something irrational like taking your life or something like that. If I want your life, then I'll take it myself, says Buggy while smirking. Ha, cheeky brat. You're 10 years too early to say that, says Whitebeard. I don't need 10 years for that, I will be able to do it in 5 years at most. So, what's your answer? Asks Buggy. P-pops, D-don-t. This is, my fault, for being, weak, says Squard weakly. Shut up, Squard. If you're weak, then you can train to get stronger, but you can't do anything if you're dead. I am your father, so I will protect you, says Whitebeard. Squard gets silent and cries a little. Fine then, red-nosed brat, I'll owe you a favor. It's nothing compared to my son's life, says Whitebeard. Good, says Buggy. Buggy orders his crew to release Squard's crewmates. Then the spider maelstrom pirates go to Squard and treat him. Buggy asks Manhwa to give them some medicines for Squard. Whitebeard, says Buggy to Whitebeard through the Dendon Mushi. What do you want now? Asks Whitebeard. Prepare yourself. The era has changed, and it will change again soon, says Buggy while grinning. Whitebeard grins too and says, show me how it will change then. Buggy closes the call and tells the spider maelstrom pirates to leave. They leave the island immediately so they can treat Squard's wounds. The clown pirates and natives return to the village by riding the giant birds. After arriving in the village, Buggy tells his crew that they will leave now. If even Squard's crew can find them, then Marine will find them too. The clowns get ready to leave and bid farewell to the natives. Meanwhile, Buggy talks to Manhwa about his intention to recruit Manhwa. Manhwa, you want to see the world, right? Asks Buggy. Yeah, but I don't know how and my aunt won't allow it, says Manhwa. Then how if you come with us? We will explore the world, and we are rather strong. So we can protect each other. I will also help you to become stronger, says Buggy. Manhwa widens his eyes and looks at Buggy then says, see can I? Yeah, of course. As you know, we don't have a doctor and need one. You are the perfect candidate for that, says Buggy. Be but my aunt, says Manhwa. She allows it, I've talked to your uncle and he talked with her. They allow it after seeing my power previously, says Buggy. Manhwa doesn't say anything and runs off to his home. Buggy just blinks his eyes and giggles. Then Buggy also goes to the village and bids farewell to the natives and birds. After that, they go to their ship on the coast and get ready to leave. The natives and birds also go to the coast to send the pirates. But Manhwa can't be seen among the natives, only he is not there. Captain, where's Manhwa? Asks Mantis. He doesn't want to come, hey? Asks Cricket. Buggy just smiles and doesn't say anything. The natives also talk about Manhwa and ask Enhiba and his wife. Enhiba and his wife is also confused and don't know why Manhwa isn't here now. Does he change his mind from leaving the island? Asks Enhiba's wife. No way, that kid is very stubborn and won't give up easily, says Enhiba. But maybe he got afraid after the previous battle, says a native man. They talk about it and many people think that Manhwa has decided to stay on the island. The clown pirates also have finished their ship's preparation and are ready to leave. Captain, everything's ready, says Jude. Well then, let Buggy can't finish his words when someone shouts from far away. Wait, Buggy no, Captain. Don't leave me behind. Shouts Manhwa from far in the forest. Everyone looks at Manhwa's voice direction and soon, they see him. Manhwa is running with a very big bag on his back. The bag is a lot bigger than him even though he's already fat. There he is, says Buggy while smiling. Hat, took him long enough to pack his stuff, says Cricket. He's just running too slow, says Mantis. So this means he will join us, right? Asks Jude. Of course, we'll have a doctor now, says Buggy. Manhwa keeps running to the ship and the natives open the way for him. He runs and then jumps to the ship. Well, he tried to. Manhwa failed to get on the ship and crashed to it instead because he can't jump high enough. Bam! Everyone flinched because Manhwa crashed face first to the ship's wall. Ugh, that must be hurt, says Cricket. Buggy detaches his hand to grab Manhwa and says, just climb through the rope if you can't jump this high. Buggy pulls Manhwa to the ship and Manhwa just laughs while scratching his head. Manhwa puts his bag down and then looks at the natives and birds. He bid farewell to them and says that he will return when he has seen the world. After bidding their farewell, the clown pirates start to sail. They leave the Torino Kingdom to continue their journey. It's just the beginning of their journey on South Blue. When they get quite far from the Torino Kingdom, the clowns hold a party. It's to celebrate their victory over Squad's crew and celebrate their new member. Manhwa is still quite shy, but he adapts fast and joins the boys' craziness. Ah, that's right Manhwa, what's inside your big bag? Asks Cricket. My personal belongings and also medical tools. I know you guys don't have a lot of medical tools, so I bring everything I have, says Manhwa. Just how many tools that you have to make it this big? Asks Cricket curiously. Well, there's a lot of them. I also bring some tools for research, after all. The outside world must have many new herbs or things that are useful for medical purposes. I will need to research them to know their characteristics and usage, says Manhwa. Cricket just blinks his eyes in confusion and says, well, just do what you want. Their party lasts for an hour before they stop. Manhwa put his belongings in the male bedroom that was used by Cricket before he moved. Where will we go now, Captain? Asks Jude. Let's just go to the nearest island. We will explore the islands fast and randomly to avoid Marine's detection, says Buggy. Jude nod and set their course to the nearest island. The clown pirate's journey with 5 crew members has started. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 74, Baitrilla. The clown pirates set their ship's course to the nearest island on the map. They sail for one day and finally reach the island. It's a small uninhabited island that has been drawn on the map. The clowns explore the island to find interesting things. They explore the island for 6 hours and found nothing except plants, animals and a lake. They took the fruits and leaves from the plants and hunt the animals for their supplies. They also took the fresh water from the lake. Free supplies are always welcomed by any crew. The clown pirates stay on the island for a night. They have some small talks while gathering around the campfire. Buggy sees Jude is looking over the map and he remembers something. Jude, how many days will it take for us to reach Baitrilla? Asks Buggy. Baitrilla? Judging from the distance between this island and Baitrilla, it will take around 3 days. Do you want to go there, Captain? Asks Jude. Yeah, I want to check something there. Set the next destination to Baitrilla, says Buggy. I understand, says Jude. Buggy wants to check if Ace has been born or not. He has forgotten a lot of things that he knew about One Piece world. However, he still remembers that Ace was 20Y.0 when he died in the Summit War. This is 20 years before the canon starts. So Ace will be born around this time. He might be born already or almost born. Buggy doesn't know it, so he needs to make sure. He has a doctor now, so if Rouge hasn't given birth, he will try to save her. A.N. F***ck original timeline, LOL. I'll just do what I want, / Manhwa, can you do a cesarean section? asks Buggy. I can. We used it sometimes when a woman couldn't deliver her baby normally. Why'd you ask? Asks Manhwa. I might need your help for that if it's not too late, says Buggy. Manhwa nods and says he will prepare everything for the procedure. Manhwa asks Buggy about the details like the mother's condition. So Buggy tells him what he knows about Rouge's condition. Everyone gets surprised when they hear what Rouge did to save her baby. But they're also angry at the Marine and WG for targeting a baby just because he is Roger's son. I don't know what technique that she used to hold her pregnancy like that. But I know that it's dangerous and can kill her. I also predict that she used her life force to do it. If that's the case, then it will be very hard to save her, says Manhwa. It's okay. At the very least, I want you to check it. I won't force you to save her if you can't, says Buggy. Buggy doesn't have much hope too for Manhwa to be able to save Rouge. Her condition isn't something that can be solved easily. But Buggy wants to assure it by asking Manhwa to check on her. He wants to do what he can to help Rouge. I will do what I can to save her, Captain. I don't want to have any regret because I don't do anything. I hope it's not too late yet, thinks Buggy. The clown pirates rest after that and they sail in the morning. They go to Baitrilla and Jude tries to get the ship to move as fast as possible. Manhwa also prepares everything that he might need to help Rouge. It takes them 2 days to reach Baitrilla, 1 day faster than Jude's prediction. The wind, weather and current are very friendly to them in these 2 days. So they can move faster than predicted. The clown pirates almost reach the island, but they see some marine ships are there. Buggy gets excited when he sees the marine ships. It means that they still search for Rouge, so Rouge won't give birth yet. But it also makes him worried if Rouge holds her pregnancy longer than the original story. It will get dangerous if she holds her pregnancy longer. That's why Buggy needs to do something and get the Marines to leave Baitrilla fast. Manhwa, you will go alone to Baitrilla. You haven't been known by the world as my crewmate, so the Marines won't recognize you. Search for a woman named Porgas de Rouge and contact me if needed. We will distract the Marine and make them leave the island. If she's still alive and pregnant, then help her to deliver her baby soon, Buggy instructs Manhwa. All right, says Manhwa without hesitation. Buggy orders Cricket and Mantis to prepare Manhwa's boat and supplies. Then Buggy gives Manhwa a Denden Mushi so he can call them anytime. Buggy instructs Jude to make a route plan to keep the Marine busy. Manhwa, even if the Marines chase us, you will still need to be careful. There might be some spies left on the island that will watch your movements, says Buggy. All right, I will be careful, says Manhwa. They move fast and then send Manhwa alone on a boat. Jude has told Manhwa the route to the island that won't make him get detected by Marines. Then the clowns move in a different direction and get close to the Marine ship. The Marines notice them and get into a dilemma whether to continue their mission or to chase the clown pirates. They contact the Marine HQ and finally receive an order to chase the clown pirates. The HQ has found out that Buggy was Roger's apprentice together with Shanks. So currently, Buggy and Shanks are a bigger threat than a baby that hasn't been born yet. They also didn't find anything in these 2 years, so it's better to chase Buggy that they have known as Roger's apprentice. This Marine unit came from Marine Ford, so they're strong. They sent a unit from HQ because their target was Roger's family. So there might be strong guardians here and normal Marines from South Blue won't be able to face them. That's why now the HQ doesn't hesitate to send them to chase Buggy. There are many pirates with bounties of 100 million belly or more in Grand Line. So they won't be afraid of the clown pirates like South Blue's Marine unit. Seeing the Marines move to chase them, Buggy orders his crew to escape. The Marines chase them and the clown pirates lead them away from the island. Now they just need to keep moving until Manhwa contacts them. Marine HQ, Marine Ford. Admiral Sengoku received the report about Buggy that reached Baitrilla. He immediately gets serious and asks for the details. He won't take Roger's apprentice lightly, even more so when Buggy has made a name for himself and get a bounty of 100 million belly before even reaching Grand Line. Is it a coincidence that he comes to Bait Rilla all of a sudden? Asks Sengoku to the Rear Admiral that gave the report. We don't know about it. But from his movement pattern, it seems to be a coincidence. He was first seen in East Blue at Roger's execution, then in North Blue when he got his first bounty. Then he crossed Grand Line and arrived in West Blue, and now he is in South Blue, says the Rear Admiral. So he moves around the blues first before sailing on Grand Line? Asks Sengoku. It seems to be the case. In North Blue, he visit every island, and almost did the same in West Blue. If it's not for Happo Navy's disturbance, then he would do the same, says the Rear Admiral. So it means he wants to explore all islands in South Blue and coincidentally arrived on Bait Rilla. Asks Sengoku again. Yes, if he wants to go there, he will do it before he made his name to avoid detection, says the Rear Admiral. That makes sense. We also didn't find any trace of Roger pirates there. So it seems the island is clean, says Sengoku. Yes, I don't think that Roger is stupid enough to leave his lover on that island because it will be too obvious, says the Rear Admiral. You're right. All right, prepare a unit led by a Vice Admiral to South Blue. If that red-nosed brat is as strong as Red Hair, then Rear Admiral won't be enough. Order the Marine unit that chases them to keep a distance and just monitor them until reinforcement comes, instructs Sengoku. Which Vice Admiral that we will send? Asks the Rear Admiral. Send Borsellino, says Sengoku. No need, I will go there, says Garp, who suddenly enters the room. Hehe, a brat from Roger's crew, it will be interesting. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /CaptMermainRUBNVE.C Chapter 75, Ambition led to demise. The clown pirates led the marine unit to leave Bait Rilla. They go far from the island to the open sea. Buggy doesn't want to fight near the island because it will make a big ruckus. After they reach the open sea, Buggy tells his crew to stop the ship. He stands on the rear railing and unsheaths Pollux. Buggy charge Pollux's power using his haki and wait for the marine ship to get closer. The Marines are confused when they see the pirates' ship stop. But it's their chance, so they move their ship closer. The Marine unit's leader is a captain from Grand Line, so he is confident they can defeat the clowns. Captain, we've just got a message from HQ to not initiate the attack, says the lieutenant. What? Are they looking down on me? TCH. Even if he was Roger's apprentice and have a bounty of 100 million. But he is still a blues-level pirate. He doesn't dare to go to Grand Line means that he is afraid and weak, says the Marine captain. But this is a direct order from Admiral Sengoku, says the lieutenant. Just tell him that the pirates attack us first, says the captain. The lieutenant and other subordinates are not sure. But they can only do as the captain says because he is the leader. They don't know that the captain has another thinking. If I can defeat him, then I will be promoted to Rear Admiral. This is my chance to get a promotion. That guy just has a big reputation as Roger's apprentice. He won't be that strong even with high bounty, thinks the captain. The Marine captain underestimates Buggy's power. He doesn't think that Sengoku gave that order because of Shanks. Sengoku considers Buggy to have similar strength with Shanks, who can defeat a Grand Line Rear Admiral. That's why Sengoku wants to send a Vice Admiral to chase Buggy. But the Marine captain doesn't think about it and gets blinded by his ambition to get promoted. Well, he was also not satisfied with his job to investigate Bait Rilla to find a baby that might be Roger's offspring. 9 months have passed a long time ago, so if Roger has a baby, he should have been born already. But the higher UPS are stubborn, so he could only do it as a mere captain. That's why he wants to get a promotion badly, and this is his chance. He will prove that he is as strong as a Rear Admiral. The Marine ship gets closer and finally, the Little Hunter is on their firing range. The captain orders his men to shoot at Little Hunter. But Buggy also makes his move and raises Pollux that glows bright white up. Then at the same time with Marine's shooting, Buggy swings his sword down with full power. Press release, slash, says Buggy while swinging his sword. Buggy's sword swing creates a big white vertical slash arc. It cut the sea and pushed the water away because of Pollux's press power. It moves toward the Marine ship and pushes away the cannonballs that were shot at Buggy's ship. The Marines are panicking and so is the Marine captain. He never thought that Buggy can create such an attack that can cut the sea. Well, it's Pollux's power, but it's also Buggy's power because he is the one who used it. The Marines try to move their ship away, but it's too late. The slashing arc reached the ship and hit it right in the front. But even though it's a slashing attack, it doesn't cut the ship like how a sword should be cut. The pressing power inside that slashing arc gives a strong pressure outside. It made the area that gets hit by the arc crack and break like blunt attacks damage. The Marines who try to stop it also get pushed back with strong pressure. Buggy's attack starts to get weakened when it cut a quarter of the battleship. It's getting weaker as it moves forward and breaks the ship. It's finally disappeared when it cut half of the ship's length. It's still not enough to cut the battleship in half, hey? Maybe it's also because of the battleship's big size. It can cut a small ship or medium-sized ship though, says Buggy after looking at the damage that his attack done. Buggy's attack only cut half of the length, but it's enough to sink the battleship. Water starts to get inside the ship from the damage that Buggy made. The ship also starts to sink from the front side first. Buggy orders his crew to leave now and return to Baitrilla. But they will take a long route by moving away first before going back to Baitrilla. They want to deceive the Marine who might call for reinforcement. While they sail back to Baitrilla, they get a call from Manhwa. He finds Rouge still pregnant and gets very weak because she has held her pregnancy for too long. The WG and Marine are too careful and patrol this area for too long. Garp also still hasn't made up his mind whether to save the baby or not. So Rouge needs to hold her baby longer than it should be. Can you do something? Asks Buggy. It's very difficult, Captain. She needs to give birth as soon as possible. But she doesn't have any strength left and only lives through her willpower. If she delivers the baby now, all that willpower will go and she might die. Even if we use cesarean section, says Manhwa. Buggy gets silent for a moment before asking, what's your advice? We need to strengthen her by giving her nutritious food and also not make her stressed out. The continuous patrol by the Marines has stressed her out in her pregnancy, says Manhwa. Will it make sure that she's gonna survive? Asks Buggy. It will raise her survival percentage, I can't guarantee anything, says Manhwa. A chance is better than nothing. How long? Asks Buggy. 1 month is enough, says Manhwa. Alright, I will leave it to you, Manhwa. I will send Mantis to help you prepare the nutritious food. Jude will help you if you need anything. Cricket will guard Rouge's house. As for me, I will keep away the pests, says Buggy. The clown pirates then move to Baitrilla faster. Manhwa has started to treat Rouge now. Luckily, Rouge recognizes Buggy's picture when Manhwa shows it to her, so she can trust Manhwa. Roger has talked a lot about Buggy and Shanks, after all. The clown pirates arrive on Baitrilla shortly after that. They go to Rouge's house immediately to see her condition. It doesn't take long for them to reach the house. It's a small cozy house that seems normal like the other houses. They enter the house and go to Rouge's bedroom. They see her laying on the bed and seems very weak. Buggy can find a resemblance of her real self with her animation self. Are you Buggy? Asks Rouge weakly. Yeah, it's the first time we meet, Rouge, says Buggy while smiling. Roger has talked a lot about you and your friend, Shanks. I'm sorry to meet you in this condition, says Rouge. Don't worry about it, you just need to focus on getting better now, says Buggy. I have a question. How did you know about me? Asks Rouge. I have my way. Let's not talk too much, you need to rest. I will let my crewmates help you in here. Manhwa is a good doctor, so he will help you and your baby. As for the Marines, they won't disturb you at all, says Buggy. Rouge smile and so is Buggy. He then leaves the room after telling his crew to take care of Rouge. Buggy goes outside and sighs in relief. He doesn't know why Rogue hasn't given birth to Ace yet. But it relieved his heart because he get the chance to save Rouge. Now he will do his best to save Rouge and Ace, so he won't regret anything. Captain Roger, I will do my best to save them. This is the least I can do to repay what you've given to me. Well, the original Buggy and my current self. I don't know who or what power that has done this, but I'm very grateful, says Buggy while looking at the sky and smiling. A.N, you're welcome. 3. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 76, Garp's Arrival. After meeting with Rouge, Buggy goes to the highest spot on the island. Now he will be able to look anywhere around the island. He knows that Marines' reinforcement will come, so he needs to prepare himself. Buggy will keep looking at the sea while training himself. He also ordered his crew to train every time they're free. Marine can come anytime, so they need to be prepared for it. However, 2 weeks have passed, and no Marine ship come to the island. It's very strange considering Marine's attitude toward Roger pirates. They should have really wanted to catch Buggy. It's also hard to think that the Marine doesn't know that he is here after 2 weeks of stay. Baitrilla is under their surveillance for 2 years, so it's impossible for them to not leave any spies here. What happens here? There's no way that the Marine will let me go that easily after knowing my location. Did someone play something here? Ponders Buggy. Buggy is right, someone is playing with the current situation, it's Garp. He is the one who took the job to capture Buggy on South Blue. Garp has arrived on South Blue 5 days after Buggy destroyed the Marine unit. But Garp didn't go straight to Baitrilla and went to check the defeated unit instead. He said he wanted to check their conditions and asked a few things. Garp wasted 2 days doing that, then he left the Marine base after Sengoku reprimanded him. But Garp didn't go straight to Baitrilla, he moved around randomly and attacked many pirate crews. 1 week get wasted like that and Garp's unit had captured 10 pirate crews in that 1 week. The reason for Garp to do all of that was because he knew Buggy want to do something in Baitrilla. Garp has made up his mind to take care of Roger's baby. But he wanted to know what Buggy will do in Baitrilla. Vice Admiral Garp, you get a message from Fleet Admiral Kong, says Garp's assistant, Bogard. What is it? Asks Garp. He wants you to go straight to Baitrilla and capture Buggy the Clown or he will send Vice Admiral Borsellino to do the job, says Bogard. Humph, that bastard wants to do anything as he please, grumbles Garp while picking his nose. Garp's subordinates sweat drop at his statement. Everyone knows that he is the one who does anything as he please. Besides, Kong is the fleet admiral, so he can order Garp who is a vice admiral. What should we do now? Asks Bogard. Let's go to Baitrilla, we can't play around anymore, says Garp. Garp's unit immediately goes to Baitrilla after that. They reach the island after 1 day, and Buggy sees their ship. He widens his eyes in surprise to see Garp's ship. He can recognize it easily because of the unique dog head figure. It seems I need to make a head figure for Little Hunter. It feels very plain right now without a head figure. No, I need to focus on this. I don't know what Garp will do now. He might come here to catch me, not for Ace. If he wanted to save Ace, he should have come months ago, says Buggy. Buggy immediately runs to the port and tells his crew to get ready. He ordered them to leave with Rouge if something goes wrong and Garp doesn't come here to save Ace. This is not anime or manga, this is the real world for Buggy now. Everyone here isn't a character anymore, so he can't predict what they'll do. It will be good that Garp will save Ace like the canon, but it will be very bad if Garp is different. If this is a bad alternate universe, then it will be very bad for us. Garp is still too strong for me right now and I don't have any winning chance. The best I can do is stalling time for them to leave, says Buggy while running to the port. Buggy tells the citizens to get away from the port. They might get involved in the upcoming battle. If they get involved, then no one of them will survive it. Buggy reaches the port in a short time. He looks at the incoming marine battleship. Buggy unsheath Pollux and cover it with haki. Then he charges Pollux's press power while waiting for the marine battleship to get closer. When the battleship reaches his attack range, Buggy slashes his sword horizontally. He aims for the ship's lower hull like what he did to Chinjao's ship. He wants to force Garp to jump down from the ship, so he can cut the mast like when he fought Chinjao. However, Buggy is still underestimating Garp too much. Garp just grins seeing the attack and he takes a cannonball. He coats the cannonball with haki, then throws it to Buggy's attack. The cannonball hit Buggy's slash attack and they destroy each other. Buggy widens his eyes in surprise because Garp can destroy his strongest attack that easily. Damn, he is a real monster. I thought I've overestimated him, but it seems I'm still underestimating him. This Garp is still in his prime, this is really bad, says Buggy while clenching his fists. Buggy then calls his crew and orders them to get ready to leave. What about you, Captain? Asks Jude worriedly. Just leave without me if something goes wrong. This is Captain's order, says Buggy firmly. The crew widen their eyes in surprise. Buggy never emphasizes his order to be a captain's order. This means they need to do as he says without questioning anything. Even if I'm dead or get captured, you need to leave and take care of Rouge and the baby if something goes wrong. I repeat, this is Captain's order, says Buggy. The crew can only agree and prepare everything they'll need. Buggy stays on the port and waits for Garp's unit to arrive. A long-range attack will be useless, so he can only fight closely. It doesn't take long for Garp's unit to reach the port. The Marines get down from their ship and walk toward Buggy with Garp leading them. Garp keeps grinning as he walks to Buggy. Then the Marines stop a few meters in front of Buggy. So both of Roger's apprentice has started their voyage and made name for themselves. You weren't that strong compared to that red-hair kid in the past, but now you've become this strong. You hid your strength well, kid, says Garp. Why'd you come here, Garp? Asks Buggy. To capture you, Roger's apprentice. We finally found both of you, remnants of Roger pirates. There's no way we will let you go, right? Asks Garp while grinning. So you of all people were sent to South Blue even though Shanks is on Grand Line right now? Asks Buggy back. Grand Line has a lot of strong Marines, but South Blue's Marines won't be able to handle you. That's why I came here, says Garp while still grinning. Cut the crap, Garp. Do you come here for me, or them? Asks Buggy. Garp doesn't answer and just grins at Buggy. Garp suddenly disappears from his spot and appears in front of Buggy. Buggy widened his eyes and jumped back right on time when Garp's punch hit his face. Buggy is sent flying and crashes through some building on the port. He hasn't even covered his body with haki, so he receives the full brunt of Garp's punch. Buggy cough and look at Garp who is still grinning through the holes. Buggy stands up and rub his red nose that becomes redder because of the punch. He walks back to the port while unsheathing his swords. Then he runs at Garp while coating his hands and swords with haki. Buggy charges Pollux and swings it at Garp from above. Garp raises his haki-covered left hands to block Pollux. Buggy's sword hit Garp, but Garp doesn't move even a little. The ground where Garp stands, crack, but Garp doesn't move at all. Ho, you've got some power there. As I thought of Roger's apprentice. But it's not enough, says Garp. Garp sends a punch with his right hand at Buggy's stomach. Now Buggy can see the punch coming. Buggy split his stomach to evade Garp's punch. You're a devil fruit user? What a rare case for Roger pirates, says Garp. Roger pirates have been disbanded, so I am not a Roger pirates crew. I am myself, I am the captain of my own crew. I am Buggy, captain of clown pirates, this is my pride as a captain. Remember that, says Buggy while attaching his body back. Then make me remember that, Buggy from Roger Pirates, says Garp while grinning. Buggy moves again to attack Garp. The battle of Buggy and Garp has started. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 77, Useless Struggle. Buggy attacks Garp numerous times with different moves. But Garp doesn't move even for one step. Buggy has exerted all his strength on his attacks, but he can't do anything to Garp. Damn, he's like a mountain. I can't make him move even a bit. Even Pollux's press power is useless, thinks Buggy while attacking. You're not bad for someone your age, but it's still not enough. What's your dream, kid? Asks Garp. Buggy jumps back and takes a stance with both of his swords. Exploring the world and discovering its mysteries. A good but dangerous dream. To reach that dream, your current strength is far from enough, says Garp while grinning. I know, you don't need to tell me that, says Buggy while charging both of his swords' devil fruits abilities using his haki to the max. Two-sword style, hardened press. Buggy rushes at Garp with high speed and slashes his swords diagonally, making an X shape. Garp just grins and punches Buggy's sword attack with haki-covered fist. Buggy's attack clashes with Garp's fist and creates a blue lightning spark. Garp squints his eyes a little before blowing Buggy away. Buggy crashes to some buildings again, but now he moves farther than before until he crashes onto a cliff. The kid just awakened his conqueror haki. I never thought that I would help him awaken it. This is bad, says Garp while still grinning. Garp thinks like it's a bad thing, but he grins like it's a good thing. It's a bad thing because Buggy is a pirate and having conqueror means he has the potential to stand above the others. But Garp grins like it's a good thing because he knows Buggy is not an evil person or scum like most pirates. He hasn't even killed anyone so far to get his high bounty. So Garp still thinks positively about Buggy. Buggy himself is surprised by what just happened. He never thought that he will have conqueror haki. But he also gets surprised to know that Garp has it too. It's not strange though, considering Garp never follows orders and does as he please as a marine. The dude literally refused to be an admiral many times because he didn't want to be Celestial Dragon's dog. I don't know if the original Buggy has conqueror or not, but I don't think he has it. He is a coward, so he shouldn't have it. That means this is my own power. I don't know why I have it, but it's a good thing, says Buggy while getting up. Buggy now has blood trickling out from his lips and nose. His hands also tremble after receiving Garp's punch. That punch is the strongest attack that he even received. Garp didn't hold back anything in that punch, but Buggy can survive it, showing his high durability. Buggy walks toward Garp again even though his hands and body hurt. The impact of those crashes is not small at all. He has covered his body with haki, but it still feels really hurt. Damn, did he use advanced haki? Or it's just his pure monstrous strength? Ponders Buggy. Buggy approach Garp and attack again with his injured body. Garp grins and attacks Buggy too. Now Garp doesn't defend and keeps on attacking Buggy. Buggy's attacks are still useless and he received many punches now. However, he keeps standing and tries to not fall. If he falls, it will be hard to get up again. His injuries keep increasing, but Buggy doesn't back down. He needs to stay here and stall time as long as he can. When some marines try to sneak into the island, Buggy will attack them with Pollux's power even when he received a punch from Garp. Garp then orders his subordinates to stay on their spot and not move. They can only follow the order even though they know that it's a good chance to find Buggy's crew. Buggy keeps getting pummeled by Garp, but he still stands and does not let the marines pass through him. The marines are shivering seeing Buggy's bloody appearance. They don't know why he still fights back even when there's no chance of winning. Most pirates that are in the same situation as Buggy will give up and beg for mercy. But Buggy is still fighting Garp even with his sorry state. They even start to feel bad for him even though he is a pirate. Slowly, Buggy's condition gets worsened. His left hand's bones break now and caster falls from his hand. But Buggy still fight with his right hand and legs. He even uses his head to attack Garp. It is interesting to fight a strong young man like you, but I think this is the time to finish this. Get ready, kid, says Garp while preparing his punch. Buggy is panting hard and he raises Pollux with his trembling right hand. He charges Pollux with his remaining haki and waits for Garp's attack. Garp sends a full-powered punch at Buggy and Buggy swings Pollux with all his remaining power. Boom! Their clash creates a booming sound that makes the ground where they stand crack. Their clash is brief because Garp's punch break through Buggy's attack and hit his body. Buggy is sent flying again, but now he flies to the open space. Buggy tries to stop his body, using his feet. He slides on the ground and finally stops after moving for 200 meters. Buggy grins and raises his sword again, but he doesn't move from his spot. Garp also grins and rushes to Buggy using Soru. Garp raises his hand to punch Buggy, but he stops right in front of Buggy's face. Garp takes back his fist and dispels his haki. Then he put his hands in his pockets and walk back to his unit while smiling. Garp's subordinates are confused by what just happened. The fight is over, let's go back to the ship, orders Garp to his subordinate. Oh, over? But he is still standing there. One of Garp's subordinates points at Buggy who is still standing on his spot. He is still standing, but he is not conscious anymore. That kid fainted while standing. A good seed, but too bad he is a pirate, says Garp while walking back to his ship. Then we can capture him now, asks another subordinate. No need to capture him. He has given me good entertainment and fight, so I will let him go now, says Garp. Let's just report that he escaped, says Bogard while following Garp. The other subordinates are confused, but they don't say anything and just follow Garp back to the ship. Then the marine unit leaves the island without doing anything else. Buggy's crewmates who have sailed away from the island see the marine ship leaving. They have sailed using their ship with Rouge like what Buggy ordered them to do. They grit their teeth and clench their fists seeing the marine ship leaving. That means Buggy has been defeated and captured by the marine. They are frustrated because they can't do anything just now. Cricket, what should we do now? You're the one in command without captain here, asks Manhwa. Cricket gets silent for a moment before answering, let's return to the island. We need to take care of Rouge like what captain has ordered. Everyone has bitter expressions, but they agree with Cricket. They return to the island and dock their ship on the hidden coast again. But when they're about to leave the ship and go to Rouge's house, a man is running to them while shouting. You guys, hurry up. Your captain is in bad condition. Hurry up and treat him or he will die, shouts the man. The clowns are surprised to hear that Buggy isn't captured by Marine. They're glad about it, but it seems Buggy's condition is really bad. Manhwa, hurry up and help captain. Leave Rouge to us. Orders Cricket to Manhwa immediately. Manhwa nod and take his medical kit before running to the town. Jude wants to follow Manhwa, but Cricket stops her. Let's leave it to Manhwa, he knows what to do. You won't be able to help him even if you're there. Believe in Manhwa's ability, we need to do what we can for now, says Cricket. Jude looked down with a sad expression, but she nodded to Cricket because he is right. Only Manhwa can help Buggy right now, so they need to do what they can. Rouge is very important to Buggy, after all. So they need to take care of her. Manhwa arrives at Buggy's location and sees him still standing unconsciously. No one dares to move him because they don't want to make Buggy's condition worsen. Manhwa has a sad expression, but he has no time for being sad. He needs to take care of Buggy soon, so he takes his tools and starts to treat Buggy. I won't let you die, Captain. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 78, Recovery. Buggy is laying on a bed in Rouge's house now. His body is full of bandages like a mummy. He finally opened his eyes after being unconscious for 6 hours. Buggy wants to move because he remembers that he was fighting Garp. But he can't move his body, so he looks at his body. He sees the white bandages that cover his body and leave nothing visible. What happened here? Where am I? Thinks Buggy after realizing that he is not fighting Garp anymore. Buggy tries to remember what happened and finally realizes that he has been defeated by Garp. He looks around and thinks that this is a room in marine ship. He thinks he has been captured. But then he realizes that his hands aren't cuffed with sea stones. There's no way marine will detain a devil fruit user without a sea stone handcuff. Is this not the marine ship? Asks Buggy in his mind. Buggy suddenly hears a door being opened and sees Manhwa there. Captain, you've finally woken up, says Manhwa excitedly. Manhwa? Where is this? Asks Buggy. This is Rouge's house. We took you here after I gave you the first treatment. I've given you a thorough check and treatment here. How are you feeling? Asks Manhwa. I don't feel so good, replies Buggy while smirking. Manhwa smiles seeing Buggy smirks and says, if you still can smirk like that, then you will be fine. I'll call the others. Manhwa leaves the room to call the others. Buggy then hears many footsteps of running people in the corridor. Then all his crewmates arrive at the same time. They try to enter the door together and jam it, making them can't enter the room. Sigh, enter it one by one. Says Buggy. The clowns stop and enter the room one by one. They surround Buggy and ask about his condition. Buggy doesn't answer and asks Manhwa instead. Manhwa says that he just needs rest now until he recovers. Who's your opponent, Captain? Asks Cricket. The others are curious too about the one who can put Buggy in this state. Monkey D. Garp, the marine hero, says Buggy. They all get surprised because they all know who Garp is. He is a very famous figure in marine and almost everyone knows him. Garp is even more famous than the Admiral or even Fleet Admiral since he became the marine hero. Isn't Garp the one who is said to be equal with the Pirate King? Asks Mantis. Yeah, he has fought with Captain Roger many times in the past. The only marines that Captain Roger thought highly are Garp and Sengoku. Although he respects Garp more because Garp is more similar to him in ideals. He also fought alongside Garp in the past, says Buggy. A pirate and marine fought together? Not against each other? Asks Jude confusedly. Yeah, because they have the same enemy in the past. I will tell you about it at another time. I need to rest now, says Buggy. They all are curious, but they know Buggy needs to rest. So they leave the room after making sure that Buggy is fine. Manhwa gives Buggy some medicine before leaving too and lets Buggy rest. Buggy sighs in relief because he is still fine and can meet again with his crew. If Garp's unit captured him, then he will be in jail now instead of this room. The worst possibility is that he would die. It seems Garp knows that I'm protecting Rouge. So this means he has decided to take care of Ace. It's a good thing because I can leave Rouge and Ace to him after this. I won't be able to take care of them again after Ace is born, thinks Buggy. Buggy now realized that Garp was the one who pulled some strings. He is the reason why no marine came to the island for 2 weeks. But the pressure from the higher UPS must be strong, so Garp finally decided to attack Buggy. Buggy leaves that thought and goes to sleep. He feels very tired and weak because he lost too much blood. Manhwa's medicine also makes him sleepy, so he falls asleep fast. He finally wakes up again the next day after sleeping for 12 hours. The pain in his body has subsided and he feels better now. But he still can't move and isn't allowed to move by Manhwa. Then finally, Buggy recover fully after 2 days and 2 nights. It surprised everyone, even Manhwa who made the medicines. He knows his medicines aren't that potent and can heal someone with severe injuries like Buggy in 2 days. That means Buggy's natural healing ability is high. Normal people will need weeks or even months to recover from that. But it's also because of Manba's medicines. They're good medicines, after all. Buggy leaves his room to check on Rouge. She has gotten better now after being treated by Manba for more than 2 weeks. She looks more healthy now, just like a normal pregnant woman. Rouge is sleeping now, so Buggy leaves the room to talk with Manba. "How is she?" asks Buggy to Manba. "She is better now and her health has raised a lot. She is very strong-willed and it makes her recovery faster. But her energy is still low and it will be hard to return it to normal. For the last 2 weeks, we will need to improve her energy reserve so she will be able to go through the labor," says Manba. "I still prefer cesarean section than normal labor," says Buggy. "That's still the plan. Even if her energy increase, I will still use cesarean section. Normal labor needs a lot of energy, and it can put her in danger again if we use the normal method," says Manba. "Good, I will leave it to you," says Buggy while walking out of the house. Buggy leaves the house and goes to the highest place again. He looks at the sea and thinks of his battle with Garp. He knows Garp is still too strong for him, but he never knows the distance between their power. "Now I know our distance. I know how high I should aim for. Knowing my target will make my training more effective. I need to reach that level and surpass it. If I can't surpass it, I won't be able to roam around the world freely. I won't be able to discover all mysteries without such strength," says Buggy. Buggy then decides to upgrade his training even though it's hard enough already. If he doesn't push himself, then he won't grow. If he doesn't grow stronger, then he and his crew won't survive. Their enemies will keep getting stronger, so they need to be stronger too. Buggy's crewmates also have the same thinking as him. Especially after they see their super strong captain almost die 2 days ago. Now they know that people at Garp's level have started to target them. The clown pirates then start to train a lot harder than usual. They are still taking care of Rouge in the middle of their training. Their priority now is Rouge, they can train after they leave this island. But Rouge's treatment can't be halted. For the last 2 weeks, they keep training and taking care of Rouge. No one slacked off even if they are very tired. They've talked with Buggy about their training, and Buggy has set a standard for them. "All of us need to be able to use Haki, at least one type before going to Grand Line," says Buggy. "Even me?" asks Manba. "Even you. I will teach you Haki after Rouge gives birth. So we will stay in South Blue for some months while exploring it. Garp didn't catch me, it will make the Marine warier of us," says Buggy. "They will be warier of us because they thought that we can escape from Garp." "Is that what you meant?" asks Jude. "Yeah. Garp is very strong and not many people can escape his grasp. So we need to be careful now. The moment we enter Grand Line, then the ones who target us will be Vice Admiral at least," says Buggy. Everyone now has serious expression and knows the severity of that situation. Vice Admiral's powers are varying, but they're still one of the strongest forces in Marine. So they can't be underestimated. Buggy also talks with everyone including Rouge about Roger's and Garp's cooperation in the God Valley incident. It was the reason Garp got his title. That's also the reason why Roger trusted Garp. Buggy has told them why Garp didn't catch him. The clowns are surprised that Garp will take care of Rouge and her baby. Rouge herself isn't surprised by it, because Roger has told her about it. 2 weeks passed with the clowns keep training and taking care of Rouge. Rouge's conditions keep improving because of Manba's treatment and her strong will to live with her baby. Then finally, the time for Rouge to give birth has come. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 79, Ace's birth. Rouge's labor day has finally come. Manhwa and some nurses will do the cesarean section now. The others wait outside of the room nervously. They never wait for birth labor, and this is really nerve-wracking. Buggy suddenly senses someone and he leaves the house. The others ask him and he just says he wants to get some fresh air. He tells them to wait here to help if something happens. Buggy goes outside and sees Garp is standing beside the door. Buggy stands on the other side and leans to the wall. They don't talk and just stand there for a few moments. "Have you finally decided to take care of the baby?" asks Buggy. Garp is silent for a moment before saying, "Yeah, what Roger said has made sense to me. A baby can't bear their father's sin. Then, I want to ask you to please take care of Rouge. We have done what we could to save her and the baby. The baby will need a mother and I believe you can't be the mother," says Buggy while smirking. "Damn brat, do you want me to breastfeed a baby?" asks Garp angrily. "That's why I told you to take Rouge too. She has never done something bad, Garp. She is not a pirate and criminal like Captain and me. She is just someone who loves a pirate. I still don't understand why WG and Marine are targeting people who are close with Captain," says Buggy with a displeased expression. "That's exactly why. Because they're close with the #1 criminal in the world," replies Garp. "He's the criminal, right? Then he was the one that should be punished. But what's the sin of those who are close to him? Is blood the source of sin? Or is it love? Besides, what are Captain's sins? Did he ever kill or massacred civilians? Never. If it's about killing and massacring civilians, then you guys were the ones who did it a few months ago, on O'Hara," says Buggy casually. Garp flinched and looks at Buggy seriously. "Brat, how did you know that? That's a top secret that not many people know, even high-ranked officers." "I know more than you think," says Buggy calmly. "You better not talk about it again, or it will put you and your crew in danger. You still can't take the consequences that it will create," warns Garp. "I know," says Buggy. "Oe! Oe! Oe!" A baby's cry is heard from the house. Buggy and Garp turn their head and look at each other. Garp wants to get inside, but Buggy stops him. "The procedure hasn't finished. My crew will tell us if it's finished," says Buggy. "Humph, a brat is telling me what to do," grumbles Garp, but he still stands back. Some time later, Cricket calls Buggy from inside, signaling that the procedure has finished. Buggy and Garp now enter the house and go to Rouge's room. The clowns get surprised and alert when they see Garp. But Buggy tells them to calm down and not do anything. Garp doesn't come here for them, after all. They know that Garp will take care of Rouge and her baby from now on. But they still can't forget what Garp did to Buggy, so they are still angry at Garp. Garp sees this and grins. "Just getting angry won't change anything. Unless you become strong enough to defeat me, then you will just become like toothless dogs. Just bark and no bite." The clowns click their tongues and put down their fists. Garp grins seeing them still have the spirit and are ready to fight him even though they have calmed down. Buggy sighs and enters the room with Garp following him. They see Rouge is still sleeping because of the anesthesia. While the baby is on a baby crate, looking around curiously. "It's a boy. Rouge has told me that if it's a boy, then his name will be Ace," says Manhwa. "Just like Captain's sword." "How is Rouge?" asks Buggy. "She is fine. But as I thought, the prolonged pregnancy has caused a problem. I've seen her womb's condition and it is bad. She won't be able to get pregnant again. She will also need to lay in bed for an unknown time. She has used too much energy and we can't recover that even in a month. But at least she has enough energy to go through the labor and survive," explains Manhwa. "That's enough. At least Ace will have a living mother." "How is it, Garp?" asks Buggy to Garp. "Sure, I'll take care of her too. But they will need to hide from the world," says Garp. "Of course. It is too dangerous for them. That's why I want to ask you this. Tell Rouge to give Ace her surname instead of Captain. His surname will put Ace and her in danger," says Buggy. "All right," replies Garp. Buggy then leaves the room after taking a look at Ace and Rouge. He tells his crew that they will leave the island now. The crew takes a look at Ace and Rouge too before following Buggy to their ship. Now, let's explore South Blue again and get stronger. We won't die in Grand Line, no matter who the enemy is, says Buggy. Yet. Answer the clowns. The clown pirates go to their ship and sail to the sea. They take a look at Baitrilla for the last time before sailing faster. They can finally resume their journey. They decide to stay afloat on the sea for a day so they can rest. The next day, they set their course to the nearest location, the Briss Kingdom. On their way to the Briss Kingdom, Buggy teaches Manhwa about Haki. He wants all his current crewmates to be able to use Haki when they reach Grand Line. If they get new members on South Blue, then Buggy will teach them too, but won't set the requirement to have Haki before sailing to Grand Line. The urgent position is a helmsman now. If we don't have a good helmsman, then it will get harder to sail on Grand Line. Shipwright will be important too, especially on Grand Line. We can pay some shipwrights to fix the ship on some islands, but a personal shipwright is better. We never know how long we will stay on the sea, after all, thinks Buggy. Buggy planned to find a good helmsman because Grand Line is not so friendly. Shipwright is also important, but it's not urgent right now. As for combatants, Buggy doesn't think much about it. He can train his crew to fight and they will grow as they go through battles. The clowns arrive in the Briss Kingdom in a day. They immediately search for shipwrights to check their ship. It's been a long time since Little Hunter got treatment. They ask a fisherman and he showed them the location where there are many shipwrights. The clowns go to the location and find a hidden coast. They dock their ship there and leave to find a shipwright. Then like usual, Cricket will guard the ship while the others leave. Buggy goes with Manhwa to find a shipwright, while Mantis goes with Jude to buy things. Buggy and Manhwa go to the location that the fisherman told them. They arrive in a dockyard and see many ships being built or repaired. They go to the office to meet with the manager. You are pirates? Sorry, but we can't work on a pirate ship. The kingdom has forbidden us to do it since many citizens became pirates after Pirate King's execution, says the manager to Buggy and Manhwa. Can't you do it somehow? I can pay more if you want, Buggy tries to negotiate. Sorry, but the kingdom is very strict lately, says the manager. Buggy and Manhwa sigh and don't force the manager. They don't want to ruin someone's business. They turn around to leave, but the manager suddenly calls them. I can't fix your ship, but I can tell you someone that might do it. He is a good shipwright and I can say he is the best in this kingdom. But he is an idealist and often refuses job offers. He might refuse you too, says the manager. Let me see him first, says Buggy. The manager nod and write the address where they can find that shipwright. Buggy takes the paper and smirks. A troublesome shipwright, hey? Interesting. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 80, Strange Shipwright. Buggy and Manhwa go to the shipwright's home based on the address that they got from the dockyard manager. They finally find it after walking for 15 minutes. The house is located near a beach, on the outskirt of a small village. It's just a small wooden house, but it looks very sturdy. The design is simple, but it still looks good and expensive. Buggy knocks on the door and hears a reply from inside. Then a tall and buff man comes out of the house. He is even taller than Cricket and bigger than Manhwa. He has messy hair and beard because he was just woken up from his sleep. Who are you? Asks the man with a sleepy expression. I'm Buggy, a pirate captain. This is Manhwa, my ship's doctor. Are you Palu? I heard you are a shipwright, so I want to hire you to check and repair my ship, says Buggy. Yeah, I am Palu. Just check and repair? Don't ask me, just ask those guys in the dockyard, says Palu. They can't, that's why they recommended you, says Manhwa. TCH, must be the manager. If that guy recommended me, then he should have told you that I've refused many jobs, says Palu. Say it. What do you want? Asks Buggy. Ho, so blunt. Fine, I just want to help a ship that gets treated well by its owner. I don't like ships being mistreated by their owner. If I think your ship is not being treated well, then I will kill you, says Palu seriously. You want to kill me if my ship isn't being treated well? Did you have what it takes to kill me? Asks Buggy while grinning and releasing an intimidation aura. Palu flinches when Buggy does that and he takes a step back. The pirates that heard what he said always got angry or threat him back. But no one has such a strong presence and aura like Buggy. Buggy just released a bit of his conqueror haki. He has trained it since he knows he has it. He has learned everything about haki, even conqueror before he knows he has it. So his training of conqueror haki was rather easy even though he still can only control it a little. But even if it's just a little bit, it is enough to scare Palu. Even Manhwa that is not the target feels a little intimidated right now. Buggy's control over his conqueror haki is still not good, so it leaked out to Manhwa that's not his target. This guy is strong. He might be the strongest person that I've ever met. If it's him, then maybe, gulp, thinks Palu while gulping his saliva. Buggy stop after he thinks that he has scared Palu enough. He's not here to fight with Palu, so he stops now. Palu and Manhwa finally can breathe normally now after holding their breath for a moment. Well, you can take a look at my ship. I can assure you that you will like it, says Buggy while smiling. Sure, let's see it, replies Palu nervously. Buggy and Manhwa then take Palu to their ship on the hidden coast. Palu takes a look at Little Hunter and he can see that Buggy has taken care of it very well. The ship is very clean and neat, unlike normal pirate ships. There are many bad patching that the clowns made with their meager carpentry skills. But Palu can see that they do what they can to take care of it. What a nice ship! It has many broken parts, but I can see that you really love your ship. How long have you sailed on this ship? Asks Palu to Buggy. Around 2 years now. It's a ship that I stole from a pirate crew before I started my own crew. So how is it? Will you fix the damages? Asks Buggy. Sure, I like your ship. Even though your repairs are sloppy, but I can see that you did your best. Let's fix it on my place, says Palu. Alright, let's go there after Mantis and Jude return. Cricket, calls them back, says Buggy. Aye, replies Cricket. Cricket calls the girls to return so they won't need to search for Palu's place by themselves. The girls finally arrived after 10 minutes and Palu's face change. He suddenly runs and hides behind the mainmast. It makes everyone confused. What are you doing? Asks Buggy confusedly. And nothing, I just want to check the mast, says Palu while looking at the mast nervously. Are you not good with women? Asks Manhwa. Palu flinches and nods slowly. Everyone is dumbfounded at this and doesn't know how to respond to it. Is it why you live alone on the outskirt of the village? Asks Buggy. Why yeah, I have bad experiences with women when I was a kid. It gave me a trauma, so I am not good with women to this day, says Palu shyly. Then, do you hate women and like men more? Asks Mantis curiously. No, I just feel uncomfortable around women. I still like women in a love context, so I'm normal, says Palu while peeking from the mast. Don't worry then, we will keep a distance from you to not make you afraid, says Jude. Thank you, says Palu. Mantis and Jude go to the kitchen to make Palu comfortable. Buggy orders Cricket to steer the ship and follow Palu's direction guide. Manhwa goes to his room to check on his medicines and make a list of what to buy. Buggy talks with Palu about what his ship needs and avoids the topic of women. Palu answers all Buggy's questions and explains everything that the ship needs. Palu is glad that Buggy doesn't ask anything about his trauma of women. Can you make a head figure for the ship? Asks Buggy. Sure, but it will take longer time than just repairing the damages, says Palu. No problem. I want Little Hunter to have a distinctive feature that will differentiate it from other ships, says Buggy. Buggy then gives Palu the design for the head figure. Palu checks it and discusses some of its details with Buggy. They talk about it and finally reach the place after 15 minutes. Palu tells the clowns to take out their belongings from the ship so he can work without any hindrance. They do as he said, and Buggy orders Mantis and Jude to find a rented place where they can store their belongings while waiting for the ship to finish. They all work fast and finally take all their belongings to an empty house in the village near Palu's house. There are many empty houses here after many young villagers leave the village to work, so the clowns can rent one of the houses. Palu immediately works on the ship and he tells the clowns that it will take 3 days to finish. He worked alone, so it will surely take a longer time. The clowns decide to enjoy their time in this place. They explore the kingdom and do what they want. The Brisk Kingdom is big, so they can spend their 3 days easily here. Cricket and Mantis always go together because it's a rare chance for them to have a date. Manba goes on his own to find his medical necessities. Buggy goes with Jude to teach her information gathering. Jude still tries to get closer to Buggy, but Buggy is still unfazed. It doesn't stop her though, and she still tries even if Buggy ignores her. Love is truly a hurricane. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 81, Clowns Sparring. The clowns are exploring the Brisk Kingdom while waiting for Palu to fix their ship. Buggy has told his crew to not make any problem while exploring the kingdom. The next Vice Admiral won't be as forgiving as Garp. Buggy and Jude go to the black market to gather information. They gather a lot of information around the world. It's important for them to keep updated about the world's situation. As Buggy's predicted, Shanks doesn't show up at all since his last bounty was published. It seems he has similar thoughts with Buggy. They will strengthen their crews for now until they're ready to face the dangers ahead. But what piqued Buggy's interest isn't the news about red hair pirates. It's the rise of Big Mom pirates in the New World. They have started to conquer many islands and people start to put Big Mom on the same level as Whitebeard. So this is the time, hey? It won't take long for her to become an emperor of the sea. Then in a few years, Kaido will rise into that position too. Kaido, he is my first target among the future emperors. I need to take him down before Beast's pirates grow too big, ponders Buggy. Buggy knows it will be very difficult to defeat Kaido. Even Odin can only injure him in his dragon form. Odin is very strong, Buggy knows it very well because they've sailed together for some time. Unless I reach an emperor level strength, then I won't be able to defeat Kaido. To do that, at least I'll need to be able to use advanced Haki. That's why training my Conqueror Haki is important, thinks Buggy while planning on what he needs to do. Buggy thinks of what he needs to defeat Kaido and Beast's pirates. He will need to be very strong and master advanced Haki. He also needs to strengthen his crew to rival Beast's pirates. Odin's battle with Kaido will happen in 2 years. I still have time to help him, but will he let me do it? He is very stubborn and had refused our help in the past. But the current situation should change his mind. I will just try to ask him in 2 years. For now, I need to focus on my crew's strength, thinks Buggy. Buggy doesn't like to have a small crew, but he doesn't like a very big crew too. He likes to have a crew that is similar to Roger Pirates. Only one big ship with tens of crew members. A big crew like Whitebeard pirates that have some divisions and ships is too troublesome for him. It's better to have subordinate crews rather than some fleets right under him. A small crew like the Straw Hat is also not to his liking. Such crew will often need outsiders' help when fighting a force with a high number. He doesn't want to rely on it when fighting an emperor in the future. Captain, I think you need to see this, says Jude to Buggy while showing a paper to him. Buggy takes the paper and reads it. It's a piece of news about Buggy and Shanks. The World News Agency has sniffed out about their origins as apprentices in Roger Pirates. Their bounty's fast raise has piqued their interest. So they started to investigate and found this fact. It would be big news, so they won't let it go and published it with some added spices. It is stated that both of them might be the successor of the Pirate King, Roger. They also stated that Buggy or Shanks might be the next Pirate King because they know the location of Laugh Tale. Humph, they always exaggerating any news that they heard. But this will be troublesome because it does make sense. Some people who want to find Laugh Tale will start to target us to know its location. Worst case is a big pirate crew from New World will come after us too, says Buggy. What should we do then? Asks Jude. Nothing, we just need to do what we usually do. We just need to avoid big forces that we can't defeat yet. Our goal isn't to defeat them, but to explore the world, after all. But we will fight them if the situation forced us to do so, says Buggy. Jude nods in understanding. There's nothing they can do to stop those people from searching for them. That's why they can only be their usual self and face anything that comes to them. Besides, they've known that their journey won't be easy. After Buggy's defeat from Garp, the clowns finally realized what they will face in the future. If they don't grow stronger fast, then they won't survive and fulfill their dreams. Buggy and Jude leave the black market after reading all the information. They got what they need and know what to do after this. This is why information is very important for them. For the next 3 days, the clown pirates are exploring the kingdom while training themselves too. They can't slack off at all because the enemies can come to them anytime. The ship's repairing also goes without any trouble. Buggy has checked Paulu's works every day and it's really good. It's not on par with someone like Tom, but it is very good. Now Buggy starts to consider recruiting Paulu as his shipwright. A shipwright is important for a sailor crew, after all. The ship is their home and life, so they need to make sure that it is always in good condition. On the 3rd day, the clowns held a sparring session. All members will fight with Buggy together. It seems unfair, but they know the best that it's unfair for the 4 of them. They know Buggy's strength and their chance of winning is very low. Paulu watches them while resting from his work. He is very interested to see the power of someone with a bounty of 100 million. He had never met someone with such bounty before and only met small fries. The sparring starts and all 4 members attack Buggy at the same time. Manhwa starts by shooting his bazooka spear. Buggy can easily flick it away using his hand. Jude then attacks Buggy from afar with her ash while Cricket and Mantis get closer to him. Jude's ash moves to Buggy's feet and holds them on down. Then she tries to make some ash spears to stab Buggy's body. Buggy grins and he detaches his body to evade the spears. Then his upper body flies toward Cricket and Mantis while his lower body moves to break free from Jude's ash grab. Buggy swings his swords at Cricket and Mantis at the same time. Cricket blocked the sword with his new armament hardening and Mantis block with her new metal bow staff. She changed her weapon again because the iron club is too heavy for her fighting style. However, it is a mistake to block Buggy's attack. Even if Buggy doesn't use haki, but his physical strength is greater than them. Cricket gets his haki-covered hand being cut a little and Mantis' staff get cut in half. They fling a few meters back and roll on the ground. Buggy's lower body also has broken through Jude's ash trap. Buggy reattaches his body and rushes forward. He swings his sword at Cricket, but Jude covers Cricket with her ash shield. However, Buggy suddenly changes his move and rushes at Jude. She doesn't have high power, but her ability is very troublesome. Buggy moves fast and appears in front of Jude without her knowledge. Buggy covers his hand with haki and chops her neck to make her faint. After Jude fainted, Buggy rushed at fast speed toward Manhwa. Buggy dodges a bazooka attack from Manhwa and gets in front of Manhwa fast. Buggy lowered his stance and clenched his hand. Then he sent an uppercut and hit Manhwa's jaw, sending him fly up. Manhwa spits some blood and faints when he lands on the ground. Cricket and Mantis rush again toward Buggy. Cricket's injury is just superficial because Buggy won't really cut his first mate's hand. The haki also gave more protection to Cricket. Cricket jumps and sends a haki-covered punch at Buggy from the front. At the same time, Mantis move fast and attack from Buggy's left side using her split staff. Buggy grins and he slides forward while lowering his body to dodge Cricket's punch and Mantis staff at the same time. Then he grab Cricket's clothes and throw Cricket at Mantis on his left. Fawebolo. Cricket's head hit Mantis' head strongly and creates quite an impact. The strong impact on their head makes Cricket and Mantis faint. The 4 crew members have fallen and the only one standing is Buggy. Palu can only watch what happened with dropped jaw and widened eyes. He couldn't even blink once since the sparring started. Buggy has dominated the sparring session easily, after all. Is 100 million even enough for him? You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 82, Shipwright. The clown's sparring session has surprised Palu very much. He can't say anything and can only look at Buggy with a shocked expression. Palu isn't sure that he can even win against one of the crew members, but Buggy can defeat them easily. How's the ship, Palu? Asks Buggy to Palu, making him come out from his stupor. It's good, I just need to do a final check, says Palu. Alright, we'll take our belongings now, says Buggy while turning around. Hey Buggy, can I join your crew? Asks Palu so suddenly. You want to join my crew? Why? Asks Buggy back to Palu. It's the first time for Buggy to have someone ask him to join. All 4 of his crewmates were asked by him to join. So Buggy is curious about Palu's reason for asking to join his crew. You know, I refused many pirates who came to me for one reason. They're not strong enough, says Palu. Palu then tells Buggy that he wants to find his homeland. Palu isn't a native here and he wants to find out about his origin. He was stranded and found on this island when he was a baby. Now he is curious about his homeland that he never know. He has a hunch that his homeland is in Grand Line. But Grand Line is dangerous, so he needs to join a strong crew. That's why he always refused any offer to fix pirate ships in the hope to make the pirates angry to test their strength. But no one has the strength beyond his expectation. That is until he saw the clowns sparring. He finally finds someone that surpassed his expectation. Why are you so sure that you're from Grand Line? Asks Buggy. Because of this, says Palu while opening his shirt and turning around. When Palu shows his back, Buggy can see a pair of white wings there. It is quite big white wings like the Birkins, but Palu can hide it well enough. Sky people, says Buggy after seeing the wings. You know it? Asks Palu with a surprised and hopeful tone. Yeah, your wings are the trait of sky people who live on sky islands. Your hunch is right, sky islands are located on Grand Line, says Buggy. Palu gets excited, but Buggy hasn't finished, but there are many sky islands that spread over Grand Line. There might even be one or some unknown sky islands. It might take many years to find your homeland. Even so, do you still want to find it? Of course. I want to know where I came from, how could I get to this place, who my parents are, etc. I want to know everything that always makes me curious, says Palu. Sure. But you need to work and want to do hard training. I don't want any lazy crew members in my ship. You need to be ready for hard training because Grand Line is dangerous. So we need to get even stronger and I will train you very hard. Are you ready for that? Asks Buggy. Captain, replies Palu. Buggy smiles and says, finish your job and take your stuff. We will sail immediately after everything's ready. Palu salute and go to the ship for final checkups. Buggy wakes his unconscious crewmates up and tells them to get ready to leave. After half an hour, everything is ready and they get on Little Hunter that has a new look. All parts have been painted using natural wood color and red lists to make it looks fresh. Some worn out sails and other parts also have been repaired or replaced. Little Hunter now looks like a new ship and it looks very sturdy. It even has its name written on both sides of hulls. But the biggest change is the front part. Little Hunter now has a head figure. The head figure is a menacing black wolf head with a red nose and eyes. There is also a pair of cutlass that crossed under the wolf's neck. Its white canines also look real and scary. Palu has done a very great job, says Buggy happily. Buggy has been with Little Hunter for 2 years. But he never saw Little Hunter with such an amazing appearance. He always took care of Little Hunter, but he just did basic maintenance. He never thought to change the ship's appearance, but now he is glad that he changed it. You look amazing, buddy. Now it feels like you are a real member of this crew, not just a ship that I stole and used to hunt pirates, says Buggy while smiling and caressing Little Hunter's mainmast. Captain, everything's ready, shouts Cricket from the rear deck after checking everything. All right, let's sail. Orders Buggy to his crew. Palu spread the sail and the ship moves to the sea. They have a new member now and the ship has been repaired. Now they are ready to explore South Blue. The clown pirates start to visit the islands on South Blue from the closest ones. They meet with some pirate crews, marines, and even bounty hunters. But they can fend them off and defeat them. They also finally can see Palu's strength. He is quite strong, his strength is similar to Manhwa. He still can't compete against the other 3 old members or Buggy, but he has the promising talent to grow strong. Still, his fear of women is quite troublesome to handle. The ship is small and they have 2 girls in their crew. So Palu will often meet and need to interact with the girls, but he always runs when getting close to them. The others can only sigh and let Palu fix that problem himself. They don't know what to do, even Manhwa who can't help with a psychological problem. They can only act like usual around Palu. Buggy also teaches Palu about haki. He still wants his crewmates to be able to use at least one type of haki before going to Grand Line. Haki will be a very important factor for their survival in Grand Line. They visit the islands on South Blue one by one. They visit any island, even the inhabited ones. They even find a small island that hasn't been drawn on the map and it makes Jude very happy. They face many troubles, but they can handle them all. There's no big trouble like a vice admiral who comes after them again. Even Marine has started to stop pursuing Buggy since he never deliberately attacked them. His presence even scared of the pirates on South Blue and reduced their piracy activity. So the Marine is quite happy by that, although they don't show it directly. They just show it by not disturbing the clowns anymore. The clowns explore South Blue for 2 months and finally reach the last island on South Blue. The last island that they visit on South Blue is the famous Karate Island. This is the place where many strong people gathered to fight and train. Buggy wants his crew to spend some months here and hone their fighting skills. There will be many opponents to fight here, so they will be able to polish their fighting skills. Underscore 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 underscore. Sorry for the late update. My cat found a boyfriend, so I need to check him out. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 83, Training in Karate Island. After 2 months of exploration on South Blue and visiting all the islands, the clown finally reaches the last island that they want to visit, Karate Island. Buggy wants his crew to stay here for 6 months to train. I want you to train your combat skills. My requirement is still the same, you need to be able to use at least one type of haki in 6 months. As for Cricket and Mantis who have been able to use one type of haki, I want you to train the other type too, says Buggy. Karate Island has many dojos and battle arenas. They can use any training method that they want to use here. They can train in dojos or join battles in arenas. Buggy just wants them to get stronger as preparation for Grand Line. Their names have grown too big, so their journey will be more difficult in Grand Line. Marine Vice Admirals might come after them because all Vice Admirals work in Grand Line. Buggy lets them do what they want other than training as long as they don't create big problems. The crew understands and will do as Buggy says. They know the importance for them to raise their strength. They all then make a schedule for the ship's guard duty. Everyone including Buggy will take turns to guard the ship every day. They'll also sleep on the ship to reduce the living cost in the next 6 months. After everything's ready, they leave the ship to explore the island. Palu will guard the ship today because he also wants to check the ship's condition. Palu still has his fear of women, but at least he can talk with Jude and Mantis normally now, although he still keeps his distance. He still can't talk with other women without hiding behind something though. The others leave the island and explore it first. They need to know this island first before deciding on what to do for their training. They spread and explore the island individually to cover all areas in one day. They will report their finding later after they return to the ship. Buggy goes to the black market like usual to find information. He will buy information about this island and the world. It is the fastest way to know things in general. His crewmate's exploration will add the details that he can't find. There's no big news that takes his interest after buying the information. It's still about the rising number of pirate crews in the world. There's still no news about red hair pirates too until now. It seems they've really gone into hiding after gaining too much of Marine and WG's attention. Buggy leaves the black market and goes to explore the town. He finds many dojos and arenas all over the town. He checks any place that might be useful for his crew and note them. The clowns keep exploring the town until evening. Then they return to their ship before dinner. They discuss their finding while Mantis cook their food. Everyone report their finding on the island. They also have judged the dojos and arenas that they've found and check. They even scored them and ranked them to find the best place. Dinner's ready, says Mantis while placing some plates on the table. Let's eat first and continue the discussion after dinner, says Buggy. Everyone nods and they start their dinner. No one in the crew dare to not eat when their food has been cooked by Mantis. Even Buggy is afraid of it and will stop anything that he does if Mantis has called them to eat. She is very scary when it comes to eating time. She will even beat Buggy if he doesn't come to eat after she called him. Mantis knows the importance of food for their health, that's why she is very strict with their eating schedule and nutrition. After dinner, they continue their discussion about the training. They talk for an hour to decide what they want to train and which place is the best for it. Cricket and Jude want to train their hand-to-hand combat, so they choose a karate dojo each, but they choose different dojo based on their style. Mantis chooses a staff handling dojo for women. Manhwa chooses a spearsmanship dojo. The four of them want to polish their skills first instead of strength. As for Palu, he uses a hammer as a weapon, and no dojo train it. Buggy then tells him to join the fights in arenas, because Buggy will join it too. Buggy has solidified his swordsmanship's basic and just needs battle experience. Even though he doubts that there is someone stronger than him here. But he just wants to focus on skills, so it should be fine. The next day, they start their training plan immediately. Buggy will guard the ship today and let the others start their training. They need the training more than him and he can train on the ship. Since that day, the clown pirates start their training on Karate Island. The Marine know that they're here, but doesn't do anything and just observe them. Marine and WG are too busy dealing with other new pirate crews that appear every day. Marine and WG also can't interfere because this island is not a normal island. Many big underground forces support this island and make it their business. The arena is one of such businesses. So many fighters come from all over the world to fight here. That's why those forces gathered to make this island their money source. Even WG gets some percentage of the profit, so they can't do anything that will remove that profit. The clowns are glad by it because they can train without disturbance for a while. But Buggy knows that the Marine will make a move once they enter Grand Line. Buggy knows that, that's why he makes his crew train in here now. For 6 months, the clowns train in their dojos and often fight in arenas. They progressed well and become famous on Karate Island. Many fighters come to challenge them personally and they gladly accept the challenges. In Karate Island, it doesn't matter if you're bad or good. Everyone here is a fighter and they'll try to fight strong people. No one here is afraid of losing or dying. They all want to get stronger and will do anything for it. Buggy also finds some strong people on this island. His prediction that there isn't anyone stronger than him was wrong. Some people are stronger and more skillful than him here. Those people are just keeping a low profile and hiding in shadows. One such character is the master of a sword dojo. The master is an old man, but his skills are very high. Buggy has challenged the master 5 times, and he lost 4 times in a row. He finally won in his 5th attempt after learning many things in their previous battles. Buggy has also challenged other dojos, no matter what their martial arts are. He followed their rule and used their martial arts. He lost many times because he doesn't know the martial arts. But he also learned a lot from them and eventually defeat them. In 5 months, Buggy has succeeded to defeat every dojo and arena on the island. That's why for the last month, Buggy just train alone and fight with challengers who come every once in a while. After 6 months of training, the clown pirates have grown much stronger. They've put a lot of effort into their training and it all paid off. They've reached Buggy's requirement to be able to use at least one haki now. Cricket and Mantis who train there longer has been able to use armament and observation. Jude can use observation now, but still can't use armament yet. Manhwa and Palu can use armament, but they can't use observation yet. Buggy doesn't have any problem with any of that. One type of haki is enough, for now. They will progress as they fight stronger opponents. Even if Karate Island has many strong fighters, but they're still far below New World's fighters. That's why the clowns can't grow any further if they stay here. Everything's ready, Captain, says Cricket while grinning after they check everything on their ship. Buggy also grins and looks at his crew. All right, are you ready, bastards? FEWNL. I. Answer everyone excitedly. Buggy points at the sea and says, let's sail to Grand Line. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 84, Bad Start. Finally, the clown pirates will go to Grand Line. They've trained for 6 months so they will be ready to face any trouble in Grand Line. This journey will be very different from their previous journey on Blues, so they need to prepare everything. They've also bought everything that they'll need on Grand Line. They've filled their ship with all their necessities. Then the most important thing that they shouldn't forget is log pose. Buggy has tasked Jude to get a log pose and learned it. Log pose will be very crucial because their journey will be decided by it. That's why, as a navigator, Jude needs to understand how it works. Buggy doesn't want to use eternal pose if he can. Going to the unknown is always interesting and he wants to do that. He wants to go randomly based on log pose's direction until they reach Sabayati. After reaching Sabayati, Buggy will start to use eternal pose. He will explore the first half of Grand Line with it. The journey on New World can wait, he is not in a rush to enter New World. The clowns go to Reverse Mountain directly from Karate Island. It is not that far, but also not that close. They arrive at Reverse Mountain after 5 hours of sailing. Everyone is looking at Reverse Mountain with amazed looks. Even Buggy, who has seen it before, is still stunned by it. They all look at the water that going up the tall red line and wonder how it can happen. Wait. It's not the time to be amazed. We need to control the ship or we will crash into the red line, says Jude to the others. Ah, you're right, says everyone with a dumb expression. Buggy immediately instructs the crew. Jude will tell them what to do, Cricket will control the steer, Mantis and Manhwa will watch the sides, Palu will keep guard in case of the steer breaking because of the strong current, and Buggy will watch the front. The ship keeps moving toward the Reverse Mountain. They handle the ship to follow the current and not crash into the wall. The current is very strong and it makes the steer very heavy to move. Captain, there's a ship on the left. We will crash into them if we keep going like this, shouts Manhwa to Buggy. What? What ship is that? Asks Buggy. It's a big pirate ship, a galleon, says Manhwa after looking at the ship. Damn, our ship will lose if we crash. Sink it, says Buggy to Manhwa. Aye. Replies Manhwa excitedly. Manhwa immediately takes his bazooka and aims it at the galleon ship. He shoots his bazooka and it flies at fast speed toward the galleon ship. The pirates on the galleon ship are also getting ready to attack the little hunter. But they're not in the range yet, so they can't shoot. Suddenly, the pirates get alerted by something that flies toward them. They try to look at it and finally realize what it is, but they're too late. Manhwa's bazooka hit their ship's hull and make a big hole in it. His bazooka has been upgraded in these last 6 months. With Paulu's and Buggy's help, who know a lot about weapons, Manhwa's bazooka's power and range have increased a lot. Water starts to enter the ship through the hole at a fast speed because of the strong current. The pirates do what they can to save their ship, but it's not working. Their ship starts to sink after the water level inside the ship gets very high. They curse the clowns, but it's just how the pirate world runs. They can't blame anyone for their weakness. In this world, only the strong will survive. The clowns can't be happy with their success because they haven't entered the reverse mountain. They control the ship to follow the current, and after some time, they finally succeed to enter the gap where the current moved up. Finally. Release the steer, there's nothing we can do now. The current will control our ship, says Buggy. Everyone nods and they all go to the front deck to watch where they'll go. They keep going up and their excitement is raising too. Then soon, they finally see the top where all 4 seas water meet. Get ready, says Buggy to his crew. The clowns nod and everyone except Buggy takes a bazooka each. They are ready to attack if they meet with other ships from other seas. The chance is low, but there's still a chance. Their caution isn't that baseless. They really see something coming from east and north blue when they reach the top. They can only see the silhouettes, but the clowns didn't think twice to attack those 2 unknown objects. Manhwa, Mantis, and Paulu shoot the one from east blue, while Cricket and Jude shoot the one from north blue. The 2 objects get shot while flying up because of the current and pushed back. Now they can see those 2 objects. The one from east blue is a pirate ship, while the one from north blue is just a big log that got swept by the current. The log gets destroyed completely, while the ship gets shot in the lower hull. The bazooka's bullets hit it and explode, creating a very big hole and flipping the ship. They've destroyed both objects, but the debris is still flying to them. The pirate ship also doesn't get destroyed completely. It is still in a big piece and moving toward them. It will crash to Little Hunter. Buggy immediately unsheathes Pollux and charges it with Haki. Then he swings Pollux toward the other ship. His swing creates a big white arc that cuts the ship in half. Each half of that ship flies past the Little Hunter and they come out unscathed. Phew, that's close, says Paulu in relief. I didn't think that this will really happen. To meet another ship on the summit is like a 1 in a million chance, says Mantis. That's why we need to get ready. Even a small coincidence can be fatal for everyone in Grand Line. Bad luck is the worst enemy in the world, even more so for Grand Line. A small coincidence and bad luck can lead to death, says Buggy. Buggy tells them the truth. A coincidence and bad luck may really kill them. They can suddenly encounter very bad weather, meet with giant sea kings, or even meet with strong enemies. All of those are affected by their luck. The clowns have known that and prepared for that. They are ready for anything that will come in their way. They've trained hard so they can face any challenge in the future. The clowns look ahead while their ship is descending from the summit. Soon, they see the bottom of the current and look at the Sea of Grand Line. At least that's what they're hoping for, because what they see is a tall dark wall that blocks their path. WTF! How can our luck be this bad? We haven't even started, yells Buggy in frustration. They've met trouble before going up. Then met trouble on the summit. Now, they meet another trouble at the bottom. Buggy knows that this thing is here, but he never thought that it will block their way too. The one who blocks them is the giant whale, Laboon. Buggy orders Palu and Manba to prepare their 2 front cannons. He orders Cricket to control the ship. Then Buggy detaches his hands and sends them forward to slow down the ship before hitting Laboon. When the ship gets close to Laboon, Buggy orders Palu and Manba to shoot their 2 front cannons. They shoot and the ship stopped moving forward. Buggy also pushes the ship back and Cricket moves it to the left. Laboon look at the clowns with its giant eyes when they passed in front of its right eye. Buggy looks back at Laboon with an intimidating gaze and says, "What? You're the one who blocks our way, so we do what we need to do. You've got a problem with that, Laboon." Laboon starts having cold sweats and shivering. Then it dived down into the sea because it feels afraid of Buggy. Buggy can only sigh and massage his temples. Buggy looks at the new sea and says, "What a troublesome start. But at least we're here now, Grand Line. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain." Chapter 85, Crocus. "I've returned, Grand Line," says Buggy excitedly while looking at the vast sea. The clowns finally reach Grand Line's entrance after having a bad start. They all get excited because this is where their real journey will start. This is what they've prepared for. "What should we do now, Captain?" asks Cricket. "Of course, we will follow the log pose. But before that, let's go to that watchtower. I want to meet someone," says Buggy while pointing at the watchtower on their left. They dock their ship on the coast and go to the watchtower. There's no one there, but Buggy can feel someone is inside the watchtower. He knocks on the door and someone comes out soon. "Long time no see, Crocus-san," says Buggy after seeing the one who comes out. "It's Roger Pirate's doctor, Crocus." "Oh, Buggy, it's been a long time. How are you doing?" "Haha," says Crocus excitedly while patting Buggy's shoulder. "I'm good. You should know that from the news too," says Buggy while smiling. "Haha, you haven't appeared in any news for 6 months, so I don't know anything. You've finally come to Grand Line again, hey? Shanks has started earlier, you know. It's been 1 year I guess," says Crocus. "Shanks can do what he wants and I will do what I want. I'm not in a rush to come here like him, so I took my time," says Buggy. "Well, as long as you're fine, then it won't be a problem. You've also become very strong now, even though you were like that in the past," says Crocus while smiling. Buggy flinches and immediately covers Crocus' mouth. He doesn't want his crew to know that he was a coward. Well, that was the original Buggy, but he is Buggy now, so it is embarrassing. "Like that?" asks Mantis curiously. Haha, it's nothing. I was just very weak in the past, so I trained hard after that. He must be surprised to see my progress, that's all," says Buggy nervously while pinching Crocus' stomach lightly. Crocus looks at Buggy with stink eyes and thinks, "Sure you were a little weaker than Shanks, but you were not that weak for your age at that time. The problem was your cowardness." Crocus flicks Buggy's hand and says, "Yeah, I'm just too surprised at his progress. He has grown stronger very fast, after all." Buggy's crewmates feel that it's not what Crocus meant. But they won't know it unless Crocus or Buggy tell them. They can only let it be for now because they won't get the answer soon. Buggy then introduces his crewmates to Crocus. They talk with Crocus for some time while gathering information. Crocus must have known more about Grand Line's current situation than them. They talk while eating mantis food. "Big change in Grand Line, hey?" For now, the situation in Paradise is still like usual since the Great Pirate Era started. But in New World, there are some big movements. Whitebeard and Big Mom pirates have started to conquer many islands there, says Crocus. "What about the Marine?" asks Buggy. "They're still like usual, going here and there to catch pirate crews. They've raised their vigilance and got more active lately though," says Cricket. "Currently, Paradise is still peaceful enough compared to New World. With Marineford being in Paradise, the situation here is still controllable. Marine also work harder lately and many rookie pirates were caught. The rookie pirate crews that aren't strong enough will not survive even in paradise, not to mention in New World. Over there, many pirate crews started to join big crews like Whitebeard or Big Mom so they can survive. Surprisingly, there's still no news about red hair pirates. It seems they're still amassing strength before resuming their journey. It's not a big deal though because Shanks will eventually become an emperor. Buggy needs to worry more about his crew instead. The Marine is very active and they've raised in fame even before entering Grand Line. He's sure the Marine have known that they're in paradise now. But what they'll do won't change. They'll still explore the paradise even if many enemies will try to stop them. They've trained for months because of that, so they won't back off. Ah, Crocus-san, I want to apologize too. I've attacked and scared Laboon just now because he blocked the entrance. But he is fine, we didn't use a big attack that will injure him, says Buggy. You scared him? Says Crocus in surprise. How? Asks Crocus curiously. That's a secret, says Buggy while smirking. Crocus seems to realize it and knows how Buggy scared Laboon. He widened his eyes in surprise because he never thought that Buggy will have that power. But he smiles because it means Buggy has the ability to get big in this era. Roger and Rayleigh will be proud of you, Buggy, says Crocus while smiling. They should have. Then, Crocus-san, I think we'll leave now. I just want to greet you after some years, says Buggy while standing from his seat. The clowns then return to his ship and Crocus sends them. They get on their ship and prepare to sail. But before sailing away, Buggy says something to Crocus. Crocus-san, tells Laboon I apologize. Also, I will help him find his friends again. He just needs to stay here and be well, says Buggy. All right, I'll tell him about it, says Crocus lightly. He doesn't think much about it and thinks Buggy just wants to make him feel better. The clowns then leave and follow the log pose's direction that pointed to the front right. They wave to Crocus as they leave the Twin Peaks. As they sail on the sea, Buggy tells his crew to get ready for Grand Line's absurdity. He has told them many times, but they haven't seen it themselves, so they won't understand it. Just like what Buggy thinks, the others are still quite nonchalant now. But they change fast when the sky suddenly gets dark and a blizzard suddenly appears. Now they finally realized why Buggy always telling them about it. Grand Line's weather is always absurd like this. It will get even worse in New World, so they need to prepare for it. The clowns try to control their ship amidst the strong blizzard. They don't even have time to change their clothes into the thicker ones because they need to control their ship. Jude uses all her knowledge to take them out of this blizzard. The blizzard lasts for 6 hours before they finally get out of it and get a good weather again. The clowns are shivering because of the cold, but at least they can get out alive. It's really an absurd sea, says Cricket while shivering. I've told you about it many times, says Buggy while warming himself under the sunlight. The clowns continue their way to the first island. They sail for a few days and keep encountering sudden weather changes. They even meet another pirate crew, but both crews ignore each other and focus on surviving the bad weather. After 5 days of sailing and getting into many weather troubles, the clown finally arrives on the first island. The island is a big active volcano that has some lava streams coming out from it. The island is completely made out of volcanic rocks and soil. They don't see any vegetation or sign of living being on the island. Then the volcano suddenly erupts and lets out a lot of volcanic matter. Buggy can only look at the island with a helpless expression. Great, another terrible start. You can also become a character in the fanfic if you want. /Capt Mermain. Chapter 86, Volcanic Island. The clowns are looking at the active volcano and sigh. They don't have any choice but to go there because their log pose won't get charged if they don't get on the island. Let's sail around the island first. Maybe we'll find something on the other side, says Buggy to his crew. Webnovel. The others nod and get close to the island. They sail around the island rather closely and already feel the intense heat from the volcano. There's no cloud too in the sky and there's only smoke. The volcano is quite big because it takes them 15 minutes just to get on the other side. Surprisingly, the other side of this volcano has a wide range of forests, filled with green trees. It also has a wide beach with the shape of a crescent moon, similar to Marine Ford. Then, along the beach line are buildings and people. There is a rather big town on this volcanic island. Phew, I thought we won't find anyone here. They're actually living on the other side of this island, says Jude in relief. But how could such thick forest grow in this place? And people even willing to live here, says Mantis curiously. Volcanic materials are rich in minerals that are needed by living beings. This forest is also quite far from the volcano's crater and the lava that erupts doesn't go here. So the plants can grow quite well, explains Manhwa. But the volcanic eruption should cause earthquakes and some other damages. How could they keep staying here? Asks Mantis. If you want to know, then ask them. We won't find out anything just by guessing, says Buggy. That's right, I want to know how they made their buildings. Those buildings should have an earthquake resistance system. It makes me curious, says Palu excitedly. The clowns then land ashore to visit the town. There are some other pirate crews too in here. But the town's people aren't wary of them at all. It makes Buggy's crewmates confused because usually, civilians will be wary of pirates even if it's just for a little. But Buggy knows that the reason is that this is still the first island. Most pirate crews here are rookies and have just entered Grand Line. Most of them don't want to create trouble because they don't want to receive Marines' attention yet. Even if there are some stupid crews, the others will beat them up first before the Marine does. No one wants to get captured as soon as they enter Grand Line, after all. Besides, the rookie crews who have just entered Grand Line need information about this sea. Where's the best place to know it if not the first island? The first islands also have underground forces protecting them. They've built their business here because there are many pirate crews. Also, the most important thing is that the first islands usually have many bounty hunters. Bounty hunters? Do they want to catch the rookie pirates who already have bounties? Asks Manhwa. Yeah, most rookies in the first islands have bounties after making names in their sea. But most of them are clueless about the strength in Grand Line. This place isn't called Pirates' Graveyard for nothing, says Buggy. So the first islands have their protectors, hey? Then we are the bounty hunters' target too, says Cricket. Don't worry, they won't dare to target anyone with a crew with a total bounty above 50 million. All these bounty hunters are the weakest in Grand Line. If they're strong enough, they will hunt for bigger bounties. But that also means their enemies are far stronger, says Buggy. Buggy looks to the left where some people are looking at them from an alley. Those people are holding some posters and checking the clown's bounties. They widen their eyes when seeing Buggy's bounty and give up instantly. 100 million before entering Grand Line has proved that Buggy is too dangerous for them. Even pirates in New World don't always have bounties above 100 million. But Buggy has got it before he even entered Grand Line. However, there will always be people that are stupid enough to do it. They will see the clowns as their chance to be rich for the rest of their lives. 100 million is not a small sum of money. Are you sure, boss? The captain has 100 million, while the first mate has 35 million, asks a man to his leader. Of course, even if he has 100 million, but it is not Grand Line standard. He must be too much for Blue's Marine to handle, that's why he got that bounty, says the leader. Boss is right, we have 50 men, while they only have 6. They're also not used to Grand Line yet. So if we attack them on the sea, it will be easier, says a woman. Oh, that's a good idea, says another man. These guys are the bounty hunters who are stupid enough to target the clowns. They're confident in their number, which is many times from the clown's number. They're also confident in their experience to sail on Grand Line and will use it against the clowns. The clowns don't realize that some people are targeting them. They're just strolling around the town and asking many things to the people there. Well, it's not like they care if some people want to attack them. The clowns then split to do what they want in the town. It will take 3 days for their log post to get charged on this island. So they can enjoy their first island for 3 days at least. Buggy orders them to learn about Grand Line as much as possible on this first island. It will be a lot different from learning it when they were not on Grand Line. He also let them do what they want while he will do what he wants here. Cricket goes with Mantis to learn about this island's food. Jude goes alone to learn about Grand Line's weather and all she needs to know about Grand Line's navigation. Manhwa wants to learn about medical things on this island. Palu wants to learn about the buildings on this island and how they built them. Buggy goes to Black Market like usual to find information about Grand Line. They all aren't acting like pirates, but more like explorers. Well, their goal is to explore the world, not treasures or fame like what other pirates want. For the clowns, those things aren't interesting enough. Buggy buys information in Black Market, but it is all basically the same as what Crocus told them. He leaves the Black Market and goes to the volcano. He's always wanted to see a volcano's crater by himself. Buggy walks alone to the volcano while looking around. Buggy walks through the forest that separates the town and volcano. He finds many unique animals that have adapted to this island's condition. I'm curious about their meat's taste. Maybe I will catch some later and ask Mantis to cook them, says Buggy while looking at some animals. Buggy keeps walking and he reaches the mountain foot soon. The ground here is very contrast with the forest. The soil and rocks are charred blacks and there are some burnt trees and grass at the forest's border. He starts to climb the volcano and feel that the ground is warm. The ground keeps getting warmer as he climbs higher. Buggy finally feels the ground becomes too hot as he climbs 3/4 of the volcano. Ouch! Ouch! Hot! 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 Yells Buggy panicky as he jumps around because of the hot ground. Buggy finally runs back to the forest as fast as he can. His shoes get burnt and he needs to cover his feet with armament to protect them from being injured. But armament can't protect him from the heat, so he still runs to the forest. He immediately put his hot feet on the cold grass. His feet are so hot that the grass gets dried and died. Buggy needs to jump around here and there to cool down his feet using the cold grass. He finds a small puddle and immediately jumps there. The water in the puddle steam upon contact with Buggy's feet. But Buggy finally feels relieved because his feet have cooled down. Damn, I never thought that it will be that hot, says Buggy while wiping his sweats. Buggy looks up at the volcano and raised his fist in anger. He gets pissed and says, "Just wait for me, you damn volcano. This Lord Buggy will certainly conquer you." Chapter 87, Volcano Climber. Buggy returns to the town while thinking of a way to climb the volcano. Even if he has grown very strong, he is still a human. He can feel the heat and that volcano's heat is too much for him. Buggy thinks of some methods that might be possible to use. Thick shoes made of stone, carrying a barrel of water to cool the ground, using stone stilts, etc. But none of that sounds good to be used. There should be a heat resistance suit, right? But what's the material for that suit? Ponders Buggy. He remembers the suit that's used by some people who researching the volcano. He saw it on the internet in his past life, but he doesn't know how they made it or the materials used. Buggy then decides to ask around. There should be some people here who are bold enough to climb the volcano. They must have thought of some solutions for the heat problem. Buggy then sees a bar and decides to enter it to ask. He orders a rum and then asks the bartender if there's someone who has tried to climb the volcano before. Someone who tries to climb the volcano? Customer, do you want to climb that volcano? You should stop that intention. Many people have died because of that, says the bartender. Don't worry, I'm just curious about it. That volcano seems dangerous, but there should be some people who are bold enough to climb it, says Buggy while sipping his rum. Well, if you're that curious then I will tell you about it. From many people who climbed that volcano, there's only one person who never gives up after many failures, says the bartender. The bartender then tells Buggy about a man who lives near the forest. That man's name is Ruff and he tried to climb the mountain every month for the last 5 years. He does that after his father died when climbing the mountain. Ruff wants to fulfill his father's dream to reach the volcano's peak. He keeps doing that even though his mother has tried to stop him many times. But he never give up to fulfill his father's dream even though people ridiculed him. Ha, a persistence man, I like it, says Buggy while grinning. Buggy then leaves the bar and goes to find Ruff's home. He asks around to find the house's location and finally finds it. Ruff's house is small and made out of wood like any other house. Buggy knocked on the door and an old woman opened it. She is very short and wears simple clothes. Her hair has turned white and she has a kind face. Is this Ruff's home? Asks Buggy. Yes, it is. I am his mother. Do you have a business with my son? Asks Ruff's mother. Yes, I want to join him climbing the volcano, says Buggy while smiling. Ruff's mother widens her eyes in surprise. She never thought that there will be someone who comes here to join her son climbing the volcano. Sigh, another stupid brat. Wait here. I will call my son, says Ruff's mother before entering the house again. Some time later, a tall man with blonde hair and an untrimmed beard comes out. He also has lazy eyes and even yawning because he just woke up. He is Ruff, the persistent guy who doesn't look like it. Are you the one who wants to climb the mountain? Asks Ruff lazily. Webnovel. Yeah, I've tried it just now and only reached 3/4 of it. The ground gets unbearably hot, so I need to get down, says Buggy. Ruff widens his eyes and suddenly gets interested. You've climbed 3/4 of it? Most people could only climb half of it on their first try. You must have got a very thick skin. Hey, it sounds like I don't have any shame or something, says Buggy jokingly. Haha, only you know that. Come in, let's talk about the climbing, says Ruff. Buggy and Ruff then enter the house and talk in the living room. They have some small talks first like their reason to climb the volcano. Ruff is surprised when he know that Buggy is a pirate. You are a pirate? You don't look like one. I never know a pirate who wants to climb a volcano like you, says Ruff with a surprised tone. Ha, you just don't know much about the outside world. Many pirates sail on the sea purely for adventure. The number is a lot smaller than the ones who sail for fame, wealth, etc. But there are still many pirates like me, says Buggy while smiling. Well, I always live on this island, so I don't know much about the world. Maybe I will go out after I can climb the mountain, says Ruff. I'll wait for you then, says Buggy. Ruff then tells Buggy about the methods that he used to climb in the past. All of those are stupid methods like what Buggy thought earlier. Right now, Ruff tries to make a suit that can resist the heat from many materials, but he hasn't succeeded. Buggy then tells Ruff that he has the same idea. They start to discuss the suit and the materials that might work. Buggy only know the appearance of the suit, so he described it as it is. Shiny looks from outside? Why do they make it shiny? Asks Ruff. I don't know. I've just seen it from a picture, but it doesn't have any description, says Buggy. But the only shiny materials that I know are metal and mirror. Won't metal absorb the heat instead of repelling it? Besides, making a suit from metal is very difficult and it's not flexible, ponders Ruff confusedly. Maybe they used soft and thin metal that can bend like cloth, says Buggy carelessly. Thin metal that bend like cloth? There's no such a. Ruff stops his words when he remembers something. Ruff suddenly stands up and runs to the inner room. Buggy is surprised, but then Ruff returns with a shiny roll in his hand. He shows it to Buggy, it's a roll of aluminum foil. Maybe we can use this, says Ruff excitedly. Hey? But won't that thing still absorb the heat? It is used for cooking, after all. So it should be able to absorb the heat and cook the food, says Buggy. I know, but what if we make it like a thermos? There will be a vacuum layer in the middle of the suit's layers, says Ruff. Ruff then starts to ramble about a thermos insulation concept and how he will apply it in the suit. Buggy can't say anything because he doesn't understand a thing. He just knows that it might work if Ruff gets this excited. Buggy just nods stupidly and agrees with everything that Ruff says. Then they start to plan it. Ruff starts to plan it. Buggy just sits and watches as Ruff draws the suit's design. After that, they go to Ruff's workshop located behind his house. He is actually a craftsman that has crafted many items. He is quite smart too, as he has created many useful items. But none of his creations can help him climb the volcano's peak. Even so, he has many useful creations that can help the town and its people. In fact, he can live by selling those creations. You're more like a researcher instead of a craftsman, says Buggy while looking at Ruff's creations. Well, all craftsmen are researchers because we need to make new things from our creativity, says Ruff while preparing the tools. What are you specialized in? Asks Buggy curiously. Weapons and technology. I have made some of those, but I never sold the weapons. They're too dangerous and my mom forbids me from selling them. My best creation so far is a heat energy generator. It changes the volcano's heat into another energy to be used for everyday needs, says Ruff. Buggy is surprised at this and now he has another thought, I need to recruit him. Chapter 88, Ruff. Ruff's creations have made Buggy interested in recruiting him. Technology and weapons are important for any big force. Marine and WG can be very strong because they have many great researchers, including the best scientist, Vegapunk. If Buggy wants to make his crew become as strong as Marine, he will need a great scientist or researcher too. Buggy, Manhwa, and Palu can build good weapons, but they're not specialists. The clowns need someone who is specialized in weapons and technology to upgrade their crew's power. Buggy knows weapons and technology are important for any force. Sure, he can train his crew and make them very strong. But not everyone has the high potential and ability to reach the top strength of this world. That's why weapons and technology are used to cover that. But Buggy won't ask Ruff now. He wants Ruff to focus on creating the suit for climbing the volcano first. He can talk to Ruff later after they succeed. Besides, Ruff's current ambition is to climb the volcano. Ruff starts to craft the prototype of the suit using some materials. Buggy can only watch from the side and doesn't understand a thing. He can make bullets or explosives, but this is beyond his brain's capability. After half an hour, the prototype has been finished. It is shaped like a shiny small ball instead of clothes. Ruff says it is just to test the heat resistance, not for immediate use. Ruff then opened the ball and put an egg inside it. Then he places the ball on fire for 20 minutes. After that, he takes the ball and cracks the egg. The egg is half cooked, but it still makes Ruff happy. 20 minutes is enough to cook the egg perfectly, but it's only half cooked. That means the theory worked, but he still made some errors. Ruff then starts to evaluate the prototype and make some changes. Then he starts to make another prototype following the changes. He is very focused on making the prototype and ignores Buggy. Sigh, I can't do anything here, so I will go to the town. Do you want me to buy something for you? Asks Buggy. No need, I have what I need to make the prototypes now. Maybe we'll need to buy things after I succeed to make it, says Ruff. Alright, I'll just buy some food then, says Buggy. Buggy can't do anything now, so he leaves the workshop and let Ruff work. He goes to the town and walks around to find interesting stuff. This town has many unique items because of its geography. Many items that are sold on the town are made of volcanic materials or inspired by the volcano. Even some food here is cooked using the volcano's heat. Buggy buys some items that he has never seen before for his collection. He has many collections on the ship and even has a special room for them. It's not like he has any use for them, but he just likes to collect them. When exploring the town, Buggy also finds some unique foods. They're made of this island's unique animal's meat. Now he doesn't need to catch those animals and cook them, he just needs to buy the cooked ones. Buggy also finds out that the animals here are unique because of the rich minerals from the volcano. It makes the animals healthy like the forest and gives them some unique traits. The animals here are noticeably bigger than their normal version. They also have strong and bigger bones, while having thicker skin. Some of them even have additional organs like horns or tusks because of the rich minerals that they consumed every day. Their meats are quite tough even though they're tasty. But the people here have found a way to make the meat more tender. Buggy knows Mantis will learn the method, so he can't wait to taste Mantis meat cooking after this. After walking around and buying things for hours, Buggy returns to Ruff's house. He can hear Ruff is laughing like a maniac from the workshop. It seems Ruff has succeeded to make the suit concept. Buggy enters the workshop and sees Ruff running toward him. Ruff immediately tells Buggy to buy some materials that they'll use to make the suit. Buggy can't even say anything when Ruff runs off somewhere for an unknown reason. He has no choice now, so Buggy returns to the town to buy the materials. It takes 2 hours for Buggy to find all the materials because he is not familiar with this town and doesn't know where he could find them. When he returns to Ruff's house, he sees Ruff is preparing some tools to make the suit. Ruff doesn't immediately make the suit, but he takes Buggy to eat his mother's cooking first. You know, my dad was a geologist. That's why he climbed the mountain because he wanted to learn it, says Ruff to Buggy while eating. So you want to be a geologist too? Asks Buggy. No, I am more interested in technology, including weapons. But it broke my heart when he failed to fulfill his dream. My dad came from North Blue and when he arrived on this island, he immediately wanted to learn it, says Ruff. Ruff's father has climbed the volcano for 20 years. He never succeeded because he didn't have the required knowledge to climb a volcano. He just kept climbing out of his persistency. But years of climbing will take a toll on his body. The volcano also released dangerous gases that make Ruff's father's health deteriorate. Then he finally died 5 years ago when he climbed because his body has reached its limit. I don't know what my father wanted to find there, but at least I want to see it on his stead. That's why I tried to climb and learn about many things that might help me to reach the peak, says Ruff. Ruff has learned the volcano to find a safe way to reach the peak. He can solve other problems except for one, heat. The peak of this volcano can reach 3000 degrees Celsius, which is just too hot for anything that Ruff has made. What the? 3000? Are you sure about that? Asks Buggy with a surprised tone. I am, it's very hot on the peak. The place that you reached, the 3/4 of the height only has 500 Celsius. But the temperature raised significantly after that and it reached 3000 Celsius on top. It's just my estimation though because I never reach it, so it might be higher, says Ruff. Oi oi oi, will our suit even survive that level of heat? Asks Buggy. It will, I've tested it with something hotter for an hour, and it doesn't melt. The main material is not aluminum foil, of course. It will just melt too fast. But there's no material as flexible as that, so I need to make one first, says Ruff. How long? Asks Buggy. It will finish tomorrow, then it will take another day to make the suit. So we can climb the volcano in 2 days, says Ruff. 2 days, hey? The log pose will be full in 3 days and now is the first day. So it will be 2 days again, very right on time. All right. It's not a problem, says Buggy. Nice, I don't want to climb alone after you helped me a lot, says Ruff. Well, it won't be a problem even if it takes longer. I am the captain, so I'm the one who decides when we'll leave, haha, says Buggy nonchalantly. You're right, haha, says Ruff while laughing too. They laugh and agree to finish the suit in 2 days, then climb immediately. They will work together, of course, because they'll climb together. In 2 days, they will create a history together. Chapter 89, Success. Buggy has informed his crewmates about his plan with Ruff. They didn't say anything because they know Buggy's thirst for adventure. They won't even be surprised if Buggy wants to jump into the volcano after he reaches the peak. Buggy and Ruff start to make their suit together. The clowns support them by helping them do some menial stuff. Mantis also cooked their food and keep reminding them to eat because they often get too engrossed in their tasks. Ruff's mother, Rihanna, is happy to see her house get lively. It's always her and her son here, and Ruff often works on his creations. So she is very happy to get some people in her house. Rihanna even tried to match her son with Mantis and Jude. But when she know they've loved someone else, she gave up. She is a woman too, so she knows how it feels to love someone. She won't force them to be with her son. 2 days passed and finally, the suits are ready to use. It is similar to the suit that Buggy knows from his old world. They look like robotic suits because of the shiny silver metallic color. They also made 2 backpacks using the same method and materials. It is filled with some items that they might need later, including life-saving tools and medicines. But the suits that they made are heavy because of the materials that they used. The metal that they used is heavier than aluminum. But it has higher heat resistance, so they used it. It's not a problem though because both Buggy and Ruff can lift them easily. Ruff is quite strong despite just being a craftsman. Well, he has climbed the volcano many times, and it needs a strong physique. They immediately go climbing the volcano after taking some rest. The clowns accompany them to the volcano and will wait below. They'll also be ready to help if something happens. Buggy and Ruff wear their suits and start to climb the volcano. There are no difficulties until they reach 3/4 of the volcano's height. After they passed that mark, the temperature starts to rise significantly, and gases start to block their view. But their suits can help them pass those difficulties. Ruff has put everything that he found on the suits. He has high confidence that the suits will work and they will be able to reach the peak. They keep climbing higher and the temperature keeps rising. When it reaches 2000 Celsius, they start to feel warm. But it's just a normal warmth, so they will be fine. They encounter some lava rocks and streams as they go higher. Buggy and Ruff needs to walk around to find the path without any lava. The lava is too hot and it might burn or melt their suits. Lava can also stick on their suits even if they don't get burnt. It takes them 3 hours to finally reach the peak of this volcano. They stand on the volcano's mouth and look at the red-hot lava inside. They are amazed by what they see now. Ha 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 ha. I did it. We did it, Buggy. Ruff laughs happily and victoriously. Haha, you're right. We've created history, says Buggy while laughing too. Buggy also laughs with Ruff and both of them dance around like idiots. Ruff also starts to cry while laughing and dancing with Buggy. They are happy, but everyone knows that Ruff is the happiest here. He has lost his father and climbed this volcano for 5 years. No one believes that he will be able to do it, but he is here now. His father's dream, he has fulfilled it now, and it makes him very happy. Buggy, thank you. Very, very thank you, says Ruff with tears flowing from his eyes. Don't mind it. I also wanted to climb this volcano, so we helped each other, says Buggy while smiling. But without you, I won't succeed to climb this volcano today. So I need to thank you, says Ruff. I'm sure you will find a way sooner or later with your smart brain. But I won't refuse gratitude, says Buggy while smirking. Ruff just smiles and then he takes something from his backpack. It surprises Buggy because what Ruff takes is a rather big firework bomb. What will you do with that? Asks Buggy. Hee, I will show everyone that we've reached the peak, says Ruff happily. Ruff then lit up the fireworks fuse using a clump of lava. Then he throws it high into the sky and it creates a big explosion. The explosion is a lot bigger than what Buggy thought. This guy is really good. He can create a big explosion from a firework of that size. I can't imagine what he can do with real bombs, thinks Buggy in amazement. The firework explosion is so loud and it can be heard from the town. Everyone looks at the source of the explosion because it's different from the volcano's eruptions. When they look up, they all can see a colorful firework on the volcano's peak. Firework? Don't tell me, says a citizen with a shocked expression. Firework on the volcano, it's rough. That bastard has done it, says another citizen with a surprised tone. Every citizen in the town knows about Ruff and his ambition to climb the volcano. He always told them that he will shoot a firework when he succeed to reach the peak. But they never thought that he will really succeed. Ruff's mother, Rihanna, also sees this from her house. She can't believe what she sees and tears flow from her eyes. Her son has succeeded to climb the volcano and fulfill his father's dream. Darling, can you see it? Ruff has done it, he has reached the peak, says Rihanna while looking at the firework. But more than Ruff's success, Rihanna is relieved because it means his son is safe. She's always worried that Ruff will get in danger every time he climbs the volcano. She has lost her husband, so she doesn't want to lose her son too. The clowns are smiling too when they see the firework. They know it's not Buggy because he won't do something like that. Buggy never showed off his accomplishment, so it must be Ruff. Their success has creates a big sensation in the town. Everyone gets into an uproar and some people immediately go to the volcano to confirm it. They will wait at the border to see if Ruff has really succeeded. On the peak, Buggy and Ruff are walking around the volcano's mouth. They take their time there because it's not easy to reach this place. They are sweating because of the heat that still seeps into their suit, but it's still tolerable. Ruff also collects some rocks from there as mementos. He also wants to place some of these rocks on his father's grave as proof that he has succeeded. Buggy let him do what he want and also collect some rocks. He likes unique things, so he will take these rocks too. They will be his trophies for his victory right now. Captain, why don't you get down already? Asks Jude, who suddenly appears behind Buggy. Buggy and Ruff jump in surprise when they hear Jude's voice. Jude, why are you here? How, says Buggy with a surprised tone. Hee, we are worried because you don't return soon. So we climbed up, but the others gave up because of the heat. I don't know why, but I don't feel the heat even though I know it's really hot here, says Jude while scratching her head. Buggy immediately understands it, it's because of Jude's devil fruit. She is ash, so any fire or heat won't be able to affect her because ash is the product of the burning process. Ruff also realizes this and it makes him and Buggy slump down on the ground. They have depressed expressions and say, life is really unfair. Chapter 90, Reward of Hard Work. Jude's sudden appearance on the volcano's peak without any preparation has made Buggy and Ruff depressed. Both of them need a lot of effort to reach this place, but Jude just comes here like it's a walk in the park. I get defeated by my crew, says Buggy with a depressed tone. That's nothing, I've tried to climb for 5 years and made many items to help me. To think this is just an easy thing for someone else really breaks my heart. What a useless 5 years, says Ruff with a more depressed tone. Jude gets flustered and thinks of a way to cheer them, but nothing comes to her mind. Now she feels bad for coming up here. See Captain, sorry, says Jude with an apologetic tone. It's fine, everyone has their strength and weakness. I'm just not strong enough, says Buggy, still with a depressed tone, and his mouth is twitching. Yeah, let's just finish this fast. I will cry if we stay here for too long, says Ruff with a dead expression. Buggy and Ruff stand and walk again, but they walk weakly like their souls have left their bodies. Jude can only look down and sigh seeing this. She follows them to walk around the volcano's mouth. They walk around for some minutes while looking at their surrounding. There might be something unusual in this place and they can't miss it. Their guess is right because they see something in the cliff, near the lava below. They see a small black stick that comes out from the cliff. It is a charred wood that doesn't burn to ashes even though the temperature is very high. Then on the tip of that wood is a small round item. No way! A devil fruit! Claims Buggy with a surprised tone. Fruit? How is it possible for a fruit to grow here? Asks Ruff curiously. It's not any fruit, it's a devil fruit. They can survive in any extreme condition that will surely destroy normal fruits, says Buggy excitedly. But it's still a fruit, right? The tree should grow first before the fruit, and a tree can't grow here. Even if it could, the eruptions should blow it away. At the very least, the molten lava should cover it and it will become a rock when the lava cooled down, says Ruff with an expression of doubt. Buggy gives Ruff annoyed looks and says, but the proof is here. Don't use your logic on something like devil fruit. Hey, I just tried to analyze the possibility, says Ruff to defend himself. Maybe this volcano was just a normal mountain in the past. Ponders Jude. Who cares about the reason or anything else? The important thing is that we should take that devil fruit. Jude, I will forgive you if you take that fruit. Heat isn't a problem for you, so only you can take it easily, says Buggy to Jude. Jude and Ruff look stinkily at Buggy. What a cheapskate. Buggy gets pissed and shouts, just hurry up and take it. Aye, says Jude lazily. Jude then transforms her hands into ashes and flies them to take the fruit. She grabbed the fruit and pluck it easily from its tree. After the fruit is plucked, the tree suddenly withers and turns into ashes. So the fruit is the one that makes the wood survive, ponders Buggy. Jude takes the fruit and gives it to Buggy for an inspection. The fruit is like a melon with black stonish color and texture, similar to lava rock. It has red glowing swirling lines with some red-like cracks too. Fawbolom. I have never seen this fruit in any books about devil fruit. It seems this fruit was here for a very long time and no one has found it, ponders Buggy. What fruit do you think it is? Asks Jude. I don't know. The only way to find it out is by letting someone eat it. But I can guess that it has the power that involves a volcano. It won't be magma or lava logia though, because someone else has that power, says Buggy. How do you know that it involves a volcano though? Asks Ruff. Because of its growing place. No one knows exactly how a devil fruit can manifest. But there's a theory that if a devil fruit user dies, the fruit will reincarnate to the closest fruit with the highest compatibility. However, no one knows exactly how the first devil fruits appear. My guess is from the environment, especially an extreme one like this, says Buggy. But how about something like your chop fruit? What environment that have extreme chopping condition? Asks Jude curiously. I told you that's just a guess. No one knows for sure how it happened. No one even knows when did the first devil fruits appeared, says Buggy. They just get more confused as they talk about it, so they leave that topic. They'll just be happy with their finding and leave the difficult topic alone. Someone else might want to think about it, but they won't be that someone. Buggy places the fruit in his backpack and then they climbed down. They don't find anything else and they've been here for too long. Buggy and Ruff's suits also seem to almost reach their limit, so they need to leave. The three arrived on the volcano's foot after some minutes. They're surprised to see that there are many people there. Buggy's crew and Ruff's mother are among the crowd too. Did something happen? Asks Buggy. Of course, you succeeded to climb the volcano, that's what happened. These people want to see if you've really done it, so they came here, says Cricket while smirking. Oh, so it's nothing serious, says Buggy. So, how is it? Asks Cricket. It's very nice up there until someone made me depressed, says Buggy while looking at Jude. Captain, you said you'll forgive me, says Jude with a wronged look. I forgive you, but I never said I will forget it, says Buggy. Cheapskate, say the clowns together. Buggy gets pissed and shouts at them, you guys will never understand what I feel. It was very hard for me, but she just came there like nothing. That's what we always felt when we saw your power, says Cricket. This and that are different, shouts Buggy pissedly. Buggy keeps rambling and complaining to his crew. They also argue back to him and say what they want, especially Cricket. Buggy and Cricket then get into a brawl like kids. The other crewmates just watch and let them brawl. While that happens, Ruff goes to his mother and just smiles. Rihanna looks at her son and smiles too while hugging him. She is very proud of her son and most importantly, she is glad that he is safe. The townspeople start to surround Ruff and ask him many things. They want to confirm if Ruff really reached the peak or not. Ruff answers everything to prove his success. After hearing all Ruff's answers, the townspeople finally believed him. They're shocked that someone really succeeded. But they're also happy because a great history is created on their island today. Chapter 91, Recruitment. After Buggy and Ruff's success, the town gets very lively. They immediately hold a big festival to celebrate the first success of climbing the volcano. The townspeople even want to make this a yearly celebration. Of course, Ruff becomes the star of this festival. Everyone who mocks him before has started to idolize him now. The town's mayor even wants to name the volcano's peak with Ruff's name. But he refused and asked his father's name to be used instead. Everyone agrees because they know that Ruff climbed the volcano for his father. Now the name of the volcano's peak is Ernest, it's Ruff's father's name. The clowns enjoy the festival together. They also have just learned the volcano's name today. They never bothered to ask it before. This volcano is named Krato, and this island's name is Marcato. I can't believe none of you asked about this island's and the volcano's name. CK, I'm disappointed, says Buggy to his crew while shaking his head. Say that if you have asked it yourself, retorts Mantis. I was too engrossed on climbing the volcano, while you guys are just playing around, says Buggy in defense. Oh yeah? Then maybe you don't need to taste the food that I've learned while playing around these days, says Mantis. Buggy immediately bows to Mantis and apologizes, I'm sorry, I should have asked it myself. Please let me eat the food, Ms. Mantis. Good, I accept it, says Mantis satisfied. The others laugh at the two's antiques. It's a usual thing for them to joke around like this. They're not a stiff crew with a strict hierarchy where they can't joke around. You guys are very close, hey? I won't believe that you're pirates if I have never seen your bounty posters, says Ruff who walks toward them. Then how should pirates behave in your mind? Asks Palu. Well, I thought pirates will be crueler even with their own crew. I even thought that pirates are just using each other and won't think twice to betraying their crew. But you guys are joking around like normal friends, says Ruff. It all returned to their reasons. If what the pirates want are just fame, wealth, and power, then they will just use each other. But what we seek are not those things. We have our dreams that are more important than those. We believe that fame, wealth, and power will come to us as we go further, says Cricket. We know the importance of a solid crew in the sea. There are many threats that we can't solve alone, so we need to solve them together, says Manhwa while eating a big bowl of noodles. The clowns then smile and say something together, this is our adventure, after all. Ruff widens his eyes and smiles hearing their answers. But then he raised an eyebrow when he sees the clowns are acting strangely. Their body is shaking and their mouths are twitching like they try to hold their laugh. Haha, I can't hold it anymore. This is so exciting, says Mantis while laughing. Haha, to think that we can finally say it really makes me happy, says Cricket excitedly. I told you that the time to use it will come, says Buggy. The clowns are dancing happily like they celebrate something. Ruff is getting confused now, so Manhwa explains it to him. The clowns have made some cool lines to say for some situations. Ruff's mouth's corner is twitching now because he feels like he's being fooled. But he knows that what the clowns said are their true feelings. Even now, they dance happily together, proving that their words aren't just a script. "Captain, we need to make more of these things," says Jude happily. "Of course. We will be a pirate crew with the coolest lines," says Buggy while nodding. "Hee, I can imagine us saying cool things before we fight with our enemies. Our words will surely make them speechless," says Palu while imagining their cool and starry images. Seeing the clowns behave like that, Ruff only has one thing in his mind: they're all idiots. The festival keeps going for a full night and makes the town very lively. Ruff and Buggy also agree to sell the suit's design to the town. They will produce it for people who are brave enough to climb the volcano. The next day, the clown pirates gathered in Ruff's house. They have a big lunch together before they'll leave the island. Their log poses has been filled and they don't have anything else to do here. "So, what's your plan after this, Ruff?" asks Buggy while they eat. "I don't know, maybe continue to craft new items," says Ruff while shrugging his shoulder off. "But what items that you want to make? You've made almost everything that this island needs. I know that creating a new item is hard without inspiration or a goal. So what's your next goal?" asks Buggy. Ruff thinks about it for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't have any at this moment. I've finished what I want to do here. So maybe I will go to another place and find a new goal." "Then, how if you join us?" asks Buggy. "Join you? You want me to become a pirate? I never fight even once in my life. How will I survive if I become a pirate?" asks Ruff back. "I told you that we're seeking adventure, not battles. If you can't fight, then we will teach you to protect yourself at least. If you still don't want to fight, then you don't need to fight. We will do the fight and protect you," says Buggy. "Why'd you want to recruit me if I can't fight?" asks Ruff. "What I need from you in my crew isn't your power. I need your brain and your scientific ability. Tech and weapons are important in any force, including pirate crews like us. We need them for our survival in this dangerous sea," says Buggy. "What kind of weapons that you want to have?" asks Ruff with suspicion. "Weapons that can keep us alive. As we go further, the enemies will keep getting stronger. They will have better weapons, better technology, stronger crew, etc. If we can't keep up with them, we won't survive against them. We won't achieve our goals if we die," says Buggy. "Don't worry, we can promise you that we'll never use your weapons wrongly. You can investigate our past and you won't find any record of us doing any atrocious crime. We never even kill any civilian. We only fight other pirate crews, underground forces, or marine," says Cricket. Ruff doesn't say anything and just looks at them. He has understood the clown's personality in these few days. He knows that they're not bad people even though they're pirates. But he never has a thought to become a pirate. Ruff sighs and says, "Sigh, I know you guys are different from the other pirates. But I don't know if I can join you and become a pirate myself. I don't even know that my mother will." "I will allow it," says Rihanna so suddenly. Reinvl.c. "Mother," says Ruff in surprise. "You don't have anything to do in here anymore. If not for your father's death, you would leave this island already. You've lived for your father, now live for yourself, son," says Rihanna. Chapter 92, Leaving First Island. Ruff looks down after hearing Rihanna's words. She is right, he would leave this island already if not for his father's death. What he pursues is knowledge and this island has a limited source of it. The only way to find more knowledge is by going to other places. He won't be able to learn anything else on this island. But leaving this island also means leaving his mother alone. "Do you think that I can't take care of myself here? I am not that old, I'm still 64 and will continue to live for 100 years. A brat with a third of my age doesn't have the right to worry about me, says Rihanna. A brat? Mother, I'm 23, so I'm not a brat anymore, says Ruff. Humph, what's wrong with me calling you a brat? I can even call you a baby if I want, scoffs Rihanna. Sigh, but I'm your son, so I have the right to be worried about you, says Ruff. If you're that worried, then hurry up and find a girl to marry. If you can't do that, then make me less worried about you by living for yourself. I don't want to be a mother who restrains her son's life, says Rihanna. And I don't want to be an ungrateful son who leaves his mother alone, says Ruff. The mother and son then get into a heated-up argument. It makes the clowns uneasy, so they get out of the house. It is a family problem, so they can't meddle in it. Will he win? Asks Palu curiously. No, replies everyone else without any hesitation. None of them believes that Ruff will win the argument with his mother. Their prediction is right because Ruff suddenly runs out of the house frantically. Some kitchenwares also fly through the door. Tang clank bam! Get out from here, you damn son! Don't come back before you become a great person, or I won't forgive you, shouts Rihanna from inside the house while throwing out some big bags before closing the door strongly. The clowns look at each other and don't know what to say. Buggy then walks away and the others follow him. They pass by Ruff who is looking at the bags filled with his stuff. I guess you don't have anywhere to live now. So why don't you come to my ship? At least we have bed and roof there, says Buggy while grinning and passing Ruff. I guess you're right, I don't have anywhere to go now. Then, I'll be in your care, Captain, everyone, says Ruff while lifting his bags. Ruff then turns around to follow the clowns, but he stops for a moment. Mother, just wait for it. You will see my face appear in the newspaper. I will make you proud and I will go home. Until that time come, be sure to keep my room clean, says Ruff while smirking, but his eyes are already full of tears. How dare you talk like that to your mother, you damn son! Just make sure that you're healthy, replies Rihanna who stands behind the door with eyes full of tears too. Ruff then walks away and follows the clowns while holding his cry. It's the first time he will leave his family behind and go on his own. For someone who lived with his family for years, leaving is a very hard thing to do. But Ruff knows that he needs to do it, so he just walks and doesn't look back. She will be fine. The townspeople will always help her. You just need to make her proud, says Buggy. I will, it's my promise to her, after all, says Ruff with a firm tone. They all smile and continue their walk toward the ship. After they arrive on their ship, the clowns immediately prepare to sail. The weather is still good, so they need to leave soon. When they're about to sail, many people come to talk with them. They're surprised to find out that Ruff is joining the clowns. But they know that Ruff doesn't have anything else to do on this island. I'll leave my mother in your care, Mayor, everyone, says Ruff to the mayor and townspeople. You can leave it to us. Just do what you want, boy. Although I don't really agree for you to become a pirate, says the mayor. Don't worry, I won't do something that will make you ashamed of me, says Ruff while smirking. As if you becoming a pirate isn't shameful enough for this town, says the mayor with mad expression. Haha, I think you're right, says Ruff while laughing. Their conversation stops when Cricket announces that the ship is ready. Ruff waves his hands to the townspeople and gather in the main deck with the crew. All right, we've visited our first island on Grand Line. We still have a long way to go, so prepare yourself, bastards. Pull the anchor. Unfurl the sail. Orders Buggy. Aye, Captain. Replies everyone. Cricket and Palu unfurl the sail, Manhwa and Ruff pull the ship's anchor, while Mantis hold the steer. Let's sail. Orders Buggy as the ship starts to leave the island. The townspeople wave their hands as the ship sails away. Among the crowd is a short old woman with teary eyes. Rihanna has slipped among the crowd to see her son starts his journey. But while many people are sending the clowns off happily, some people are happy for another reason. They're the group of idiot bounty hunters who want to capture the clowns. Kakik, they finally leave the island. Now we can attack them on the sea, says the leader. Boss, the ships are ready, says a man. Good, let's go, orders the leader. The bounty hunters go to their ships and sail away from the island. There are 50 of them before, but now they have 100 men after gathering more people. They joined hands with other bounty hunter groups because they're not sure they can take the clowns alone. They also use 2 ships, so they can attack the clowns' ship from 2 sides and pinch them. No one of them knows the strength of someone with 100 million on his head, so they need to be careful. The clowns don't know anything about that and just hold a small party to celebrate Ruff joining the crew. They just drink a little because they've just had lunch in Ruff's house. Captain, there are 2 ships behind us, says Palu so suddenly. Who are they? Pirates? Asks Buggy. They're bounty hunters, says Ruff after looking at the 2 ships. They want to catch us, huh? They're overestimating themselves, says Buggy while unsheathing Pollux and charges it with Haki. I don't have time to play, so I will just finish this fast, says Buggy. Buggy then swings Pollux horizontally and creates a big white slashing arc. The slashing arc flies toward the 2 ships that sail side by side. It then hit the ships and cut them in half cleanly. Ruff widens his eyes while looking at the sinking ships. Do you even need my weapons? Chapter 93, Marine Battleship. Ruff is shocked seeing Buggy's power. He can cut 2 ships from a long range with 1 attack. Ruff has seen many strong pirates who came to the island, but no one was as strong as Buggy. Captain, you can cut a ship cleanly now, says Cricket, complimenting Buggy's attack. I've gotten better at controlling Pollux's power now. I can make a strong normal flying slash attack without using Pollux's power, but the power and distance are a lot lower, says Buggy. Pollux's power? Your sword has a power? Asks Ruff curiously. Yeah, both my swords have eaten devil fruits, says Buggy. Ruff gets interested and immediately asks how it could happen. So Buggy asked Mantis to give Ruff the journal from that mad scientist who experimented on Castor and Pollux. Mantis takes Ruff to the ship's storage room where they store many items including the journal. It makes Ruff very excited now and rushes Mantis to show him the journal. Captain, what will you do with the devil fruit? Asks Jude after Mantis and Ruff leave. Just like when we found your fruit, it will be for anyone who wants it. So, does any of you want to eat it? Asks Buggy. Rebve.co. The others look at each other and they shake their heads. I think Ruff needs to eat it. He has climbed that volcano for years, so it can be his reward, says Manba. Yeah, I think so too, says Palu. Buggy nods and then he goes to the storage room to ask Ruff about it. Surprisingly, Ruff refuses to eat the fruit because he knows the weakness of devil fruit. Being weak to seawater and being unable to swim might hinder his pursuit of knowledge. He might need to do something underwater, so he doesn't want to eat the devil fruit. Besides, Ruff believes more in his weapons and technology than a devil fruit. Buggy decides to save the fruit for now and gives it to someone that he approved in the future. Even if the fruit's ability is unknown, it is a foolish act to sell a devil fruit. Weak or strong, a devil fruit's ability is always useful, so he will keep it. The clowns sail to their second island in Grand Line. Just like on their way to the first island, they encounter some strange weather phenomena. But at least, the weather problems appear once per day, not every few hours. The phenomena are still normal too and their experience to the first island makes them adapt faster. That's why the clowns still try to do everything normally and do what they want on the ship. Ruff adapts fast with the crew, but he gets very close with Palu. Both of them like to build things, although differently. Now, they try to improve the ship in many aspects. The others also do what they want on their way to the second island. They train, play, fight for stupid reasons, etc. They all just enjoy their sailing on this deadly sea. 7 days after leaving the first island, they still don't find the second island. The reason is the wind is weak for the last 4 days. It makes their ship move much slower. Luckily, their supplies are plenty and they also keep catching fish to save their supplies. They don't know when they'll reach the second island, so they need to save supplies as many as possible. In the last 7 days, Ruff and Palu also have upgraded their ship, especially their weapons. Now their cannons are a lot stronger and have a longer range. Palu can build things better than Ruff, so Ruff just needs to think of the theories. Marine! Shouts Cricket very suddenly from the crow nest. Everyone gets alerted and they go to the deck. They all look at the left side where Cricket pointed it. There is a marine battleship far on the sea that moves toward them. Buggy orders his crew to prepare for battle because they can't run away with the weak wind. The clowns prepare themselves and wait for the marine battleship. They will start to shoot once the battleship is in range. Hee, it's a good chance to test our new weapons, says Palu excitedly. Don't get too excited like that. Grand Line's Marines are a lot different from the ones in Blues. Their weapons are very strong too and might be even better than ours, says Buggy. Come on, don't ruin my fun, Captain, says Palu with an unhappy face. I just don't want you to have a big head, says Buggy. The clowns wait for the battleship to get closer. But then, they realize that the battleship is in very bad condition. Its sails are tattered, its body also has many holes, even its mainmast is broken. What happened with them? Asks Manhwa. Maybe they fought a pirate crew before, says Jude. Buggy frowns and takes a scope to look at the battleship. His frown becomes deeper when he doesn't see anyone on the battleship. The ship also looks moldy and has lots of moss on the woods. Get closer to them and keep your guards up. Something is wrong with that battleship and it makes me curious, says Buggy excitedly. Sigh, normally, people will leave, and not taking any risk, says Mantis while sighing. You should never put a normal standard on Captain's mind, says Cricket. I know, I just try to keep my mind normal by saying that, says Mantis. You know that you guys sound very rude just now, right? Asks Buggy with a pissed expression. But we're not wrong, right? Asks Mantis while looking at the others. Everyone nod and it makes Buggy more pissed, but he let it be. He will never win an argument against Mantis, so it's better to not start it. The clowns get closer to the broken battleship. Buggy tries to use his haki to detect any presence on the battleship. But he doesn't feel any life form on the marine battleship. You guys can wait here if you want, I will go there to check the battleship, says Buggy after they reach the battleship. Buggy jumps to the battleship without waiting for any answer. The crew look at each other and sigh. So Cricket split their task as the first mate. Palu and Ruff will stay on their ship while the others will go with Buggy. The ones who follow Buggy then split into 2 groups. Buggy goes with Jude and Manhwa, while Cricket goes with Mantis. They split so they can cover the whole battleship fast. Buggy's group walks around and enters the ship's inner rooms. They don't find any trace of recent human activities on the ship. Then they go to the ship's captain's room. They find the room and it is owned by a rear admiral. The rear admiral's name is Kanana, a name that Buggy never heard before. A unique name like that will make it easier for Buggy to remember, so he's sure he never knows that name. They enter the room and are surprised to see a skeleton on a chair. The skeleton wears a high-ranked marine officer's suit. It must be Kanana's skeleton. The guy has died long ago and become a skeleton. K.A. Screams Jude in surprise. Jude immediately runs out from the room because she's freaked out by the skeleton. Manhwa inspects the skeleton while Buggy inspects the room. Jude just waits outside and doesn't dare to look inside the room at all. Puru puru puru. Buggy's denden mushi suddenly rang off, so he picked it up. Kaka. "Captain, you need to see this," says Cricket through the Denden Mushi. Buggy nods and they go to Cricket's location in the lower cabin. What they see there really makes them speechless. They see a lot of marine skeletons laying on the floor. Just what had happened here? Chapter 94, Barca Archipelago. The clowns are at a loss for word after seeing so many marine skeletons in the battleship. Everyone in this battleship had died a long time ago until their corpses turned into skeletons. Jude immediately runs off because she feels nauseous. Buggy orders Mantis to help Jude, while he will investigate this with Cricket and Manba. Mantis nods and she chases Jude. "Manba, do you know the time of their death? Maybe even the cause?" asks Buggy. Manba approaches the skeletons and checks them. They've died around 10 years ago. The cause is most likely a battle. Their skeletons have many broken parts that aren't caused by decomposition, but by physical traumas, says Manba while looking at a skeleton with a broken skull. Manba, go to the ship captain's room again to check if there's a journal or something. Cricket and I will go to check the other rooms, says Buggy. Manba and Cricket nod, then they split to do their tasks. Buggy and Cricket go alone to cover the ship's rooms faster. They check the other rooms and there's nothing except skeletons in the previous room. "You find something, Cricket?" asks Buggy. "No, there's nothing at all, just empty rooms," says Cricket. "How about you, Manba?" asks Buggy. "I found a journal in the desk," says Manba while giving an old journal to Buggy. Buggy opens the latest page that has writing on it. He tries to find the cause for all of this and finally finds it. Buggy read the journal and the others are listening. In short, this marine unit was lost against a pirate crew in a naval battle. The pirates massacred their unit but they let the rear admirals and some officers lived after giving them grave injuries. The pirate crew then took everything from their ship. They took supplies, weapons, log pose, eternal poses, denden mushi, etc. They even break their ship's steer and masts to make the ones who lived have zero chance of survival. The ones who live couldn't do anything except wait for their death. So they gathered their fallen comrades' corpses in a room, then they wait for their own death. Such cruelty, says Manba in anger. Something cruel like this is more common than you think. You need to prepare yourself because you will see something crueler than this in the future, says Buggy to warn his crew. The clowns have serious expressions now. This thing is very cruel already for them. They can't imagine something worse than this. But they know Buggy won't lie to them about something like this, so they really need to prepare themselves. "What pirate crew that has done this?" asks Cricket. "Black Feather Pirates. Their captain has 132 million for his head, and their total bounty is 214,3 million, says Buggy. The pirate crew was from New World, that's why the rear admiral unit couldn't put up a fight against them. Even cannon fodders in New World are strong, not to mention someone with a high bounty. But Buggy never heard of such pirate crew in his life, even when he's still on Roger Pirates. He also never see the pirate captain's bounty poster. So Buggy concludes that the pirate crew have been defeated in the past. "What will we do with this battleship now?" asks Palu. "Even if Marine is our enemy, but we are sailors too. We've found them, so we'll give them a proper funeral at least." "Burn the ship," says Buggy. They agree and then lit up the battleship with fire. The best thing that they can do now is giving those dead guys a proper funeral. They can't take the skeletons to land for burial, so they burn them. The clowns then leave and resume their way to the second island. They don't know why, but the wind has become stronger and their ship moves faster. The weather also gets better without any strange thing. Then after 2 days more, they finally reach the second island. It's an archipelago with some small islands scattered everywhere. The biggest island is located almost in the middle and it has a small town on it. The clowns go to the biggest island and dock their ship there. Manhwa will guard the ship while the others go to the town. Their arrival doesn't scare anyone in the town just like the first island. Does anyone in Grand Line even scared of pirates? Asks Mantis curiously. Don't be that surprised anymore. The islands on the log poses routes get visited by pirates every day. Everyone on these islands has gotten used to pirates, so they won't be that afraid. And usually, these islands have protectors that will fend off troublemakers, says Buggy. Oh, that makes sense, says Mantis. The clowns then start to explore the small town. This town's name is Bars, and the archipelago is named Barsa. They explore the town calmly and will try to not create any problems until their log pose filled in 2 days. Suddenly, they hear a loud fighting sound from one of the small islands. They go to check it and see 2 pirate crews are fighting with each other. It seems interesting, so the clowns watch it from the town. Many people also come to watch the battle. They even start to bet and make the show more interesting. Other pirate crews and bounty hunters also prepare themselves. They don't want to waste this chance and get more money. The battle is between 2 rookie pirate crews, long-haired pirates vs baldy pirates. They fight because they don't like the other's appearance. Just like their name implied, the long-haired pirates have long hair, while the baldy pirates are bald. They fight just because their hairstyles are different. Says Mantis in disbelief. It's just the trigger. They started to fight because they insulted each other's hairstyles. Besides, the baldy pirates are bald naturally, so they don't have any choice but to be bald. Seeing people with long hair grouping together must have hurt their heart, says a man so suddenly. The clowns look at the man who suddenly answers Mantis' question. It's a middle-aged man with a big body and his face is full of scars. He must have got a lot of experience in his life. That's still a stupid reason, says Mantis. Haha, it sure is. But everyone has their own pride even if it's stupid for other people, says the man. The battle gets more heated up as both crews' captains start to fight now. Both of them have bounties, so the audience expects a good fight from them. Shiny Head Aro is a man with a bounty of 22 million bellies. His opponent, Girly Hair Fliss, has a bounty of 24 million bellies. Their bounties aren't that far apart, so they should have similar strengths. Aro uses a straight sword as his weapon, while Fliss uses an axe. They started to fight and their weapons clash. The clash creates a rather loud sound, meaning that both of them are quite strong. Aro and Fliss start to exchange their strongest blows. It seems interesting for everyone else, but not for the clowns. Save for Ruff, who has never seen a battle like this before. For the clowns, this battle is too slow and weak. Both Aro and Fliss are stronger than average pirates, but the clowns can defeat them in a second. The battle just looks like a child play for the clowns. Buggy suddenly sighs and says, this level of power won't be enough to protect them in Grand Line. Chapter 95, Crew's Needs. The battle between the long-haired pirates vs baldy pirates has gotten on its peak. Their captains have started to fight and they are rather equal. Who do you think will win, Captain? Asks Jude curiously. That baldy will win, says Buggy. Even though he has lower bounty? Asks Jude. Bounty isn't a representation of strength. It is the representation of someone's threat to WG. You know that Robin has a high bounty despite her low strength. This is the same, that Shiny Head Aro is more skillful with his sword. The Girly Hair Fliss has more brute strength, but he lacks the skill, says Buggy after analyzing both captains' battles. Just like what Buggy predicted, Aro quickly dominates the battle. He is more agile and evades more attacks from Fliss. Fliss' axe is heavy, so he can't move it as he likes, and Aro easily evades them. After some minutes, Fliss shows a sign of exhaustion. Aro uses this chance to deflect Fliss' axe and swing his sword at Fliss' body diagonally. The sword cut Fliss' body and create a deep wound, defeating him. Wow, he really wins. You're good at judging people's strength, boy, says the man who's still standing beside the clowns. It's just a matter of experience. Anyone who has fought many battles will know it easily. Also, are you sure you want to stay here? The other bounty hunters will take the reward if you don't act fast, says Buggy to the man. The man widens his eyes a little before smiling. So you know I'm a bounty hunter, hey? It seems I can't aim for your head anymore, it will be too risky. You can always try if you want. But the result won't be pretty for you, says Buggy while smirking. Ha, maybe you're right. 100 million head is still out of my league, says the man while walking away. After the man leaves, Jude asks Buggy about him. Buggy says that he is a rather famous bounty hunter in this archipelago, Schemer Angelo. He has a big reputation in this route and has captured many pirates. He is known for getting closer to his target slowly and scheme a plan to capture them. Unlike many bounty hunters, he doesn't rely on strength, but his brain. He will use poison, sabotage, traps, etc. to defeat his target after he gets closer to them, says Buggy. Oh, does that mean that he is weak? Asks Jude again. It's not like that, he is quite strong, I can feel it just now. If he's too weak, then he will die if his plan doesn't go well. He just used his brain more than his muscle, says Buggy. So he tried to target us just now? Asks Cricket. Yeah, he tried to judge us, and see if he can defeat us, says Buggy. It seems he give up though, that's good. I don't want to fight this early, says Ruff. The clowns then leave and go to explore the town again. They spread and go in pairs. Buggy with Jude, Cricket with Mantis, and Manhwa with Ruff. They have their task and will return to their ship at lunchtime. Buggy and Jude go to find information like usual. It's been more than a week since they get on land, so they need to update their information. They can't just rely on the newspaper even though it's good enough. Buggy and Jude go to a bar and order drinks before asking the bartender for information. They just ask for general information first before asking for deeper information. However, they don't get any big news that they haven't known before. It's still the same, about the rising number of the new pirate crew, Marine who get more active, and Big Mom pirates' growth in New World. There's still no news about red hair pirates even now. Where do you think are they, Captain? Asks Jude. Who knows, maybe in an uninhabited island or something. Shanks is smart and he knows what he needs to do. He won't come out from his hiding too soon, but I'm sure he will make his move anytime now, says Buggy. Why? He can't wait anymore. Asks Jude. Yeah, because I've appeared. I'm sure he will appear too after hearing about my arrival in Grand Line. He doesn't like losing to me, so he will come out soon, or he will feel like he loses to me, says Buggy. Buggy and Shanks still have their sense of rivalry. They often fought while they were still apprentices, so they have a big sense of rivalry. It became stronger since their meeting at Roger's execution. Shanks could feel that Buggy is getting stronger since they last met at the crew's disbandment. Their strength was almost equal on the execution day. So both Shanks and Buggy know that they might be equal too now. Buggy and Jude then leave the bar after getting what they wanted. They go around the town again to find interesting things. It will take 2 days for their log post to get filled, so they need to enjoy their time. At lunchtime, they all return to their ship and eat. They discuss everything they found while exploring Bar's town. The town is just like any normal town, except for the high number of pirates here. Well, this is still the second island, so there will be many pirate crews who are still survived after entering Grand Line. The crew's number will decrease as they go further because many of them will get defeated, either by Marine or other pirate crews. Captain, can you give me some money? I need to buy materials for some repairing, says Paulu. Do we have some damages on the ship? We haven't fought on the sea since we arrived on Grand Line, says Buggy. The damages aren't caused by battle, but by the sea. We've sailed through the reverse mountain and have gone through some bad weather. Those things are enough to make damages to Little Hunter. I've done what I could with the materials that we have, but they won't last long. We need new and strong materials, says Palu. All right, just buy what you need. We can't be stingy for our ship's needs, it is our lives on the sea, after all. Does anyone need something too? Says Buggy. Ruff and Manhwa raise their hands and say what they need. Ruff needs materials and tools for his research and to upgrade their stuff. Manhwa is the same too, he needs those things to make medicines. The others don't ask anything because they still have what they need. Mantis always buys food ingredients and supplies on every island. It's the most important thing, after all. So they already have money allocated for it. Cricket doesn't need too many things and just accompanies Mantis to buy food and supplies every time. Jude also doesn't need to buy many items for navigation. She has what she needs already. The clowns always have pocket money on every island. But if they need more for their crew's needs, they need to ask Buggy first. It is to make their money management easier and clearer. Buggy gives Palu, Ruff, and Manhwa some money to buy what they need. Then they go to buy those things after they finish their lunch. This town is small, but they should have all the necessary things for sailing. While waiting for the log post to get filled, Buggy explores the archipelago. He goes to every small island in there, using a small boat. Most of these small islands are empty, but some islands actually have people living on them. When Buggy visits the 12th small island, he gets attacked. Many people suddenly surround him and point their weapons at him. They're a group of bounty hunters who have targeted Buggy and wait for him to be alone. One of them then says, 100 million head, we will be rich, boys. Chapter 96, Entertaining People. Many bounty hunters suddenly surround Buggy on an empty island. They want to capture him and get his bounty. 100 million is very tempting to them. There are around 50 bounty hunters that surround Buggy right now. They are quite careful because he has a bounty of 100 million. But they're still too stupid to attack him even though he's alone. Buggy the Clown, your price is 100 million belly. I don't know how you got that bounty before, but this is Grand Line. 100 million on blues doesn't mean that you're that strong in Grand Line, says a man who seems to be the leader. Ho, so you think that you can defeat me because of that? What naive thinking! But it's a good time, I'm getting bored lately because no one picks a fight with me. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll entertain you, says Buggy while smirking. Humph, you have a big mouth there. Attack him, boys! Orders the leader. The bounty hunters prepare their weapons and start to attack Buggy. The ones with guns shoot at him first. Buggy uses his observation haki to dodge every bullet that gets shot at him easily. The bounty hunters get surprised to see him dodging the bullets. They shoot from every direction, but Buggy can dodge all of it. It's the first time they see someone dodge the bullets without apparent effort. Shit, attack at close range. Orders the leader. All bounty hunters then rush to Buggy and attack him at close range. They all use cutlass as it is the most common weapon and very cheap. But their weapons make Buggy smirk. The bounty hunters swing their cutlass at Buggy. He doesn't move at all and just lets the cutlasses slash him. Buggy's body gets slashed and cut many times and now his body is in pieces. Seeing Buggy's body get cut into pieces easily make the bounty hunters surprised. They all think it will be very hard to defeat Buggy. But he gets defeated very easily after some slashes. Ha 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 ha. You talked big, but you're actually this weak. It must be a stroke of luck for him to dodge those bullets, but he has run out of it now. We're rich, boys. Ha ha. Says the leader excitedly. Yeah, 100 million. Say the bounty hunters in excitement too. Bam crash. Suddenly, a bounty hunter flies and crashes onto a tree. It gathered the others' attention and they look at the fainted man. Then they look at where the man stood before. They are surprised to see a hand flying on that spot. It gets more shocking when they see Buggy's body pieces start to reform. No one says anything as they watch Buggy's body returns to normal. You guys are not bad for small bounty hunters. You will make big names on blues if you decide to hunt there, says Buggy while cracking his neck. Devil fruit user! Exclaims the leader. Boss, this doesn't look good, says a bounty hunter to the leader. TCH, I know. But we can't back down now. We've started it, so we need to finish it. He also won't let us go after we attacked him, says the leader. But how will we defeat him? He can dodge bullets, and swords don't work on him, says another man. Just attack him and don't give him time to attack back, orders the leader. The bounty hunters are not sure of that plan, but they can't think of anything else. They start to attack Buggy again using their cutlasses. Some people on the back also use their guns to shoot Buggy. Buggy just grins and gets into a fighting stance. He doesn't take his swords to fight as it's not necessary. These small fries are too weak for his swords to get in action. Besides, he wants to fight barehanded sometimes. A man swings his cutlass at Buggy from above. Buggy moves to the left and punches the man's face with his left hand. Then Buggy ducks forward to dodge a sword from his back. He swings his right leg backward and kick the one who attacked him. Other bounty hunters start to attack him from every side. Buggy uses his observation haki to detect every attack and counter them with his punch and kick. He fight like a martial artist using all techniques he learned on Karate Island. Bam bam bam. Buggy dodge, deflect, counter, or even redirect the bounty hunter's attacks. He does all of those while dodging the bullets that get shot at him. His dodging makes the bullets hit the other bounty hunters around him. Ha, such stupid thing to do. Shooting me while your comrades are attacking me this closely. Your bullets will only hit them because I can dodge. Don't you have brains? Says Buggy mockingly. The bounty hunters who shoot their guns grit their teeth. They immediately discard their guns and attack Buggy at close range too. They never thought that Buggy will be able to dodge their bullets while he fight at close range. As the number of people who attack him at close range increase, Buggy gets more excited. He keep using the martial arts that he learned to fight. All his techniques are things that he learned from seeing, so they all are his original martial art techniques. 35, 36, 37, 49, 50, 51, and lastly, 52. Says Buggy while punching and kicking the bounty hunters. Buggy counts the number of bounty hunters that he defeated. He counts as he defeats them and it stops at 52 people. But he hasn't defeated the leader yet. Where's he? Asks Buggy while looking around. The leader is nowhere to be seen now. That guy has escaped while his men got defeated by Buggy. He uses his men as cover for his escape. Ha, as if you can escape from me, says Buggy while smirking. Buggy spread his observation haki to find the leader. It doesn't take long for him to find the guy who is using a boat to escape from the small island. The guy plans to run to the main island where he can hide. Buggy takes a gun from the defeated bounty hunters. Then he changes the normal bullet with a red bullet. He shoot the gun at the escaping boat and it hit the backside. Buggy has trained his gun shooting and he's quite good at it. The red bullet that Buggy used exploded upon contact with the boat and destroy it. The explosion engulfs the leader and defeats him. He falls to the sea and floats there, but Buggy lets him be because Buggy can't swim. Buggy just used his creation, Buggy Bullet that he made based on Buggy and Muggy Ball. It has good firepower and the explosion is big enough. He's very satisfied with his creation even though he doesn't dwell on it that much. I'll ask Ruff to make the Buggy Bullet, Buggy Ball, and Muggy Ball stronger. It can be our trademark, says Buggy after looking at the damage that he caused using Buggy Bullet. Buggy then takes all valuables that he can take from the defeated bounty hunters. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. He then leaves the place with a big lump of weapons to sell and some money in his pocket. On another island, someone is looking at Buggy using a scope. He is Schemer Angelo, the rather famous bounty hunter. He was watching Buggy's fight before. In fact, he was the one who made those bounty hunters have the audacity to attack Buggy. What a difficult target. 100 million's power is indeed too much, says Angelo. Chapter 97, Pettiness. Buggy sells the loots in the town and gets some money. It's not much, considering the weapons' qualities are low, and they already have some defects. But he still gets 330,000 belly because there's a lot of them. Too bad that those swords are not in good condition. I can get around 1 million if they are still good despite their low qualities. But well, it's free money, so it's not that bad, says Buggy happily. Buggy walks on the street while looking around. He has visited all the small islands in this archipelago and doesn't find anything special. The only thing that makes him interested in this archipelago is because it was made of one big land. Barca Archipelago is similar to Long Ring Long Land Island. It is made of one big island that gets its lower ground covered by seawater. But Barca Archipelago's lower ground always sinks and never resurfaces like Long Ring Long Land Island. However, this archipelago is still one big island. That's why it only had one magnetic field, and log pose always points to this place like it's one island, not many islands. Sigh, too bad I can't swim. I'm very curious of the water area that covers this archipelago, says Buggy with a depressed tone. As he walks while getting depressed by his inability to swim, Buggy hears Mantis and Cricket's laugh. He looks around and sees the two of them are having a sweet time on the sea. Cricket is swimming with Mantis standing on his back. Cricket swim quite fast and it makes Mantis looks like she is surfing on a human board. They laugh happily like a stupid high school couple. Buggy has a dark face and a dark aura comes out from his body. They play on the water right when he gets depressed by his inability to swim again. He is very jealous of them because they can swim and play on the water. Bastards, I won't give them any pocket money on the next island, says Buggy with an angry tone. Mantis realizes that Buggy is looking at them from the beach. She doesn't know what Buggy is thinking and assume that he is just walking around. Without any thought, Mantis waves her hands at Buggy and smiles happily. Buggy gets pissed and has a big tick mark appear on his forehead. He stomps his foot strongly to the ground and makes the sand fly around. After that, Buggy turns around and leaves while grumbling angrily. He's leaving? Asks Mantis curiously. What's wrong? Asks Cricket, who doesn't know anything. Ah, it's Captain. I see him on the beach, so I wave my hands. But suddenly he stomped his foot to the ground and leaves, says Mantis. Maybe he's forgetting something, says Cricket without any suspicion. Mantis thinks it's possible, so they just ignore it now. They are having fun currently, so they don't want to think about difficult things. Buggy can take care of himself, so they don't need to worry about him. They need to be worried though because Buggy is not in good mood now. He starts to think like a petty person and wants to plot against them by not giving them pocket money on the next island. Hee, how dare you make me feel miserable? Even if you're my first mate and my chef, I won't forgive you for making me feel like this. You will feel my rage after this, haha. Says Buggy with a crazy tone. You sound happy, Captain, says Manba so suddenly while Buggy laugh. Buggy flinches because Manba suddenly appears in front of him. Manba brings a big bag on his back. It is filled with the medical stuff that he bought on this island. What makes you so happy like that, Captain? Asks Manba innocently. And no, I just made some money after defeating some fools. That's why I am in a good mood now, haha, says Buggy nervously. Oh, you must get a lot of money to be this happy, says Manba excitedly. Well, not really. I just made 330,000 belly because those guys are poor. But it's not that bad I guess, says Buggy with some cold sweats still running on his back. That's still a good amount of money. Man, I hope some fools pick a fight with me too, so I can get some money. But I don't have any bounty yet, so it seems to be impossible to happen, says Manba with a disappointed tone. You will get your bounty soon, don't worry. Besides, you can pick a fight first if no one comes to you, says Buggy. No thanks. I like to get a bounty too, but I don't want to start a fight. It's too troublesome, says Manhwa while shaking his head. Buggy sighs in relief because Manhwa doesn't hear his childish rant. Both of them then go to their ship because it will get dark soon. There's nothing else for them to do in the town, so they return. When they arrive on the ship, they see a big stack of wood planks on the ship's deck. Palu is doing some repairing already after he bought the materials. He repairs the ship's mainmast and patches some holes on the deck. Oh, Captain, Manhwa, you guys come at a good time. I want to move the ship to an empty island so I can repair the lower parts after this, says Palu. Have the others returned already? Asks Buggy. Only Cricket and Mantis who haven't returned yet. Ruff is working on weapons now, while Jude is making a journal, says Palu. Ho, then let's move the ship now, says Buggy while smirking naughtily. How about Cricket and Mantis then? Asks Palu. They're on a date now, so they won't return soon. They might even rent a room in the town tonight. So just leave a note in here, says Buggy while holding his laugh. Okay then, you're the captain, after all, says Palu. Buggy covers his mouth while giggling happily. He never thought that his chance to get his revenge on Cricket and Mantis will come this soon. Haha, this is what you'll get for making me jealous, Cricket, Mantis, thinks Buggy while giggling happily. The clowns then move Little Hunter to an empty island. Palu has made a plank with a letter on it at the previous place to tell Cricket and Mantis. But Buggy has removed the plank stealthily and throw it to the sea. After they arrive on an empty island, Palu makes a place to fix the ship. The boys then pull Little Hunter to the place that Palu made. With their strength, it's easy to pull the ship just using a rope. Palu doesn't immediately work to fix the ship. He wants to repair it after dinner with a full stomach. But Cricket and Mantis don't come even after 8 p.m. Damn, they're late. Do they want to make us die of hunger? Complains Ruff when they gather in the kitchen. Fenvo. It's impossible. Mantis always returns on time because she always thinks of our stomach, says Jude. Then why haven't they returned yet? Asks Ruff. Maybe they can't find the island yet. Did you write the location correctly, Palu? Asks Manhwa. Of course. I even drew a rough map to show them the location. Besides, there's no other ship on the empty islands, so they should find it easily, says Palu. Buggy is very nervous right now. He forgot that they can't eat without Mantis here. It's a big miscalculation on his side. Sigh, maybe we shouldn't leave without them before, says Jude. Well, Captain said that it's okay, so I thought it will be fine, says Palu. I thought they will find this place easily too. This archipelago isn't that big, after all, says Buggy nervously. Bam! The kitchen door suddenly gets open and Mantis is standing there with a very pissed expression. So it's you, Captain, says Mantis with a pissed tone. I don't know why you decided to leave us there, but it doesn't matter now. There's no dinner for you, says Mantis with a murderous expression. Buggy can only gulp his saliva and says, yes. He has made a very fatal mistake today and he will pay the price. Chapter 98, Can't Leave Yet. After an interrogation, Buggy gets punished by his own crew. They all sweat drop at his reason because it's too silly. So they punish him to help Palu repair the ship while the others sleep in a hotel because they can't sleep in the ship while it gets repaired. Buggy can't do anything and just do as they ask. At least he won't starve tomorrow and only miss the dinner tonight. But he won't be able to sleep tonight because they will work on the ship all night. Palu starts to work on the ship after the others left. He asks Buggy to help him do some jobs like carrying woods or tools. It makes Buggy looks like Palu's assistants even though he's the captain. They work all night and repair all the ship's damages. Palu's trained eyes can see the damages that Buggy doesn't realize at all. He just realizes it after Palu showed it to him. Captain, I don't think our ship will survive Grand Line. You've used it for 3 years and it was used by other people for an unknown time. I can fix some damages on the body, but main parts like keel or mast won't be able to be repaired completely. Grand Line's strong currents and unpredictable weather will make more damages as we go further, says Palu. I know. I have planned to make another ship after we reach the Red Line. Until that time, I want you to make Little Hunter strong enough to sail. She has become my partner before I met any of you. So I want to take her in my journey as far as possible, says Buggy while caressing Little Hunter with a soft smile on his face. Palu is taken aback by it. He knows that Buggy loves their ship, but it still amazes him even now. It's very rare to find someone who loves their ship this much, especially pirates. Most of them just see their ship as transportation tools. But for Buggy, Little Hunter is his partner, his home, and his life on the sea. Without her, he won't be able to sail on all 4 blue seas. I'll do my best to help her sail through the first half of Grand Line then, says Palu while smiling. Yeah, I leave it to you, says Buggy. Buggy and Palu continue their repairing work with a higher spirit. They fix everything that can be fixed and do the best on the damages that can't be fixed. It really takes all night to finish their repairing job. The ship repairing job is not easy and it's very tiring. Buggy, who isn't used to it, gets very tired when they finish. He is physically stronger than Palu, but he gets tired faster even though he just helped Palu. Pant, it seems I will never be able to become a shipwright. Fighting 100 people is better than this, says Buggy while panting hard and lying on the floor. Haha, it's not a job for everybody, after all. It needs a lot of experience to work on a ship for a full night. I've even worked for a full week without much rest in the past, says Palu. What a miserable sight, Captain, says Mantis while smirking. The others have returned to the ship and see Buggy lying weakly on the floor. They giggle when they see their strong captain gets very tired after a night of work. I hope you learned from this now, says Mantis. Yes, I've learned my lesson. Please don't give me such punishment anymore. I'm sorry, says Buggy apologetically. All right, I'll forgive you now. You won't get punished as long as you behave nicely, says Mantis while nodding. Mantis then goes to the kitchen and cooks a lot of food. Buggy has got what he deserves, so now she will thank him for his hard work. She cooks a lot of food for everyone and they all really enjoy it. Buggy eats his food with tears flowing from his eyes. He hasn't eaten anything last night, so this feels like food from heaven. The others laugh seeing this and they all joke around after that. Jude, how's the log pose? Asks Buggy. It has been set to the next island. We can sail anytime, says Jude while looking at the log pose. Good, let's leave immediately. We don't have anything to do in here, says Buggy. The others nod and they immediately prepare to leave. It doesn't take long for them to finish their preparation. They get ready to sail, but they suddenly see something on the sea that makes them stop. Captain, there's a marine ship that comes this way, says Cricket. Buggy takes his scope and looks at the incoming marine ship. He looks at the one who stands on the front and looks at them. What he sees makes Buggy frown a little as he puts his scope down. Strawberry, says Buggy. Hey? You want a strawberry now? Asks Mantis while looking at Buggy strangely. No, I mean that guy's name is Strawberry. He is a rear admiral from Marine HQ, says Buggy. What a strange name. Does he like strawberry, I wonder? Asks Jude curiously. I don't know about that, but don't underestimate him. He is a very skilled swordsman and his rank has proved his strength, says Buggy seriously. We know that. We've witnessed the strength of a vice admiral before. So rear admiral who is just below that must be very strong too, says Cricket while imagining Garp's strength. Why'd he come here? Asks Ruff. Probably because of us. A Rear Admiral from Marine HQ won't come here just for the other small fries, says Buggy. How could he know our position? He even comes here right on time before we leave, says Palu. Marine has a lot of information sources. So it's not strange for them to find us easily, says Buggy. So someone told them that we're here? Asks Manba. Yeah, and I know the culprit, says Buggy. Who? Asked the others at the same time. That bounty hunter, schemer Angelo, says Buggy. Buggy knew that Angelo was the one who made those stupid bounty hunters attack him yesterday. He must have told them a few things and made them attack Buggy when he's alone. Angelo was on another island when Buggy got attacked. But Buggy felt his gaze and presence while he fought. Buggy just didn't show that he realized it because it's not worth his time. If Angelo dares to fight him, then he will gladly fight the guy head-on. Too bad that Angelo is too afraid to fight Buggy directly. He chooses to call Marine because he will get some commissions if the clowns are captured. Humph, what a coward, scoffs Mantis. I don't think he's a coward. He just knows his strength and knows that he won't be able to win against us. I think that's a smart move from him, says Ruff. Bastard, why'd you get on his side? Says Mantis angrily while shaking Ruff's collar. Stop it. It's not a problem whether he is a coward or a smart man. Our problem now is those guys in front of us, says Cricket while pointing at the marine ship that has gotten very close to the island. The clowns get focused again and understand their priority now. They need to defeat those marines if they want to continue their journey. It's impossible for them to escape because their ship can't outrun the marine battleship. What should we do, Captain? Asks Cricket. Let's fight them on land. We will destroy them. It's the time to show the world our strength, says Buggy while grinning. The clowns except for Ruff also grin excitedly. Finally, they can show the result of their 6 months of training now. Ruff can only scratch his head and says, well, good luck guys. Chapter 99, Clowns vs Strawberries Unit. Ruff, you don't need to fight the marine. But I have a task for you, says Buggy while they get ready to fight the marine. What is it, Captain? Asks Ruff. Find Angelo in the town and take him down. You can use any method to do it. I'll even allow you to kill him if you want or need to do it. If we let one guy mess with us like this, then everyone will do the same thing later, says Buggy. He's getting on my nerves too, says Mantis. Yeah, I prefer he tries to fight us head-on rather than doing this. At least I will give him some respect if he fights us and lose, says Cricket. Ruff nods and then he prepares himself to fight Angelo. Ruff takes his bag that's filled with some weapons that he made. Then he goes to the main island using a boat. Hee, I will test my weapons on him, says Ruff like a crazy scientist. The others are getting ready to fight the incoming marines. They are very excited to have their first battle in Grand Line. This will be the time for them to make their names big. It doesn't take long for the marine to land on the island. Strawberry leads his unit to face the clowns. He is very similar with his appearance as Vice Admiral, except that his beard isn't long. He also doesn't wear his long hat and it makes his hair looks like a tower. Strawberry's unit is composed of 132 men. There are 1 captain, 2 lieutenant, and the rest of them are soldiers. Compared to them, the clowns only have 6 people because Ruff is not here. Clown pirates, I thought you'll run away. Do you plan to fight us head-on? Asks Strawberry. We don't want to disappoint you after you take your time to come here. Besides, I want to know the strength of Grand Line's Rear Admiral, says Buggy while smirking. You seem to be very confident with your strength, Buggy the Clown. But if you think like that because your friend, Red Hair Shanks has defeated a Rear Admiral, then you are too naive. The HQ sent me because they're confident that I can take you down based on Red Hair's power, says Strawberry. Oh, we're the same. I am also confident that I can defeat Shanks now, says Buggy while smirking. Buggy and Strawberry stop their talk and unsheath their swords. Just like Buggy, Strawberry also uses 2 swords. His swords are a pair of katana that suit his height, so they're rather long. "Leave him to me, you guys capture the other pirates," says Strawberry to his men. "Yes," answer the Marine while saluting. "You know what to do," says Buggy. "Aye, answer the clowns." Suddenly, without any word, Strawberry and Buggy rush to each other. They swing their right hand and their swords clash. Their clash is a sign that the battle has started. So the others move and the war between clown pirates and Strawberry's marine unit start. Buggy and Strawberry fight using their basic swordsmanship. They just want to test each other's strengths because they've just started. Their strength is equal now, even though Strawberry is a lot taller and bigger than Buggy. When they fight, the clowns are facing the marine soldiers. They all use the martial arts that they've trained on Karate Island for 6 months. No one uses their special power like Devil Fruit or Haki and just uses martial arts. Cricket and Jude uses hand-to-hand combat now. Mantis uses a metal bow staff and she moves agilely like a dancer. Manhwa uses a normal spear now, not his bazooka spear. While Palu uses a heavy warhammer that looks light in his hands. The clowns are very excited right now and they defeat the marine soldiers easily. These soldiers are just cannon fodder and their strength is just their number. They're just a good warm-up for the clowns. "What's wrong, Marine? Can you really capture us with this level of strength?" says Cricket while punching some soldiers away. The marine soldiers grit their teeth and start to exert more strength. They attack the clowns together from every side, but they still fail. The clowns didn't train so hard just to get overwhelmed easily by the number advantage. The marine captain and 2 lieutenants that stay on the back can't wait anymore now. Their men will get defeated completely if they don't move. So the 3 immediately rush to the clowns. The officers hold their weapons while they run. The captain uses a chain with weights on both ends. As for the lieutenants, one of them uses a longsword, while the other uses a pair of metal gauntlets. The clowns see this and grin because they finally can fight the stronger guys. Cricket, Mantis, and Palu move to intercept the 3 officers. Manhwa and Jude will take care of the soldiers. Cricket faces the captain, while Mantis and Palu face the lieutenant. Mantis faces the one with a longsword, while Palu faces the one with gauntlets. "Spread them," orders Cricket. "All right," replies Palu and Mantis. The 3 pirates then rush to the 3 officers and attack them. Cricket punches the captain who blocks it with his chain. Mantis and Palu also strike their enemies. They keep attacking and push the 3 officers away from the crowd of soldiers. Some soldiers try to chase them, but suddenly they can't move. Their feet are stuck on the ground and they can't move them. They look down and see the ground has been covered with ash that also holds their feet down. "You won't be able to run anywhere," says Jude. "A devil fruit user," says a marine with a surprised tone. Jude has spread her ash on the ground to stop the marine soldiers. She can't let them leave to help their officers. "Manhwa, how about 50-50? asks Jude. "You can take all of them if you want," says Manhwa uninterestedly. "No, Captain said we all need experience, so we all need to fight," says Jude. "Fine then," says Manhwa before moving to attack the soldiers on his side. Jude and Manhwa go in a different direction to fight the marine soldiers. Jude starts to use her ability and Manhwa uses his bazooka that has been improved by Ruff. Both Jude and Manhwa can only use observation haki. But this haki is very useful in a crowd battle like this. They can see in all directions and won't get attacked from behind easily. This is also why they fight the crowd while the other 3 fight the officers. Those 3 can use armament haki and they are stronger than Jude and Manhwa. So those 3 have a higher chance of winning against stronger opponents. It's quite surprising that Palu is stronger than Jude now, even without having a devil fruit like her. Even the clowns were surprised by his fast progress. But it's not that strange as he has defeated many pirates that came to him in the past. Besides, as a shipwright, he needs a strong physique. He just needs to work on his battle skills, and those 6 months are more than enough. Paulu's strong physique was shown last night when he can work all night without rest and not get tired. Now, he even fights a marine officer without showing any sign of tiredness. He has become the 3rd strongest in the crew after 6 months of training. Paulu strikes the lieutenant with his hammer and the latter block with his gauntlets. But Paulu has more power and he pushes his opponent back slowly. Mantis also pushes her enemy back with her strange fighting style. She moves her body in many strange ways like a dancer. She does that while swinging her bow staff around, and it makes her opponent cornered because he can't find a gap. As for Cricket, he is dodging the Marine captain's chain attack while punching his opponent's body. He is the 2nd strongest in the crew after Buggy, so his punch can push his opponent back easily. In another place, Ruff finally finds Angelo in the town. The damn bounty hunter is looking at the battle between the clowns and Marine from the town. Ruff rubs his chin and says, "What weapon I should test on him?" Chapter 100, Buggy vs Strawberry. Ruff is looking at Angelo, who is looking at the battle between the clown pirates and Marine from a rooftop. Ruff makes a plan to capture Angelo, and he also has another intention. He wants to test his weapons on Angelo. Hehe, I never have the chance to test it on people before. Captain said he is quite strong, so he will be a good test subject, says Ruff with a crooked smile. Ruff opens his bag and thinks of a weapon that he wants to test first. He finally decides on a weapon and takes a black ball. He loads it in a hand cannon and aims at Angelo. EOL.O. This will be fun, says Ruff happily. Ruff pulls the trigger and the cannon shoots the black ball. No sound is produced when he shoots it. The ball flies toward Angelo at a rather high speed and hits his back. Plop! The black ball doesn't create a big explosion like a bomb. But it transforms into black wires that wrap Angelo's body and lock his arms and legs. It surprises Angelo and makes him fall to the ground. Ouch! Fuck, what is this thing? Says Angelo after he fell. Of course, it makes Ruff excited because that black ball is still a prototype. He compacts the wires into a ball. So the wires will wrap the target when the ball opens. He is excited, but Ruff doesn't immediately go to Angelo. Buggy said that Angelo is quite tricky, so Ruff wants to make sure that it is really safe before approaching Angelo. That guy might be able to release himself from the wires. If he's as tricky as what Captain said, then he should be able to release himself, says Ruff while peeking from an alley. His hunch is right because Angelo can release himself from the wires with some effort. After seeing Angelo escape from the wires, Ruff runs away from his spot to find another hiding place. Ruff's decision is right because Angelo starts to look for the one who attacked him. He looks around to find the culprit, but he doesn't see anyone suspicious. But he sees many people looking at him and making him uneasy. Angelo tries to find the culprit, but Ruff has gone from there. Suddenly, another black ball hit Angelo's back again. But now, the ball exploded and let out a lot of black sticky liquid. What the fuck, what is this? Who've done this? Come out! Says Angelo angrily. Angelo tries to remove the sticky liquid that has started to get harder. Ruff just laughs silently from his hiding spot and doesn't show up. It is more exciting this way. Captain, everyone, leave this to me. I promise I will test all my prototypes on him. Wait. I mean I will capture him, says Ruff while holding his laugh. While Ruff testing his weapons, the clowns are fighting the Marine. They are having the upper hand now and they're stronger than the Marines. All crew members can overwhelm their opponents, even Manhwa and Jude who fight with a lot of enemies. The only exciting battle in there is Buggy's fight with Strawberry. At least both of them has similar power level. But the crew members' power levels are a lot higher than the Marine soldiers and officers under Strawberry. Buggy and Strawberry exchange some basic techniques and no one gets the upper hand. Their basic swordsmanship's level is similar and no one is better. It seems I need to improve my basic swordsmanship after this, says Buggy while clashing with Strawberry. Don't worry, you won't need to do it because you will live in Impel Down, says Strawberry. It's fine, I already have my ship as my home, says Buggy. Buggy and Strawberry aren't saying anything, but they suddenly jump back at the same time. Both of them then get into a stance and rush to each other. They swing their right sword when they meet in the center. Clank! Their swords clashed and creates a rather big impact. They use all their power in this attack and the result is both of them get pushed back. But Buggy gets pushed back by Strawberry. Buggy is happy because he finally finds someone stronger than him physically. Everyone that he fought on Karate Island was weaker than him physically. But many of them were more skillful than him. With Strawberry being stronger than him, Buggy knows he can't win if he relies on strength. Strawberry's swordsmanship is also high. But Buggy has one advantage, his speed and agility. Buggy's swords are shorter and easier to move than Strawberry's. Although his sword's range is shorter too, they're lighter. So Buggy can use his swords faster than Strawberry. Buggy uses it to his advantage and attacks faster than before. But Strawberry is a good swordsman too and has more experience. He can block Buggy's fast attacks using all parts of his swords, even the handle. Seeing his fast attacks aren't working too well, Buggy uses another method. He swings Caster on his left hand diagonally and Strawberry tries to parry it. But then, Buggy changes his sword's direction and makes an S move. Clank! Caster hits Strawberry's right stomach, but it creates a clanking sound. Buggy looks at the spot and sees that Strawberry has covered it with armament haki. He's not that surprised though, and it will be strange if Strawberry can't use at least one type of haki now. That moment of silence gives Strawberry a chance. He swings his sword to Buggy's neck and cuts it cleanly. But he makes a mistake, he doesn't cover his sword with haki. Such a shame. You're too focused on your failed attack and forget about me. I thought I could get more fights from Roger's apprentice. It is such a shame, Buggy the Clown, says Strawberry while looking at Buggy's detached head. Strawberry thinks that he has won, but suddenly he feels pain in his stomach. He looks down and sees Buggy's right hand has stabbed his stomach with pollux. It surprises him and he looks at the cut on Buggy's neck. He finally realizes that there's no blood from the cut that he made. This can only mean one thing. You're a devil fruit user, says Strawberry in surprise. Oh, I thought you knew. Now I doubt the Marine's intelligence. You don't even know basic information like this, says Buggy while his head is still flying. Just like what Buggy said, the Marine HQ hasn't known that he is a devil fruit user. It's not that they didn't try to find out about him and his power. But Buggy himself rarely used his devil fruit power in a battle and used his swordsmanship more often. Buggy swings pollux up and cuts Strawberry's torso. It creates a deep wound on his body and Strawberry gets flung back. He coughs some blood and falls to the ground. But it won't defeat someone like Strawberry. He stands up again and gets ready to fight Buggy. Such a wound won't stop someone like him easily. Buggy grins and rushes to Strawberry. With a big wound like that, Strawberry can't move as he used to when he is still in good condition. He can't keep up with Buggy's pace and get more wounds. You're a good opponent and this is a good battle. But let's end this here because I don't want to humiliate you, says Buggy. I haven't lost, says Strawberry firmly. Buggy doesn't say anything and prepares pollux on his right side. Then he moves at Strawberry and swings pollux horizontally with strong force. Divine Departure. Buggy swings his sword and Strawberry blocks it. But Strawberry's bad condition makes him powerless against Buggy's attack. His block failed and Buggy's sword passed the swords to cut Strawberry's chest. Strawberry is sent flying and a deep cut is made on his chest. He crashes onto some trees and finally falls to the ground. His injuries have become too serious and he can't stand up again. It's over, says Buggy while sheathing his swords.